Hey everyone, welcome to the third part of the story Government Gives Away Wives. If you haven't seen the previous parts, I'll leave them in the pinned comment. Enjoy watching. In the previous part, Lin Fan and Jian Ling continued their training. After taking the heavenly Yuan pill, Jian Ling reached the level of an innate master but was still significantly weaker than her husband, Lin Fan. They discussed his unique abilities and how the pills and his physical constitution contributed to his strength. Lin Fan distributed great rejuvenation pills to his guards, elevating them to first-rate warriors. He also continued to strengthen himself and his wives, aiming for even greater heights. The young dark guards, including 3-year-old Lin Xia Tong, underwent rigorous training. Lin Fan was proud of their progress and confident that this would help them become stronger in the future. As the new year approached, the Lin family organized a grand celebration. However, on a nearby hill, a group of people in dark red robes appeared, planning an attack on the Lin family. That night, the entire manor was filled with the joy of the upcoming new year, as dictated by Lin Fan, the manor's lord. The guards seemed to be in a state of relaxation, and from the outside, there appeared to be no signs of security at all. Deputy Commander, there's no sign of any guards here. Should we scatter the poison powder first to completely incapacitate this place? HMPF. No need for that. This is our Blood Guard's first public display of power. Not only do we need to complete this mission, but we also need to intimidate the entire world. The Blood Guards who had arrived saw the manor's apparent lack of defense and planned a lethal strike. Using poison was a common tactic for those who operated in the shadows. However, the leading Blood Guard, the Deputy Commander, coldly rejected this idea. Yes. Although the subordinates felt it was a missed opportunity, they didn't dare to oppose the order. Charge in directly and leave no one alive. By tomorrow morning, I want everyone to see a mountain of heads at the manor's entrance. The Deputy Commander gave his final, cold command and signaled the attack. These Blood Guards, all at least at the peak of first-rate level, scaled the high walls with ease. Using their lightness skills, they leaped over the walls into the manor. Before arriving, they had already scouted the area, knowing it was filled with traps. They moved carefully, stepping on treetops to avoid triggering any mechanisms. They appeared to possess extraordinary lightness skills, moving swiftly even on the treetops. As they passed a pavilion, they suddenly noticed a small figure practicing swordsmanship on the roof, using the night as cover. This small figure didn't block their path, but since their mission was to leave no one alive, the Deputy Commander ordered coldly, "Two of you, cut off his head and sound the horn for tonight's bloodbath." Yes. 2 Blood Guards quickly leaped forward. The small figure practicing on the pavilion roof was Lin Xia Tong, the youngest Dark Guard. His exceptional achievements at such a young age were not just due to his talent, but also his extraordinary effort. While others worked hard, he worked harder. While others rested, he continued to push himself. Despite his young age, he possessed a strong and resilient mindset. Who's there? He's there. Although focused on his practice, he immediately sensed the approaching threat and turned to confront them. Your executioners. The 2 Blood Guards, emanating coldness, showed no mercy just because they faced a child. Their cold and ruthless demeanor showed that they were specially trained. In their eyes, killing was just instinct, devoid of right or wrong, or mercy. How dare you intrude on the Lin Manor and cause trouble? You're courting death. Though tiny, Lin Xiaotong exuded an adult-like aura, his youthful voice filled with determination. Without waiting for a reply, he spun and charged at the 2 Blood Guards with his miniature longsword. Due to his extraordinary talent, after establishing a solid foundation, he used a great rejuvenation pill, given by Lin Fan to reach the peak of first-rate level. With his supreme cultivation technique, the 9 changes of the reverse dragon, his internal energy far surpassed that of others at the same level. His top-tier Kong Tong swordsmanship, exclusive to the Dark Guards, gave him the strongest offensive capabilities, unmatched by others at the same stage. Despite facing 2 opponents, victory wasn't determined by numbers alone. However, the Blood Guards didn't know this. Seeing a child daring to attack, they laughed. Even if this child had practiced martial arts, he was still just a child. Even if he had trained since birth, how strong could he be now? The Blood Guards, though on their first public mission, were all peak first-rate experts. Not just a child, even renowned martial artists wouldn't last long against them. I never thought my first mission as Blood Guard 7 would be killing a snot-nosed brat. One Blood Guard sneered but didn't hold back. His blood-colored longsword gleamed as he aimed to decapitate the child. Swish! A cold sword light flashed, and the next moment, a head rolled off. But it wasn't the child's head, it was the Blood Guard's. A beautiful arc slashed through the air, severing the head from the advancing body. Blood spurted out, staining the snow around the pavilion. One strike. A kill. The child, who was underestimated, killed a peak first-rate expert with a single sword stroke. As the body and head fell to the ground, the other blood guard finally reacted. Seeing this scene, the remaining blood guard was stunned. He couldn't believe the result. Lin Xia Tong's expression was cold. This was his first kill, but his face showed no change. In his mind, these intruders were threats to his benefactor, the Manor Lord. He would rather die than let them advance. When one disregards life and death, killing becomes trivial. The remaining blood guard was still in shock when Lin Xia Tong struck again. The Kongtong swordsmanship was direct and deadly, designed for killing. Originally an assassin organization disguised as a sword sect, the Kongtong sword sect was destroyed by the Da Long dynasty's founder for its uncontrollable, terrorist-like nature. Their supreme swordsmanship, now revived, shone brightly. Another head fell. Lin Fan had crafted Lin Xia Tong's short sword from the White Lotus sect leader's semi-divine weapon, making it unstoppable. With both blood guards decapitated, the rest finally reacted. It wasn't their fault for being stunned. Who could believe a child had the strength of a peak first-rate expert? Seeing it firsthand was the only way to believe. How is this possible? The deputy commander couldn't believe his eyes. This defied all logic. The other blood guards felt a chill of fear. Seeing this, the deputy commander, though shocked, quickly explained, "There are legends of martial artists who practice techniques to become younger. This child must be one. Don't panic, attack together." Hearing their leader's explanation, the blood guards calmed down. In the martial world, such strange techniques did exist. Rare, but real. Kill. Without further words, several blood guards charged again. To maintain morale, a super first-rate expert led the charge, sending a cold blood-colored sword beam to split the pavilion. Lin Xia Tong dodged, his eyes darkening, knowing he couldn't handle this group alone. But he didn't panic. He was part of the Lin family's guard, never fighting alone. Realizing he couldn't fend them off, he quickly pulled out a special long tube. He aimed at the sky, releasing a brilliant firework. As the firework exploded, figures began moving towards the area from all corners of the manor. Damn! It's an alarm flare! Seeing the firework and the moving figures, the blood guards knew what was happening. "Deputy Commander, we've been detected. What should we do?" They looked to their leader. The deputy commander's eyes narrowed, then he smirked. "Since we've been discovered, no need to hold back. Kill them all. By dawn I want the manor's entrance decorated with heads. Let the Lord see, only the blood guards matter." Yes. Hearing the command, the blood guards showed their brutality. They were born for killing, trained with constant killing. Others practiced martial arts, they practiced killing. Their initial purpose was to be cold killing machines. With the command, they instantly entered killing mode. Unfortunately, they had no idea what awaited them. When a large group of uniformly dressed figures surrounded them, they realized what they were up against. Inside the main residence of the manor. As the intruders sneaked in, Lin Fan, the manor's lord, received an alert from the mechanical birds. It was impossible to sneak into the base of a master of mechanisms unnoticed. However, he took no action. Instead, he and his wives went to the newly built observatory tower. From this tower they could overlook the entire manor, including the areas where battles were breaking out. The scene of clashing swords and flying sparks looked like a dazzling performance. "Husband, aren't we going to intervene?" Jian Ling asked, her brow furrowed as she watched the ongoing battles. The new year was a time for joy, yet here were intruders causing trouble, which soured anyone's mood. Lin Fan stood with his hands behind his back, calmly observing the battles. Upon hearing his wife's question, he smiled and replied, "Why should we intervene? This is a rare training opportunity for our guards. I was planning to arrange something for them, but now that trouble has come to us, it's perfect." Jian Ling fell silent at his words, but the other wives looked concerned. Ye Xiao Ru, the eldest wife, glanced worriedly at the battle and said, "Only the young dark guards are fighting. Although they are strong, they are still very young. These intruders seem formidable. Can they really handle it?" "Don't worry, Sister Xiaoru. If things get out of hand, I will step in." Dao Miao Miao Miao, with her big belly, said confidently, patting her stomach. Her words left the whole family speechless. "You're about to become a mother. Can you act more like one? Aren't you afraid you'll set a bad example for the child?" Lin Fan said, exasperated. Dao Miao Miao shrugged. "What's there to fear? If the child grows up wielding swords and spears, wouldn't that be great?" Lin Fan felt a headache coming on. The mood of surveying his domain from on high was ruined by this exchange. He couldn't help but feel an urge to spank his wife. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, the blood-robed intruders were unaware that the manor was filled with alert mechanisms. They were detected the moment they arrived. As the dark guards swiftly surrounded them, the intruders decided to fight openly. However, they were shocked when they realized their opponents were children. The oldest among them was only about 10 years old, not even shoulder height to the shortest intruder. Some were as young as Lin Xia Tong, who had fought earlier. Were these children all masters who had rejuvenated themselves through special martial arts? Even the deputy commander, leading the intruders, was stunned by the scene. It was too bizarre. "Deputy commander, are these children all rejuvenated masters?" one bloodguard asked. The deputy commander squinted, studying the children surrounding them. "Blood one, take a team and test them. I refuse to believe all these children are rejuvenated masters. It must be some trick." Blood one, a super first-rate expert, led a team to attack the children without hesitation. He didn't believe these children were masters who had rejuvenated themselves, and certainly not that they were naturally this skilled. "Dark guards, take down these intruders," commanded the eldest child, acting as the leader of the dark guards, in a somewhat childish voice. "Yes." A chorus of young voices responded, and the blood guards soon stopped laughing. These children were indeed all first-rate experts. Among them were 2 or 3 at the peak of first-rate level, like Lin Xia Tong. Having practiced the supreme 9 changes of the reverse dragon, these children's skills far surpassed ordinary first-rate experts. Experiencing it firsthand, the bloodguards couldn't believe these phenomena existed. What kind of monsters are these, they thought. They had expected an easy victory but were stopped by a group of kids. These intruders, enhanced by special blood pills, believed they could sweep through the martial world. Yet their first mission faced an embarrassing failure. And their defeat came at the hands of children. This crushed their morale and made them question everything they had been taught. The deputy commander realized the dire situation. If their morale broke, the battle would be lost. Before he could act, a sense of imminent danger made him instinctively move his head aside. Whoosh! An arrow gleamed in the moonlight, grazing his cheek and vanishing into the night. "How dare you cause trouble in the Lin Manor? None of you will leave alive," a voice said as a figure emerged from the shadows, holding a longbow. The archer, like a ghost in the dark, knocked another arrow and aimed at a nearby blood guard. This guard, a peak first-rate expert, fell from the treetop like a bird. Killing first-rate experts effortlessly and threatening even super first-rate experts marked this archer as extraordinary. As the archer emerged, a group of iron spear-wielding figures followed, exuding a fierce aura. Kill. Without any words, the iron spear wielders charged at the bloodguards. Outnumbered and outmatched, 2 bloodguards were immediately skewered. Another group of first-rate experts. Seeing this, the deputy commander felt a chill of fear. Including the monstrous children, there were dozens of first-rate experts on the field. Additionally, the archer, who could kill peak first-rate experts with ease, was clearly a super first-rate expert. A formidable super first-rate archer and dozens of first-rate experts. Even the Da Long dynasty's palace might not gather such strength. Yet, here they were, in a seemingly insignificant manner. Despite their skills, the 20-odd bloodguards were outnumbered 3-1, leaving them helpless. Only Blood One, surrounded by 7 or 8 opponents, could barely hold his ground. The deputy commander knew they faced total annihilation if this continued. He couldn't believe his elite team would fail here. But the evidence was undeniable. How can such a small place have this level of defense? Who is the master of this manor? And what has that deceitful saintess hidden from us? Has she betrayed our master? The deputy commander gritted his teeth, understanding the dire situation. But knowing this now was too late. Even his own life was under threat, with a killing intent locked onto him. The sounds of battle and screams filled the snowy night, adding a grim atmosphere to the New Year's Eve. For the first time, the Lin family guards proved their worth to their master. Half an hour later, only 2 blood guards remained standing, the deputy commander and Blood One. On the other side, the coordinated and superior numbers of the Lin guards had only a few injuries, inflicted by the super first-rate experts. With healing elixirs from the grand herbalist, these injuries were quickly managed. "Reveal your identities, and perhaps your deaths will be painless," said the archer, Su Erhu, the captain of the Lin guards, coldly eyeing the 2 remaining blood guards. "Hey, we may not be your match, but if we choose to flee, can you stop us?" the deputy commander sneered. Despite their heavy losses, without the burden of subordinates, they were more agile. Hearing this, Su Erhu laughed and nodded in agreement. "You are super first-rate experts. If you want to flee, we might not be able to stop you. But who said we'd be the ones to stop you? Su Erhu's words made the bloodguards want to curse. Before they could react, a blinding sword light slashed towards them from dozens of meters away. The powerful energy shattered everything in its path, forcing their internal energy back into their bodies. The two bloodguards' faces turned pale. Supreme Expert. At this moment, their minds were consumed by that title. With just one sword strike, the two super first-rate bloodguards were sent flying, completely overpowered. How could there be a Supreme Expert here? The two bloodguards spat out blood as they hit the ground, despair filling their eyes. Their blood-colored swords were broken in half. Despite their arrogance, they didn't act recklessly. Before taking action, they had thoroughly investigated the manor. Though the manor had some strength, there was no way it could have a Supreme Expert. Yet now, a single strike from dozens of meters away clearly proved otherwise. Master. As the two bloodguards lay in despair, the previously fierce guards all turned to a single direction and respectfully saluted, including the super first-rate expert Su Erhu. Master. Master. The two bloodguards exchanged a glance, realizing that a significant figure had arrived. Indeed, it was true. Lin Fan, who had been watching the battle, walked over with his wives. As they saw Lin Fan, the bloodguards immediately recognized him as their primary target, the man they were supposed to kill. But now, they couldn't. Their attention was quickly drawn to the woman beside him, holding a longsword. The Supreme Expert, and so young. With just one look, the bloodguards were stunned. The innate internal energy surrounding her was unmistakable, a hallmark of a Supreme Expert. A Supreme Expert alone was terrifying. But being so young, that was even more frightening. Youth indicated potential, suggesting she could grow even stronger. Provoking such a figure was terrifying. The woman with the longsword was Jian Ling. It was her who had struck earlier. If not for Lin Fan's order to leave them alive for questioning, she would have killed them with that strike. Even newly ascended super first-rate experts were far inferior to a Supreme Expert. Following Lin Fan, her innate internal energy locked onto the two bloodguards, making it hard for them to breathe. Who sent you? Lin Fan asked, nodding to his guards to stand down, not wanting to waste time. Compared to the imposing Jian Ling, Lin Fan looked like an ordinary person. Yet with a Supreme Expert obediently by his side, the two bloodguards understood who they were dealing with. They knew. Weed Chai. With just a word from this man, they would be reduced to mincemeat. Despite this, the bloodguards coldly responded, "You won't get anything from us. Your efforts are in vain." Oh? Is that so? Lin Fan chuckled. This sounded familiar. Last time, a White Lotus sect leader had said the same, but in the end he broke quickly. Hearing this again, Lin Fan was curious to see how long these two would last. The bloodguards didn't answer, only glaring at Lin Fan. Then they sneered and bit down on the poison hidden in their teeth. This was a lethal toxin, incurable and deadly upon contact with blood. Knowing they had no chance of escape, they swallowed it without hesitation. Hey! Dream on if you think you can interrogate us bloodguards. The deputy commander laughed maniacally. But he quickly stopped laughing. Lin Fan calmly walked over and tapped a few points on their bodies. The deadly poison they had just swallowed was forced out by a special power. It was a rough, brute force expulsion with no technique, yet effective. If not for experiencing it themselves, the two bloodguards would never believe someone could so easily neutralize their poison. Their poison was designed to be incurable, lethal even in tiny amounts. Yet it was now neutralized so effortlessly. Why aren't you laughing anymore? You seem to enjoy it just now. Lin Fan smiled and asked. The deputy commander's face twisted in frustration. Even if you neutralized our poison, you won't get anything from us. Someone once said that to me. But he lasted less than half an incense stick's time. I hope you can hold out longer. Lin Fan smiled like a friendly neighbor. But to the deputy commander, he was a devil. Less than half an incense stick's time later, the deputy commander, who had boasted about his resolve, broke down, confessing everything, leaving Blood One shocked and furious. How could you betray our master? How could you face our master's trust in you? Blood One cursed with red eyes. But soon, his curses turned to screams under the same treatment. Less than half an incense stick later, both bloodguards, who had sworn to stay silent, spilled everything. Their supposed loyalty and training were abandoned for a quick death. Once the information was extracted, Lin Fan drew his sword and ended their lives. With a calm expression, Lin Fan stroked his chin and murmured, So the White Lotus sect not only has a leader and a saintess but also a mysterious master. Interesting. He had thought the White Lotus sect was finished after their leader's death, a minor annoyance at most. But now, it seemed the sect was deeper than he thought. This is significant news, but it's unfortunate these bloodguards have never seen this master, only knowing he wears a golden mask. Jian Ling said regretfully. No big deal. Although we don't know this master, we do know the White Lotus sect's new base. Let's destroy it, Lin Fan said nonchalantly. Jian Ling smiled. Yes, this is a good opportunity for the guards to train. The next morning, Lin Fan led his team to the White Lotus sect's new base. Their efficiency was impressive. However, they arrived too late. The base was already deserted. They only found a few stragglers left behind to watch the place. Mercy, heroes. We just joined the sect to survive. Please spare us, the captured cultists pleaded. Su Erhu showed no mercy, kicking them to the ground. Speak. Where are the others? Lie, and I'll kill you. Facing this ruthless approach, the cultists quickly confessed everything. They left 2 days ago. Lin Fan was puzzled. According to his information, the bloodguards had left 2 days ago too. If the cultists were telling the truth, it meant the base was abandoned right after the bloodguards departed. Who ordered the retreat? Lin Fan asked. The cultists, seeing Lin Fan was the leader, answered immediately, it was our saintess. Someone objected, and she killed them on the spot. Your saintess ordered the retreat. Lin Fan raised an eyebrow. It seemed his former wife was genuinely afraid of him. She hadn't even waited for him to act, already preparing an escape route. Clearly, she had no confidence in the bloodguards. Do you know where they went? Lin Fan asked. We don't know. The cultists looked confused. Have you seen someone called the Master? Wearing a golden mask, Lin Fan's eyes narrowed. Compared to his evasive ex-wife, he was more interested in this mysterious master. The Master, who created the bloodguards with blood pills, posed a significant threat. But these minor cultists knew nothing. What master? What golden mask? We haven't seen such a person, they said, bewildered. Useless, Su Erhu growled, drawing an arrow and glaring at their butts. The terrified cultists shrieked, some even wetting themselves. These are just low-level grunts left as cannon fodder. Shall we kill them? Jian Ling asked, unimpressed by their cowardice. Lin Fan considered it but decided otherwise. Forget it. Beat them up and let them go. He couldn't be bothered with these low-level grunts. Thank you for sparing us. The cultists were overjoyed, eagerly following Su Erhu to their punishment. Is that the end of this matter? Jian Ling asked, regarding the White Lotus sect. Lin Fan smiled. Not at all. Recently Lai Sandao and his friends said they'd take over their gang leaders. Let's have them spread the word that the White Lotus sect's master uses blood pills to create cultists and plans to take over the martial world. Let's rally the martial factions against them. Good idea. I'll inform my grandfather at the Divine Sword Manor to support the cause, Jian Ling said, smiling. Lin Fan agreed. With the support of a major faction, the White Lotus sect's master would be hard-pressed to operate in secret. Consider this a warning shot. Let's see how you handle it, Lin Fan thought, looking forward to the upcoming events. Just a few days had passed. And the secret of the White Lotus sect was already known throughout the martial world. In this regard, Li Sandao and his partner had been exceptionally efficient. Not only did they spread the information, but they also quickly rallied various martial factions to join in a united effort against this evil sect. The blood pill. An evil concoction made from the blood and flesh of martial artists. The White Lotus sect had previously used the lure of hidden treasures from the former dynasty to trap and kill numerous martial artists, collecting their blood and flesh to create these sinister pills. Li Sandao and his partner exaggerated and sensationalized these facts as they spread the word. As expected, the entire martial world was in an uproar. With the rallying call of the two powerful figures, many martial factions and numerous wandering heroes responded. The wandering heroes were particularly enthusiastic. Unlike the larger factions, these lone wanderers were more vulnerable to being captured and used by the White Lotus sect for their pills. Soon, the Divine Sword Manor and the Dominator Blade Manor, two of the 4 top martial factions, also joined the effort, pushing the campaign against the White Lotus sect to its peak. In no time, the previously feared White Lotus sect became the target of widespread condemnation and attack. Even though the sect had been operating quietly in recent times, as long as they remained active in the martial world, they were bound to leave traces. In this situation, within just a few days, the already weakened White Lotus sect suffered even more setbacks. As for their secretive operations, those were completely shut down, with strict vigilance imposed everywhere. At the new base of the White Lotus sect, the master, wearing a golden mask, once again took the main seat in the assembly hall. But unlike the previous calm demeanor, this time he couldn't remain indifferent. This blow had clearly struck at the core of his interests. All these years, have I ever mistreated you? His cold gaze fell upon the White Lotus saintess. The master has been exceptionally kind to me, never mistreating me in any way, the saintess replied calmly. If that's the case, do you have any explanation for this recent incident? The master's eyes remained cold, devoid of any emotion. The saintess was silent for a moment before responding. I don't understand what you want me to explain. Hearing this, the master's gaze grew even colder. However, he took a deep breath, forcing himself to remain composed. Why did you conceal information about that person, leading to the failure of the Blood Guard and the exposure of the Blood God plan? Though he tried to stay calm, his voice remained cold, clearly showing that this incident had touched his bottom line. I did not conceal anything. I hate him more than you do, the saintess replied. Hey, no concealment. Then why did you relocate the sect's headquarters right after the Blood Guard took action? Someone merely suggested an opinion, and you killed them on the spot to ensure a swift retreat. If you didn't know the Blood Guard was no match for him, would you have acted so decisively? The master sneered, his eyes flashing with killing intent. The saintess's expression remained unchanged. I acted out of caution. The sect suffered greatly last time, and I didn't want to repeat the same mistakes. The master stared at her for a long time. Finally, he put away his killing intent and regained his usual calm demeanor. You are the person I trust the most. The new plan is about to commence. Do not betray my trust, or you know the consequences. With that final warning, he disappeared from the hall, his movements even more mysterious than the saintess's. The White Lotus saintess lowered her head slightly, gently stroking her belly, and remained silent for a long time. Meanwhile, Lin Fan, though at home, was well aware of the ongoing campaign against the White Lotus sect, thanks to the diligent efforts of Li Sandao and his partner, who reported to him almost 3 times a day. Carrier pigeons flew in and out of his home daily, as if he were running a pigeon farm. My grandfather is back in action. With your antidote pills, the White Lotus saintess is sure to suffer if she encounters my grandfather again, Dao Miao Miao said, waving her little fists. The elder Dao had been bitter about being poisoned by the White Lotus saintess last time. Now recovered and armed with Lin Fan's antidote pills, he joined the campaign against the White Lotus sect. At Lin Fan's suggestion, Li Sandao and his partner made Elder Dao the leader of the alliance against the sect. With a top expert leading the charge, the campaign's morale soared. In contrast, the White Lotus sect was almost invisible. Any sign of activity was met with immediate, overwhelming force. Lin Fan, aware of this, smiled at his wife's words. She will definitely suffer, but completely eliminating the White Lotus sect won't be easy. The mysterious master can forcibly create experts with the blood pills. He wasn't worried about his escaped wife being harmed. Since suffering a setback with him, she had become extremely cautious. The wedding gift he gave her had greatly enhanced her strength. While she might not yet match the 4 top experts, capturing her would be nearly impossible. This mysterious master is indeed formidable. The blood guards he creates are unbeatable for ordinary martial artists, Jian Ling agreed. The blood guards who attacked them were just a part of the force. Moreover, whilst new ones could be created quickly. Even if their foundation was unstable, they were far stronger than ordinary first-rate experts. They are so annoying. If they recover, they will definitely come back to cause trouble, Dao Miao 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 complained, clearly disliking these people. Yi Xiaoru and the other wives shared the sentiment. They all desired a peaceful life with their husband, hoping to have more children and expand the Lin family. These constant disturbances were deeply unwelcome. Don't worry. Your husband has plans. They won't be able to cause any significant trouble. Even if they come, they'll just be throwing their lives away, Lin Fan reassured them with a smile. That's true, the wives nodded, agreeing. The Lin family had grown significantly stronger. The guards were all first-rate experts, and even their wives were formidable. Jian Ling, the most talented, had reached the level of a supreme expert, continuously improving with the help of Lin Fan's pills and the supreme martial art, 9 transformations of the dragon. Even the established top experts would struggle against her. Dao Miao Miao, though pregnant, had reached the super first-rate level and was close to the supreme level. The other wives, with numerous pills, had also reached the super first-rate level. Though not combat specialists, their strength was not to be underestimated. Moreover, Lin Fan had equipped them with various powerful weapons. With their family's wealth from the numerous pill shops, They had access to rare metals and formidable weapons. Each wife had a set of deadly weapons like the peacock feather and the complete stormy rain pear blossom needles, all laced with Lin Fan's poisons. These weapons could easily incapacitate even a top expert. Their maid Xiao King, too, had reached the super first-rate level. With such power, any attack from the White Lotus sect would be futile. Now that I think about it, I almost want them to come and try again, Dao Miao Miao said, laughing. Each attack meant more loot, and Su Erhu, the master looter, never returned empty-handed. Even staying home, she had amassed quite a fortune from these spoils. Ye Xiaoru and the other wives laughed, clearly intrigued by the idea. Lin Fan could only shake his head. His once gentle and kind wives were now eager for battle and loot. But he liked a bit of wildness. Without further ado, Wa Nishans. He smiled, and initiated another wild contest. In front of his mighty prowess, even the fiercest warrior was no match. Even Jian Ling, a supreme expert, was no exception. In ancient times, the nights were dull and monotonous, but Lin Fan's nights were full of excitement and joy. And that joy was genuine. Soon. The date arrived, the 15th day of the first month. This day was significant for the entire Great Long Kingdom, or perhaps, disastrous. It was the time for the Imperial tax collectors to gather the head tax. Teams of government officials and tax collectors, armed and ready, went door to door. There was no room for negotiation, either pay the full tax or be taken away. Early in the morning, one such team arrived at Lin Fan's manor. Is it true that the master of this house has married 6 wives? The leading organization, under the direct supervision of the emperor, was the tax office. At this moment they arrived at Lin Fan's manor and inquired of a man dressed as an aide. Yes, sir. The master of this manor is surnamed Lin, and he has married 6 wives, the aide responded, nodding and bowing after flipping through a ledger. As a lackey of the county magistrate, the aide had some status, but in front of the tax office he was insignificant. The tax office, similar to the Imperial secret police in some dynasties and comparable to the IRS with its own military force, was an institution that no public official dared to defy. Bring him out. If he can't pay the head tax, we'll arrest him directly. The speaker was a young man from the tax office, visiting for the first time but already displaying obvious hostility. The aide, though puzzled, didn't dare question him and quickly complied. The doorman, Fu Bo, soon opened the gate. Upon learning the situation, he hurried inside to report. Early in the morning, Lin Fan was still in bed, enjoying a lazy morning. But upon hearing this news, he realized he couldn't continue his rest. With the help of his wives, Lin Fan dressed and strode out the door. It was his first time paying the head tax since arriving in this world, and he was quite curious about it. Outside, he saw the tax office personnel waiting. Are you the master of this house? Lin Fan, the young man from the tax office, asked, scrutinizing him. Lin Fan nodded. Yes, I am the master of this house, Lin Fan. I am from the tax office. Since you are the master, pay the head tax now. I'm busy and need to visit other households, the young man said coldly, with a tone of arrogance typical of his office. Lin Fan raised an eyebrow but said nothing, handing over the prepared silver. Each wife cost 1 tael of silver, with the amount increasing geometrically: 2 taels for the second wife, 4 for the third, 8 for the fourth, 16 for the fifth, and so on. Having registered 6 wives, the total tax was considerable, amounting to several dozen taels, a burden few could bear. Fortunately, only the wives required this high tax, while household servants only needed to pay the standard rate. Lin Fan had calculated the exact amount needed, ensuring he paid enough. However, after weighing the money, the young man said coldly, "Your payment is insufficient." "My payment is insufficient," Lin Fan frowned, sensing the hostility but maintaining his composure. "How is it insufficient?" The young man sneered, "Mind your tone. If I say it's insufficient, it is. Are there not a number of young maidservants in your household?" "Yes," Lin Fan replied, curious about his intentions. "I received a report claiming these maidservants are actually your concubines, disguised as servants to evade taxes. Now do you understand why your payment is insufficient?" the young man accused, his hostility undisguised. Lin Fan laughed loudly. "Ridiculous. These servants were here before I moved in. Investigate if you wish. I see you're trying to frame me." As he laughed, a group of black-clad, armed men surrounded the tax office personnel. The aide, recognizing Lin Fan's formidable reputation, felt his scalp tingle, knowing he couldn't escape if conflict erupted. The accompanying bailiffs felt their legs weaken under the imposing presence of these elite warriors. "What? Are you planning to resist paying the head tax?" the young man taunted, Undeterred. He was here to provoke, commissioned by someone higher up. Despite being surrounded, he wasn't afraid. The tax office feared no one, not even powerful sects, and their military could crush any resistance. Who said I won't pay? Lin Fan smiled calmly, unfazed by the threat. The young man frowned, frustrated by Lin Fan's reaction. He expected submission, not defiance. Then pay the remainder, or prepare for punishment, the young man demanded, impatiently. I agree, so you should leave now instead of blocking my door, Lin Fan replied with a smile. The young man's face darkened. Do you know who you're talking to? Such insolence. Yes, Lin Fan nodded. You're here for the head tax. I've paid. Now leave. How dare you? The young man was furious. His mission was to provoke Lin Fan into resisting. But you're still short. Pay up or face conscription, he threatened, just as Lin Fan's wives, including Xiao Ru, appeared. And your lovely wives will be sent to the brothel. They're quite beautiful. I'll make sure they're well taken care of, he mocked, smiling arrogantly. But his smile was wiped off by a sudden slap, sending him spinning to the ground. Smack. The crisp sound echoed as he hit the ground, spitting blood. As soon as he hit the ground, the young man spat out a mouthful of blood along with his teeth. With Lin Fan's current strength, his control over his power was meticulous. A slap intended to knock out all of the young man's teeth did just that. Leaving even one tooth would be an insult to his precise control. Su Erhu rushed forward and started kicking the young man mercilessly. You scum! How dare you threaten our master and insult our mistress? You're courting death, Su Erhu roared. Though he held back a little, a few of his kicks still broke several of the young man's bones. Arrest them! Arrest them all, the young man from the tax office shouted. Despite being beaten badly, his arrogance remained as he ordered the accompanying constables to apprehend Lin Fan and his men. Who dares? Su Erhu roared, glaring at the constables. At his command, the guards surrounding the constables stepped forward with their spears. One order and they would skewer the constables like candied fruit. Clang. Instead of attacking, some of the constables were so frightened that they dropped their weapons. Master Lin, have mercy. We're just here on official business. We have no ill intentions towards you, the aide pleaded, terrified. Seeing Lin Fan slap down an invincible tax office officer, he didn't dare to say another word and begged for his life on the spot. The other constables, all crafty fellows, also dropped their weapons. They were fine with bullying commoners, but facing a group of elite warriors was like lighting a lantern in an outhouse, suicidal. They weren't that foolish. You. The arrogant young man was dumbfounded. He hadn't been afraid even after losing his teeth and getting beaten up, but seeing his men surrender so easily left him speechless. Yet, despite this, he still didn't panic. Instead, he stared at Lin Fan and said, You're finished. Resisting tax collection with violence, no one can save you now. To this, Lin Fan smiled and replied, Whether or not someone can save me is another matter. What I do know is that no one can save you. You dare to kill me, the young man sneered, convinced he had the upper hand. Violently resisting tax collection was a grave crime, but killing a tax office officer would be even worse. There would be nowhere for Lin Fan to hide. Without a word, Lin Fan drew a sword from one of his wives and severed the young man's leg. Staring at his detached leg in disbelief, the young man screamed in agony. Scum like you. So what if I kill you? Lin Fan said coldly, as if he were looking at a chicken or duck waiting to be slaughtered. If he was displeased, he could just cut off a leg. If he was even more displeased, he could slit a throat, bleed them out, boil water, and pluck feathers. Faced with Lin Fan's cold gaze and the excruciating pain from his severed leg, the young man finally understood fear. He realized Lin Fan was truly capable of killing him. Though he couldn't comprehend why Lin Fan had such confidence, the reality was undeniable. Speak. Who sent you to target me? Please me with your answer, and I might let you live, Lin Fan said, looking down at him. Though his expression was calm, it was terrifying, causing the young man to tremble uncontrollably. He knew that if his answer didn't satisfy Lin Fan, the next sword strike would take his head. It was the prince, the young man confessed under the threat of death. The prince ordered me to make things difficult for you during the tax collection, hoping to accuse you of violent resistance. He promised to help me get promoted. With the truth out, the young man didn't hold back, explaining everything in detail. So, it's him again. Lin Fan's eyes turned cold. He already knew the prince was behind the trouble with the White Lotus sect. He had planned to deal with it later, but since the prince was so eager to die, there was no need to wait. No matter how high the prince's status, if Lin Fan wanted him dead by midnight, he wouldn't live to see dawn. As for the Imperial army's suppression, Lin Fan had kept a low profile for long enough. It was time to show the world his strength. The young man ultimately escaped with his life, leaving with a mix of relief and hidden resentment. He clearly didn't intend to let the matter rest. Lin Fan didn't care. He still had 6 heaven yuan pills, capable of creating 6 supreme warriors. Along with himself and his wife, the Jian Ling, they would be a formidable force. A single supreme warrior could counter 1,000 troops, with 8 supreme warriors, plus a host of first-rate and elite fighters. How many soldiers would it take to defeat them? Lin Fan wasn't afraid of today's confrontation, he was looking forward to it. But first, the prince had to be dealt with as a prelude to what was to come. Husband, the tax office is under Emperor Wu's direct control. It's a violent state institution with its own army. Given the current situation, they definitely won't let this slide, Jian Ling said worriedly. Except for Dao Miao, the fierce one, the other wives also looked concerned. The imperial authority had long instilled fear in people's hearts. Even the 4 great sects wouldn't dare defy the emperor. Seeing their worry, Lin Fan smiled reassuringly. Don't worry. Since I dared to act, I'm not afraid of them. The court is powerful, but the Lin family is not easily bullied. It wasn't about strength or weakness. The tax office had insulted his wives right at his doorstep. How could he tolerate that? From the moment they picked a fight, this matter was doomed to end badly. Even if he had been patient initially, they would have kept pushing. Since that was the case, he might as well show his strength. Exactly. Why be afraid? If they come without reason, just cut them down. Dao Miao, despite her big belly, was the first to agree, ready to fight at any moment. She always carried a newly reforged semi-divine longsword, prepared to draw it at any provocation. Even Lin Fan, a strong man, felt helpless dealing with such a fierce woman. No wonder her tough father was always under her mother's control. Few could handle such fierceness. If angered, she would draw her sword for a duel. How could anyone withstand that? Who are you calling sister? Jian Ling rolled her eyes. You're about to give birth, can't you settle down a bit? What? Are you jealous? Dao Miao raised her eyebrows and patted her big belly. Jian Ling ground her teeth but couldn't argue. She was indeed jealous. Unfortunately, despite many efforts, her belly remained flat. Thinking of this, she stopped worrying and glanced at Lin Fan. The other 3 wives also looked at him expectantly. Lin Fan scratched his head. What? Did they want to devour him? If so, his staff was ready to cause a commotion in the deep sea. Today he would not stop until the waters were thoroughly stirred. Who? If the tax office's army comes and attacks without reason, kill them all. Lin Fan instructed Su Erhu, then led his eager wives back inside. Su Erhu, focused on Lin Fan's orders, said, You all heard the master's instructions. From now on, the manor is under lockdown. Deploy the mechanical birds to monitor a 10-mile radius. Be ready for battle at any moment. Yes, the armed guards responded in unison, and quickly got to work. After organizing the guards, Su Erhu turned to the shadows saying, All hidden guards, except those necessary for protecting the master, go out and gather information. Report back immediately if you see any military movements. Yes, came the slightly immature replies from the shadows, and several figures darted away. Having arranged everything, Su Erhu returned to his room, took out various armor-piercing arrows Lin Fan had specially crafted for him, and began coating them with poison. Since the master decided to show strength, there was no need to hold back. If they were going to fight, they might as well fight to the fullest. Shooting enemy generals amidst an army would be a thrilling challenge. Su Erhu smiled coldly as he dipped each armor-piercing arrow into the poison, a poison so potent that even top-tier martial artists would die if they were careless. These poisons were concocted by Lin Fan using his perfected poison skills. Even top-tier experts could die if mishandled. For lower-tier martial artists, it was certain death. Because the poisons were so strong, Su Erhu had seldom used them. But now, against the Imperial forces, there was no reason to hold back. His goal was to kill 10 generals, making it so none dared to show themselves in battle. As an elite archer with a specially crafted semi-divine bow, he could amplify his internal force, ensuring even top-tier generals couldn't survive his shots. I wonder how many generals will come. The more, the better for my reputation, Su Erhu muttered as he poisoned the arrows, eager to make a name for himself. Time passed quickly. The next day, the young man from the tax office returned, exaggerating his story. The chief of the Black Cloud County tax office flew into a rage. The tax office, established by Emperor Wu, had existed for decades. In all that time, no one who resisted had survived. Anyone who dared was crushed by their army. The Black Cloud County tax office had only 1 battalion, but it was an enhanced battalion with 5,000 soldiers, equipped with powerful weapons crafted by the Shenji battalion, such as the Shenji crossbow, which could kill second-rate experts. 5,000 troops attacking in unison could decimate anything except the 4 great sects. This was just the local garrison. If necessary, reinforcements could be called, or Emperor Wu could dispatch elite troops from the capital. Emperor Wu was a warlord, constantly engaging in external wars. His capital troops were elite warriors, not the corrupt soldiers of a decaying dynasty. This was why, despite the burden of the head tax, his rule remained unshakable. His suppression force was absolute. Combined with the Martial Suppression Bureau, which kept martial artists in check, no one dared defy imperial orders. But now, someone had. Not only had they resisted violently, but they had also maimed a tax collector. This wasn't just defiance, it was an affront to the empire, trampling the court's dignity. If they didn't punish this severely, others might follow suit. This couldn't be tolerated. Please, sir, avenge me. That brute not only defied the tax office but also insulted the court and the mighty Emperor Wu. He must not go unpunished, the young man wailed, looking pitiful with his missing leg. The chief replied coldly, rest assured. Since that scoundrel dares defy the court and our emperor, and has harmed you so grievously, I will not spare him. With that, he ordered his lackeys to summon the military officer stationed in Black Cloud County. In no time, a stern-looking officer arrived, carrying a long sword. Within half an hour he had left, and the tax office's troops were rapidly mobilized. The next day, the army marched out swiftly. Lin family Manor. After an entire day of tumult, Lin Fan finally emerged refreshed from his time spent with his wives, each of whom now glowed with beauty and contentment. He took a moment to admire them quietly before heading to the smithy. Several mechanical beasts had been idle for a long time, and he planned to take them out for a spin. No matter how strong one's personal skills are, they can only go so far, at most achieving assassinations, but not intimidating an entire army. However, a colossal metal construct could do much more than that. It could single-handedly withstand thousands. Imagine a massive metal serpent, dozens of meters long, rampaging through an army in an age of cold weapons. Just rolling over a few times could crush countless soldiers. As Lin Fan reached the smithy to oil the mechanical beasts, Su Erhu came rushing in, brimming with excitement. Fan, the tax office's army is here, Su Erhu announced excitedly. Lin Fan found it amusing. Why are you so happy about the army coming to attack us? Do you have some strange hobby? Of course not, Su Erhu quickly corrected, though he couldn't hide his excitement. I just want to see if I can shoot a few generals off their horses. You idiot. You've got some lofty ambitions, wanting to shoot generals off their horses. Lin Fan laughed, shaking his head. He, Su Erhu chuckled, scratching his head. My grandpa always said a good man should have great ambitions. I used to dream of being a vanguard on the battlefield, shooting enemy generals off their horses. Now, even though the setting is different, it's almost the same, so, he. Good ambition, Lin Fan acknowledged. He then asked, since the tax office's army has set out, it's clear they plan to suppress us forcefully without asking questions. Go down and tell the guards to prepare all our heavy weaponry. If they attack, show no mercy. Yes, Su Erhu, having received the order he wanted, nodded excitedly and went off to make arrangements. The Lin family's guard unit was not just strong individuals, they were equipped with all sorts of deadly weapons. A 10-man team working together could wipe out a major martial sect. Even top-tier experts couldn't withstand their coordinated attacks. After sending Su Erhu off, Lin Fan returned to his work. If necessary, the mechanical beasts would make a grand appearance. When that time came, he would show the world what it meant when people said, times have changed. The tax office's army, unaware of the impending terror, marched on. Like their superiors, they had always believed in crushing any resistance without leaving survivors. To them, right and wrong didn't matter. Any form of resistance was a death sentence. This policy had been ingrained over the years. Anyone daring to resist was to be killed. If any wrongful deaths occurred, they would be investigated later by designated personnel. This was about maintaining authority. Without such ruthless measures, how could they control the various powerful martial artists across the land? So, as they mobilized, it didn't matter what the specifics were. Lin Fan, for violently resisting the collection of the head tax, was destined to become another casualty. General, shall we proceed as usual and crush them directly? A deputy general asked the leading general of the tax office's army. This general, previously an infamous bandit who had been recruited into the army, was a fearsome and burly man with a menacing face and top-tier martial skills. His ruthless actions had always left trails of blood and carnage. Under his leadership, his soldiers were equally ruthless. Many of them had been his fellow bandits, now turned into soldiers of a violent state institution. Their usual conduct on missions was merciless. When the deputy general sought confirmation, the general responded coldly, "Any who dare defy the court or Emperor Wu are to be killed without mercy. Cut the heads off all their livestock too." Understood. The deputy general, himself a former bandit, showed a cruel smile. Glancing at the fierce soldiers around him, he added in a low voice, "General, I heard this household has many women. Should we let the brothers enjoy themselves first?" The general gave him a cold glance but did not refute the suggestion. His silence was taken as approval. Though now part of the army, occasional indulgence was tolerated. If word got out, a few lashes would settle the matter. Receiving this implicit permission, the deputy quickly relayed the message to his trusted subordinates. The news boosted the troops' morale, speeding up their advance. Without saying a word, the general continued leading the charge. Soon, the army arrived at Tianfeng County. The county magistrate, upon hearing of their arrival, rushed out to greet them but was ignored. After supplying some provisions, the army continued its march toward Lin Fan's manor. The 500 cavalrymen led the charge, with the deputy general at the forefront, his face showing undisguised cruelty. Many of the cavalrymen were former bandits, now officially soldiers but still exuding a menacing aura. Seeing the approaching army, townspeople scrambled out of the way, diving into ditches to avoid the soldiers. "Cowards," the deputy general spat, his disdain echoed by the sneering cavalry. Soon, they arrived at the manor gates. Inside the manor, the guards, under Su Erhu's command, were fully prepared. As the cavalry approached, the guards, armed with long spears, stood firm, showing no fear despite being outnumbered 10-1. Their calm, indifferent gazes made the deputy general squint suspiciously. "Oh? Do you think you can resist us? You fools have a death wish." "Are we the fools?" Su Erhu, dressed in the black and gold uniform of the guard captain, stared coldly at the deputy general. He was a completely different person from the bumbling, loyal follower of Lin Fan. "Hey, aren't you?" the deputy general sneered, full of arrogance. Backed by the Imperial court, he looked down on everyone. Not even the most renowned martial sects mattered to him. And he had the means to back it up. Not to mention his powerful backing, his own strength alone was at the peak of first class. With the fearless spirit of a bandit, he could even challenge ordinary top-tier experts. Moreover, his elite cavalry consisted mostly of skilled fighters. The captains and above were all second-class masters, renowned figures in the martial world. They had been recruited by the Imperial court precisely because of their formidable overall strength. Now, coming to deal with a rural tycoon, how could there be any unexpected outcome? As for the rumors about this place, how could regular armies compare to them? His disdainful attitude wasn't arrogance, it was his confidence. Su Erhu didn't bother to argue. Facing the other's condescending disdain, he merely smiled and said, "You're right, we are reckless. If our master gave the order, we'd even dare charge the Imperial palace. But today, you are the one who will surely die first." Su Erhu's calm statement made the deputy general's eyes widen. He hadn't expected to meet someone even more arrogant than himself. This felt like a direct challenge. In his time, whether as a bandit or now as a member of the Imperial army, no one but his chief dared speak to him like this. This was an affront. But Su Erhu didn't respond further. With a faint smile, he drew a piercing arrow from his quiver, nocked it, and aimed at the deputy general. His movements were light and effortless, as if the shot held no real power. "Trying to shoot me off my horse?" the deputy general laughed upon seeing Su Erhu's actions. He was a peak first-class master, capable of fighting top-tier experts. A mere arrow? As he drew his sword to deflect the arrow and prepare for a charge, confident in his abilities, he was utterly shocked. The moment the arrow made contact, it shattered his sword and pierced his heart, the arrowhead protruding from his back. He was wearing heart-protecting armor, designed to withstand even Shenji battalion crossbows. Yet, this arrow not only pierced his armor but also his heart, the force lifting him off his horse and flinging him backward. He crashed into several men before tumbling to the ground. One arrow had indeed shot him off his horse. "And you dare boast?" he heard a faint voice before everything went black, marking his end. The vanguard leader was killed on the spot. The remaining cavalry, although unharmed, were stunned by the scene before them. They hadn't expected anyone to dare attack them without hesitation. And not just attack, kill outright. There was no intention of holding back. The deputy general was shot off his horse instantly. This wasn't just about strength, it was about terrifying courage. "How dare they?" the cavalry began to mutter, clearly unaccustomed to such events. "Kill. Avenge the deputy general." The various team leaders, recovering from their shock, drew their swords and sounded the charge. Many of them were former bandits, true desperados. Seeing their second-in-command killed so ruthlessly, they didn't need orders to seek revenge. Su Erhu squinted his eyes and coldly commanded, "All guards, listen up. Kill anyone who dares to step into Lin family territory without mercy." Yes, sir. The guards, though only numbering in the dozens, showed no less momentum than the hundreds of cavalry. As soon as the order was given, they leveled their long spears and began to run, three-man teams coordinating seamlessly. Their pace started slow but quickly picked up, soon outpacing even the galloping horses. The cavalry's speed was their advantage, but they hadn't expected their opponents to outrun their horses on foot. When the two sides collided, many cavalrymen were speared off their horses before they could even react, writhing and screaming in mid-air like skewered candied fruit. The momentum from the charging horses was immense, but the guards weren't slowed in the slightest. They continued their assault on the remaining cavalry. In a brief clash, almost every guard's spear carried 3 or more cavalrymen. The sight of them writhing and screaming on the spears made one's skin crawl. The guards, however, remained expressionless. During battle, they wore special masks that protected them from arrows and blood splatter. Blood splashed on their masks, making them look like demons. With a swift motion, they flicked the corpses off their spears. Those not yet dead were finished off with a stomp from their specially designed combat boots. The entire process was carried out with cold efficiency. Even though the guards were few, each one took down an average of 3 cavalrymen, killing over 100. Yet, several hundred cavalry remained. Witnessing this scene, the remaining cavalry were terrified and lost the will to fight. Previously, anyone who got close to these guards, whether second-rate captains or elite fighters, was killed without exception. In contrast, the guards dodged effortlessly or counterattacked, skewering the cavalry like it was nothing. This left no doubt in anyone's mind about the guards' strength. Dozens of black-clad guards were all top-tier masters. One such master could lead a vanguard and charge through an army. Now there were dozens, all trained in the same martial arts and perfect coordination. What could they possibly do against such a force? Retreat! Retreat! Someone shouted, and the remaining cavalry began to flee for their lives. So much for being fearless bandits in the face of overwhelming strength. They were no different from anyone else. In just one brief skirmish, 500 elite cavalry were routed and fled. Even without pursuit, nearly 200 were killed. Among the guards, only a few suffered minor injuries. Their uniforms, made from soft armor by master craftsmen, were impervious to most attacks. Combined with their top-tier skills and expert spear techniques, the cavalry stood no chance. "Captain, should we pursue?" one of the bloodthirsty guards asked, eager after the brief skirmish. Su Erhu sneered, "No need to chase. These are just the vanguard. If we kill them all, the main army won't dare to come. We need to give them some hope." "Captain, are you planning to wipe out the entire army?" asked a captain, a peak-level master who had undergone many bloody battles, his eyes lighting up at the prospect. "Our master said to show no mercy, so we will go all out," Su Erhu replied calmly. Internally he felt he hadn't had enough fun yet, having only shot one general, who wasn't even the main general, just a deputy. Such a target couldn't satisfy his ambitions. "Good. We won't disappoint the master," the bloodthirsty captain said, excitement gleaming in his eyes. Su Erhu raised an eyebrow. It seemed there were others even more eager for battle than him. Originally from the same village, they all seemed ordinary. Yet, after several bloody battles, they had all become bloodthirsty, fighting without fear. If it were just a few, it could be explained by their personalities. But since they all behaved this way, it couldn't just be their nature. "Husband, have you noticed? Our guards are all very eager for battle and extremely determined, fearless even. If it were just 1 or 2, it could be explained, but all of them," Jianling observed from the Manor's observation tower, curious about the guards' transformation. Su Xiaoxiao was equally puzzled. She knew most of the guards, as they were from her village, many related by blood, including her cousins. One cousin in particular had been timid, rarely engaging in fights. Now, he was the most bloodthirsty of them all. If Su Erhu hadn't stopped him, he would have chased the fleeing cavalry alone. In the brief skirmish, he had killed 5 cavalrymen himself. This change in character was indeed strange. Lin Fan pondered for a moment and said, "It's probably due to practicing the 9 transformations of the reverse dragon. The previous dynasty gathered the world's knowledge to create this supreme martial art to enhance their army's combat effectiveness. For an army, morale and fighting spirit are just as important as physical strength. The founding emperor likely considered this aspect." He then asked the 2 gentlest wives, Su Xiaoxiao and Wang Nanan, "You 2 used to be so gentle, afraid to even kill a chicken. Now, if asked to kill a chicken, would you dare?" The 2 women thought about it. In the past, the mere thought of using a knife to kill a chicken and the sight of blood would scare them. They couldn't bring themselves to do it. But now, Thinking about it again, they felt no fear at all. Instead, they had an eagerness to try. Realizing this change, they covered their mouths in shock. Have we turned bad, they wondered, frightened by their own transformation. Seeing this, the other wives understood. Lin Fan, how did you figure this out? Dao Miao Miao asked curiously, as she hadn't noticed. Lin Fan chuckled, I noticed it from our daily interactions. When we used to play those intimate games, you were the only fierce one. The others were shy. But now, each of you is fiercer than me. If it weren't for my strong stamina, I would have been devoured by you all. Who are you calling fierce? Dao Miao Miao protested, pouncing on Lin Fan to beat him. Lin Fan didn't resist. With his physique, at most, he would just feel a slight tickle. Knowing this, Dao Miao Miao stopped punching and bit him instead. Ouch. You really are fierce, Lin Fan yelped as she bit his waist. HMPF. That'll teach you to call me fierce, Dao Miao Miao said smugly. Alright, biting your husband, are you? Let's see how you like a spanking. Lin Fan pretended to be angry and started spanking her. Her already plump and round behind, now even fuller with pregnancy, made a satisfying sound. He enjoyed the sensation, taking full advantage of the opportunity. While Lin Fan was having fun, the tax office's army was not. Seeing their defeated troops return in disarray, the general's face darkened. Upon hearing that his trusted deputy had been killed by a single arrow, he furiously slashed his desk in half with his sword. Courting death, he roared, eyes bloodshot. It took a while for him to calm down. Taking a deep breath, he forced himself to regain composure. This was the first significant setback he'd faced since being recruited by the court. His longtime brothers-in-arms had perished here, and he couldn't swallow this humiliation. Tell me everything that happened, down to the last detail, he demanded coldly from a cavalry captain. The captain, knowing the general's fury, quickly recounted the entire incident without any hesitation. Learning that his deputy had been shot off his horse, the general's pupils contracted. He knew the deputy's strength well. To kill him so effortlessly, the archer must have exceptional skills, possibly even the ability to channel inner energy into the arrow for greater piercing power, a capability only top-tier experts possessed. Yes, before the deputy could react, he was shot down. We tried to avenge him with a charge, but... The captain hesitated, trembling as he recalled the scene. But what? The general asked coldly, sensing significant news. But we didn't expect. The captain took a deep breath and continued. That Manor had not only the head who shot the deputy but also a guard unit of dozens of elite fighters, all above first-class level. A guard unit of dozens of first-class experts. The general's expression turned grave. A top-tier archer who could kill a peak first-class expert with ease, along with a guard unit of dozens of first-class fighters. This was akin to the Imperial Guard's level of protection. Even the Imperial Guard might not have that many first-class experts. This explained their bold resistance. Such hidden strength meant that even if his army charged and won, they would suffer heavy casualties. But retreating wasn't an option either. He couldn't face his superiors after such a defeat, especially with his trusted deputy killed here. How many Shenji crossbows do we have? The general asked a mid-ranking officer nearby. This officer, a regular court official, often acted as an overseer, and wasn't usually trusted, but with his deputy dead, the general had no choice but to use him. Reporting to the general, we have 500 Shenji crossbows and 10,000 armor-piercing bolts, the officer replied. The general nodded, then looked at the map and issued orders. When we approach, don't charge immediately. Have the cavalry lure them out. Use the Shenji crossbows at the pass to shoot them down. The Shenji crossbows were effective against second-rate experts. 500 crossbows fired simultaneously could pose a significant threat even to first-rate experts. Even if they didn't kill outright, wounding them would allow the main army to finish the job. Two armies clashing wasn't just about brute strength. Strategy was crucial too. The plan was sound. However, they didn't know that their every move was being watched by shadowy figures using stealth techniques and from birds flying overhead. Trying to use tactics. Lin Fan, upon learning of their plans, chuckled. Normally, knowing the enemy's plan, one would avoid falling into the trap. But Lin Fan wasn't worried. His guards were not ordinary first-rate fighters. Trained with the 9 transformations of the reverse dragon, they were like violent machines. Their soft armor, crafted by Lin Fan himself, could withstand even the Shenji crossbows. Pass my order to Su Erhu. Tell him to play along and show them what despair truly means, Lin Fan ordered with a smile. Yes, sir. The shadow guard who reported quickly relayed the message. Upon receiving the order, Su Erhu's smile turned even more sinister. Don't hold back. Use the rain of pear blossoms needles and shoot them all, he commanded. Yes, sir. There would be no tricks today, just a straightforward clash to see who could shoot more fiercely and withstand more. A mile away from the manor, the tax office's army halted on the command of their ruthless general. He ordered 500 elite soldiers armed with Shenji crossbows to hide in the forest, carefully concealing themselves. His plan was clear: fake a defeat to lure the manor's guards into pursuit. Once they reached the ambush point, the hidden soldiers would unleash a volley of crossbow bolts to disrupt the guards' formation. Following this, he would lead the main force in a counterattack. He made a slight adjustment to his plan, using the entire army as bait instead of just the cavalry. He believed that since the manor's guards hadn't pursued the retreating cavalry earlier, they were likely waiting for the main force. He aimed to use this to his advantage and ensure his plan succeeded. However, this strategy did not escape Lin Fan's watchful eyes. Yet Lin Fan didn't interfere. He knew that regardless of the opponent's tactics, the outcome would be the same. After all, it was just the garrison of a single county. If they couldn't handle these troops, how could they hope to challenge the entire court? Unaware that he was merely a warm-up opponent, the general felt confident as he watched his plan unfold. In real battles, having strength isn't enough, you need strategy too, the general boasted, glancing at the deputy beside him. The deputy didn't respond, focusing instead on the mobilizing troops. To ensure the best bait, they didn't use any fancy tactics. 4,000 soldiers, supported by cavalry, launched a direct charge at the manor, creating an impressive display. 4,000 troops might not sound like much, but when gathered together they formed an imposing mass, like a sea of heads stretching as far as the eye could see. Each step they took created a tremendous noise. The unified shout of kill echoed like thunder, almost piercing the sky. In the surrounding area, aside from Lin Fan's manor, there were several estates of wealthy families. Hearing the deafening war cries, they trembled in fear, ordering their servants to lock the gates tightly, not daring even to watch. The news of Lin Fan's violent resistance to the head tax was no secret in this area. Many officials had spread the word after a few drinks. Now, hearing the terrifying war cries, it was clear the tax office's army had come. I heard that the master of the Lin Manor is quite powerful. I wonder if he can hold them off despite not daring to watch. Curiosity got the better of many. It's unlikely. The tax office's troops are elite, often dealing with major forces. Whenever they're deployed, they wipe out their targets completely, someone replied with a sigh. This wasn't due to any particular fondness for Lin Fan, but rather the rarity of someone daring to resist the head tax. The thought of his impending doom elicited sympathy. That may be true, but who can say for sure until the end? An elderly man with gray hair interjected. Do you know something we don't, Master Tai? Someone asked, eyes lighting up with curiosity. Let's be clear, the old man replied sternly. The Sai Shui gang disbanded long ago, and I retired. I'm no longer a gang leader. Despite his firm tone, the crowd persisted. Come now, it's just a title. No, it's important. The Sai Shui gang is no more, and I am not its leader, Master Tai insisted, his eyes warning them. In Tianfeng County, the old gang leader Tai Legwater Skimmer still commanded respect. Seeing his warning, everyone else backed down, though they didn't quite understand his aversion to the title. Alright, if Master Tai insists, we won't mention it, someone said to defuse the situation. With the topic of Master Tai settled, the discussion returned to Lin Fan's chances. Master Tai held to his optimistic view. This led to someone proposing a bet. Since Master Tai is so confident, why don't we place a wager? A middle-aged man with a goatee suggested. How would this bet work? The others showed interest. Simple. We split into two groups. Those who think Lin Fan will win, and those who think he'll lose. We place our bets accordingly, the goated man explained. Everyone agreed, including Master Tai. Unlike the others, who bet against Lin Fan, he put down a significant amount, 5,000 taels of silver, on Lin Fan's success. The goated man who was organizing the bets was both thrilled and nervous. If Master Tai won, the payout would be 10,000 taels, but he was reassured by the substantial bets placed against Lin Fan. Having secured the bets, they decided to find a vantage point to watch the battle. Led by Master Tai, they climbed a hill with a clear view, their speed impressively quick for their age. As they reached the top, they witnessed a scene they would never forget. As the advancing army neared Lin Fan's manor, they felt like wheat being harvested. Despite still being dozens of meters away, this distance seemed like a death zone. Both cavalry and infantry collapsed as soon as they stepped into it. Even the resilient war horses couldn't escape this fate, toppling over one after another. In the blink of an eye, a vast swath of the once formidable charging army had been decimated. Those in the rear, unaware of the danger, continued to charge forward, while those at the front, having witnessed the carnage, tried desperately to retreat. This led to chaos as the two groups collided, with some soldiers even drawing their swords to hack at their comrades to avoid being pushed forward. Rather than advance another step, they preferred to cut down their own companions. This bizarre and terrifying sight left the spectators, who had placed bets on the outcome, utterly dumbfounded. What kind of divine intervention was this? Wasn't the tax office's army supposed to be elite Imperial troops? Was this elite? Cutting down their own men? Everyone present was filled with questions. Meanwhile, the general who had confidently orchestrated this attack was equally baffled. He couldn't understand what had created this death zone, where anyone who approached was mowed down like wheat. It wasn't until he used his inner strength to enhance his vision that he spotted the culprits. They were metallic cylinders held by Lin Fan's guards. As soon as the enemy approached within 50 meters, the guards would aim and fire these cylinders. Upon activation, the cylinders unleashed a torrent of fine needles, raining down like a deadly shower. This fan-shaped area of effect reached up to 100 meters, leaving no one untouched. Even those hit in non-lethal areas quickly succumbed as black blood oozed from their wounds, dying within moments. Blood-sealing throats. The phrase came to the general's mind instantly. These seemingly insignificant metallic cylinders were death machines in disguise. Given this, who in their right mind would dare to advance? In less than 10 minutes, the entire army was in full retreat. And this was not a feigned retreat as planned, but a genuine rout. The soldiers fled in panic, beyond anyone's command, only thinking of escaping through any available gap. The general was furious. This chaos meant that even if the ambush he had set up went according to plan, he couldn't rally the fleeing soldiers to counterattack. Their spirit was utterly broken. The absolute death zone was too terrifying, even for him. But the worst was yet to come. He saw his ambushing crossbowmen emerge from the forest in terror, ignoring orders and abandoning their Shenji crossbows, as if something monstrous was chasing them. What the hell, the general muttered, sensing imminent disaster. His fears were soon confirmed. Some of the slower crossbowmen suddenly had their heads lopped off as they ran, the gruesome scene more horrifying than the earlier death zone. Gasp. What kind of monster did the tax office get us involved with? The general shivered, feeling his scalp tingle with fear. This battle was impossible to win. In that instant he decided to flee. Whoever wanted to fight here could do so without him. But just as he turned to run, a chilling arrow, charged and ready, shot through the air like lightning. In fact, this general had been cautious ever since learning that there was a master archer of exceptional skill in the area. He had remained vigilant throughout, only refraining from launching a full-scale charge because of this threat. With his top-tier martial prowess and commanding 5,000 troops, he could have taken on dozens of elite fighters. After all, armies had specialized formations to enhance their combat effectiveness. But despite his vigilance, he couldn't evade this archer's shot. The arrow was cunningly aimed not at his chest or neck, but directly at his buttocks, one of the body's most protected areas due to its muscle mass. This region lacks vulnerable bones or nerves, making injuries there less severe. However, its lower sensitivity meant it was less guarded. The shot took advantage of his turning to flee, when his defenses were weakest. Despicable, he cursed as the cold arrowhead pierced his flesh, blood splattering from the wound. Though he managed a slight shift at the last moment, avoiding a direct hit to the center, he was in no position to celebrate. A numbing sensation spread from the arrow wound, originating from his buttocks and radiating outward. His powerful internal energy, instinctively gathered at the injury site, was barely keeping the spreading numbness at bay. An arrow wound in the buttocks shouldn't cause such numbness. Instantly he realized the arrow was poisoned, deadly so. His formidable internal energy was rapidly being neutralized. With no time to react otherwise, he gritted his teeth and drew his sword, slashing at his own buttock. Thwack. With a spurt of blood, a chunk of his buttock, along with the embedded arrow, fell to the ground. Despite his once bandit toughness, he couldn't help but howl in pain, both physical and emotional. So decisive, Su Erhu murmured, impressed. The poison on the arrow was lethal regardless of the hit location, designed to paralyze and kill swiftly. Knowing the vigilance of top-tier experts, he had aimed for the least guarded spot. Swearing he had no peculiar fascination with shooting buttocks, Su Erhu watched as the general, having severed his own flesh, turned to flee. The general, now desperate and severely wounded, knew he couldn't stay. He had confirmed that the hidden archer was a top-tier expert, possibly even a pinnacle level 1. Such an adversary, especially one so devious, was beyond his ability to face. Amidst the chaos, as bizarre events unfolded around him, he fled, hoping to escape this nightmare. But his path was soon blocked by a stunning young woman. Her beauty was mesmerizing, capable of entrancing any man with a mere glance. But for the general, the aura of power emanating from her struck fear deep into his soul. A supreme expert, he stuttered, his entire body trembling. You see that clearly. Do you think you can escape today? The woman, Jianling, asked gently. With her presence, escape was impossible. Your skill is formidable. I can't outrun you. But you must realize I represent the court. Are you truly ready to defy the empire? He asked, clinging to his last hope. On the territory of the Great Long Dynasty, the court's authority was paramount. Even the 4 great sects wouldn't defy it. Facing certain death, he invoked this authority. Jianling laughed softly. Do you think the court would spare us if we let you go? We defy the court because we do not fear it. If we did, you wouldn't be here, she continued. The general fell silent, realizing she was right. If they feared the court, they wouldn't have resisted the tax office, and his troops wouldn't be here. Seeing his threats were futile, he felt a deep hatred for the tax office, whose incompetence had brought this disaster upon him. Anything else to say? Jianling asked gently, offering him a chance for last words. Knowing there was no escape, the general managed to say, the court will not spare you, even if you are a supreme expert. Jianling nodded, acknowledging his final statement. I might not be able to withstand the court's might, but who said it would be up to me? What do you mean? The general asked, eyes widening. Just to fulfill your curiosity, my power is not the greatest in the Lin family, Jianling said, smiling. Before he could respond, her sword flashed, and the general fell, his eyes wide open in death. With the general dead, the remaining troops scattered completely. The Lin family guards didn't pursue them, there was no need. The panicked soldiers trampled each other in their desperate flight. Of the 5,000 troops, less than 2,000 managed to flee. The battlefield was strewn with bodies, a small family defeating an entire regiment. When news reached the county, officials were stunned. They soon received orders to clean up the battlefield. Killing the court's troops, and then having the court's officials clean up the mess, was an audacious act, one that left the county magistrate in shock. It was beyond arrogance, it was outright defiance. But he dared not refuse. Trembling, he sent his men to organize the cleanup, knowing he had no choice. Meanwhile, on a nearby hill, those who had bet on the outcome stared in disbelief. Master Tai, usually sullen, was now jubilant. Pay up, he demanded, grabbing a wad of silver notes from the goated man with a broad grin. The men, once skeptical, were now in awe of the Lin family's strength. Master Tai's faith had paid off, rewarding him handsomely. Who would have thought the Lin Manor master, rumored to be a disaster, would turn out to be my lucky star? He laughed, pocketing the silver. But just as he moved to secure his winnings, a chill ran down his spine. Before he could react, he saw a small figure under a tree, no more than 3 or 4 years old, yet exuding an aura of cold authority. The child carried a custom-made short sword. Daring to gamble on the master's fate, you are unforgivable. The child's voice was clear and young, but the words sent a shiver through the onlookers. The men, about to protest, were abruptly kicked aside by Master Tai, who then knelt before the child. The swiftness of his action left everyone speechless. What on earth is this? They wondered, stunned by the scene. What on earth is this? The few who had just gotten up were instantly frozen in place, kneeling to a toddler who probably didn't even have all his teeth yet. What was this madness? Only the sharp-eyed goated man seemed to grasp something, his body trembling as he stood silently with his head down. We meant no offense. We were merely caught up in the moment and made a bet, the old gang leader explained respectfully, remaining on his knees. He wasn't crazy. The scene before him was simply too bizarre. This child, only a few years old, radiated the aura of a peak first-class master. As a second-class fighter, the old gang leader couldn't even muster his internal energy under this pressure. Just one look at the child sent chills from his feet to his head, as if he might lose his life at any moment. Understanding the gravity of the situation, the old gang leader realized he had once again stumbled into big trouble. To offend the master, all of you are unforgivable. The child didn't acknowledge the old gang leader's explanation. His eyes glowed with a special eerie light, exuding an even more terrifying aura of a peak first-class master. At this moment, the other men, who had been stunned, finally realized what was happening and promptly knelt down as well. The child, Lin Xia Tong, was a loyal shadow guard, personally given the Lin surname by Lin Fan. To him, the master who bestowed his name was everything. Learning that someone had bet on Lin Fan's fate was a blatant insult, an unforgivable offense. People trained in the 9 transformations of the reverse dragon either became bloodthirsty or obsessive. Lin Xia Tong was a mix of both, behaving more like a demon child. Violating his taboos meant a fight to the death. slowly drawing his short sword, a semi-divine weapon that had drunk the blood of many first-class masters. Lin Xia Tong prepared to act. The sight made the old gang leader's temples throb with fear, knowing that inaction would mean instant death. He had no idea how such a monster had been created, but was certain it was connected to the person they had bet on. "I know Master Lin. I've even given him gifts," the old gang leader shouted instinctively. His survival instincts, honed from years in the underworld, had once again proven accurate. Upon hearing this, Lin Xia Tong halted his actions. "You know our master?" Yes. I've given him gifts and shared tea with him," the old gang leader nodded rapidly, eager to confirm his connection to Lin Fan. The gifts were peace offerings, and the tea was shared with the Northern Leg Elder. Hearing this, Lin Xia Tong sheathed his sword. "If you know the master, then he will decide your fate. Follow me back to the manor to await his judgment," he commanded, turning to lead the way. "Is this little?" "No. This young master one of Master Lin's people?" the goated man asked, quickly grasping the situation. The old gang leader, getting up with a bitter smile, nodded. "Yes, he is not only one of Master Lin's people but also a terrifying peak first-class expert. We must follow him and think of a way to earn Master Lin's forgiveness." Without waiting for the others, he followed Lin Xia Tong, not daring to flee. He had too much to live for, including his many young wives. "Do we really have to go?" someone asked. "Do you want to die? Then stay here," the goated man replied coldly, following the old gang leader. Facing a peak first-class expert, even the second-class old gang leader was terrified. The choice was clear. Those left behind, fearing for their lives, reluctantly followed. Inside the manor, Lin Fan was tallying the spoils of their recent victory with his wives. The bounty was significant, given the number of enemies defeated. Their counting was interrupted by Lin Xia Tong leading the old gang leader and his companions to seek an audience. Lin Fan was puzzled. Normally, Lin Xia Tong wouldn't act without urgent cause. But upon hearing the explanation, the situation became clear. "You've got some nerve betting on my life," Lin Fan said with a smile, though it was unclear whether he was amused or angry. None of the men dared to breathe, let alone speak. Lin Xia Tong might have been a child, but Lin Fan was the formidable master who had single-handedly crushed a 5,000-strong Imperial army. If he was displeased, he could easily kill them all. Seeing their fear, Lin Fan continued, "Why so silent? Where's that boldness you had when betting on my life?" The old gang leader, knowing he had to explain, recounted the events leading to the bet, emphasizing it was a spur-of-the-moment decision. "A spur-of-the-moment decision," Lin Fan chuckled, making the old gang leader's scalp tingle. "And you bet on my survival, didn't you?" "Yes, I believed in your strength," the old gang leader admitted, trying to sound respectful. Lin Fan extended his hand. Understanding the gesture, the old gang leader, though reluctant, handed over the winnings and his stake, 5,000 taels in total. "Quite the gambler," Lin Fan remarked, holding the thick stack of notes. He, I had faith in you, Master Lin," the old gang leader replied, his flattery smooth and practiced. "You're quite something," Lin Fan said, a hint of approval in his tone. For someone bringing money to the door, Lin Fan naturally had a good attitude. "This is my honor," the old gang leader nodded repeatedly, finally breathing a sigh of relief, knowing he had escaped this ordeal. However, the others involved were not going to get off so easily. Betting on his death? That was an insult Lin Fan couldn't overlook. "We are also willing to compensate," they quickly knelt and offered, sensing Lin Fan's displeasure. In just a few moments, Lin Fan had pocketed several thousand taels of silver. It was faster than robbing a bank. "Truly, you should pick the fattest sheep to slaughter. This is more profitable than the spoils of battle," Lin Fan mused, looking at the thick stack of silver notes in his hand. As for those who had bet against him, he didn't make things too difficult for them. They had shown sincere regret, and Lin Fan wasn't unreasonable. If betting on him meant earning a few thousand taels, he was always open to the idea. After this windfall, Lin Fan was in a great mood. Feeling pleased, it was time to recognize and reward his people. In this battle, Su Erhu, the chief guard, had performed exceptionally well. Of course, this was apart from Jianling, his wife, who had killed the enemy general. Taking down the enemy commander was the greatest achievement, but that was a reward he would handle privately with her. "Erhu, you did an excellent job this time. You didn't disappoint me," Lin Fan praised, gathering the troops in the training ground. "Ready to die for you," Master Su Erhu declared, his hand over his heart. "Good." Lin Fan nodded in satisfaction, then took out a Tianyuan pill. "This is a Tianyuan pill. It will increase your internal power by 60 years and give you a significant chance to reach innate level, becoming a supreme master. This is your reward for leading the defense." Upon receiving the reward, Su Erhu's dark face turned red with excitement. "Thank you, master," he exclaimed, accepting the small jade bottle. If this could indeed elevate him to the level of a supreme master, no number of generals would be enough to stop him. "Su Xiaobing, step forward," Lin Fan called out. Su Xiaobing was the younger cousin of Lin Fan's second wife. A young man who had become more bloodthirsty after training in the 9 transformations of the reverse dragon. "You led the troops in the most kills this time. I promote you to the rank of captain of the Bright Guard and award you 2 great rejuvenation pills. Take these and quickly reach the pinnacle of first class. When you achieve more, I'll grant you a Tianyuan pill to become a supreme master." Handing over another small jade bottle with 2 precious pills, Lin Fan continued the rewards. "Thank you, master. I won't let you down. I'll earn more merit and become a supreme master for the family." Su Xiaobing was equally excited, both for the precious rewards and for the recognition from Lin Fan. "Lin Xia Tong, step forward," Lin Fan called next, turning to the youngest member. Lin Xia Tong, a solemn-faced child, quickly came forward. "Xiao Tong, your performance among the Shadow Guards was outstanding. Though you're too young for a promotion and your special physique needs control, your reward will be the same. Take these 2 great rejuvenation pills and reach first class soon." Looking at the child, Lin Fan felt a mix of pride and amazement at nurturing such a prodigy. "Ready to die for you." Master Lin Xiaotong's dedication was unwavering, his few words reflecting his resolute loyalty. Although he held no official rank due to his age, being the only one sharing Lin Fan's surname ensured he was respected and feared. The rewards continued, with everyone who had distinguished themselves receiving their due. Lin Fan handed out all his great rejuvenation pills, and even distributed the silver notes taken from the old gang leader and the others. In this regard, Lin Fan was never stingy with his people. Watching the motivated guards retreat to their quarters to refine their skills, Lin Fan couldn't help but smile, already looking forward to the next confrontation with the court's forces. A few supreme masters, a host of top-tier experts, and an array of deadly weapons. How many troops would be needed to take them on? He even began contemplating a bold idea: overthrowing the court. Passively taking blows was not his style. If he ascended to the throne, he could enjoy countless rewards from the system, including treasures beyond imagination. Marry 3 wives and receive a gold brick, marry 30 and gain a kingdom, marry 300 and obtain an elixir. What would marrying 3,000 wives earn him? Time passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, over 10 days had gone by. The guards who had gone into seclusion for training began to emerge, their strength greatly increased. Thanks to the alchemical skills of the divine alchemist, their progress was extraordinary. However, the anticipated army from the Imperial court had yet to arrive. Instead, Lin Fan's father-in-law showed up with a group of people. His father-in-law was Dao Beishan, accompanied by his wife, Dao Miao Miao, as well as Lu Hong and his wife, the couple whom Lin Fan had previously helped by detoxifying. Father, Mother Lin Fan greeted them at the gate with Dao Miao Miao by his side. "Father, Mother," Dao Miao Miao added sweetly, rubbing her pregnant belly. Dao Beishan, who initially wore a stern expression due to the trouble Lin Fan had caused, quickly softened upon seeing his daughter's swollen belly. "Daughter, your." Dao Beishan's breath quickened, and his wife shared his reaction. Dao Miao Miao proudly declared, "Of course, I'm pregnant. My dear daughter. Why didn't you tell us earlier?" Dao Miao Miao's mother exclaimed, stepping forward to inspect her. "I wanted it to be a surprise." "How do you like it?" Dao Miao Miao replied playfully. "It's a wonderful surprise but also a shock. You never let us rest easy," her mother chided, though her tone was affectionate. "Sorry, Mother," Dao Miao Miao said, clutching her mother's hand and acting like a child. "You really are something," her mother sighed, shaking her head before the 2 women started chatting privately. Meanwhile, Lin Fan's father-in-law pulled him aside. "My son-in-law, you've really caused a huge mess this time," Dao Beishan said sternly. Lin Fan raised an eyebrow and smiled. "I didn't intend to, but they kept pushing me. I couldn't just let them walk all over us." "What's the story?" Dao Beishan asked, sensing there was more to the tale. Lin Fan explained the situation, detailing how the prince's son had instigated trouble, using the tax bureau to harass him in hopes of humiliating his wives. "They wanted to send my daughter to a brothel." Dao Beishan exploded in anger. Seeing his father-in-law so worked up, Lin Fan had to calm him down. "It's not worth getting so worked up over." But Dao Beishan couldn't be calmed. "That prince's son is looking for death. I'll kill him myself." Lin Fan, slightly taken aback, suggested they go inside to talk more. "Let's go inside," Dao Beishan agreed. Master Lin Lu Hong greeted respectfully. Master Lin, his wife, echoed, looking much healthier than before. "Come in, All of you, Lin Fan said, nodding. Once inside, they were served tea. After taking a sip, Dao Beishan frowned. You've done nothing wrong, but standing against the Imperial army means this won't end well. True. So what brings you here? Father Lin Fan asked with a smile. Dao Beishan answered boldly. You either run or rebel and take down the court. Oh? Aren't you afraid of the court? Lin Fan laughed. Afraid? I don't know the meaning of the word. And I won't just stand by and watch you get destroyed by them, Dao Beishan declared. Lin Fan felt touched by his father-in-law's loyalty. He didn't know about Lin Fan's hidden assets but chose to stand with him anyway. Thank you. Father Lin Fan said sincerely. We're family. No need for thanks. I've disliked the current state of the court for a long time. Ever since the emperor grew old and the left prime minister fell, things have changed, Dao Beishan explained. Lin Fan raised an eyebrow. Is the court really in chaos? On the surface, it seems calm, but it's a mess. The old emperor has no interest in ruling, focusing only on immortality. The current administration is in the hands of traitors, and many royal members are restless. The once mighty kingdom has lost its glory, Dao Beishan elaborated. Recently, there's been an uprising in the west due to famine. People are struggling to survive and have started killing tax officials. That's serious? Lin Fan asked, surprised. It's just beginning. Reliable sources say there's a hidden hand behind these uprisings, trying to incite a larger rebellion, Dao Beishan confirmed. No wonder it's been so quiet despite what I've done here, Lin Fan mused, realizing why the court hadn't responded to his actions yet. That's why I said we might as well rebel. With your skills as a divine craftsman and alchemist, and our support, it's possible, Dao Beishan asserted. But rebelling is no simple task, his wife interjected. Even in chaos, the court's foundation remains strong. As long as the emperor lives, change is impossible. Dao Beishan wanted to argue but fell silent at the mention of the emperor. Lin Fan, noticing this, asked, Father, what kind of person is the emperor? Why is he so crucial to the kingdom's stability? Dao Beishan sighed. The emperor is a remarkable man. He expanded our kingdom through sheer force. He's a master tactician and deeply respected by the military. As long as he's around, the army remains loyal, and the kingdom stands firm. Lin Fan nodded in agreement. The military is the backbone of any nation. As long as it remains intact, no rebellion can succeed. But Lin Fan was a wildcard. If pushed, he was ready to use his hidden power. For now, though, the Western uprising was a bigger issue for the court, giving Lin Fan some respite. Let's put this aside for now. You're here. Let's enjoy some of our specialty dishes, Lin Fan suggested, changing the topic. Dao Beishan agreed. Yes, let's eat. Lin Fan's wives quickly prepared a feast, and the meal was enjoyed by all. Afterwards, Lin Fan took Lu Hong and his wife to the reception room. You needed to see me, Lin Fan asked, sensing they had something important to discuss. Yes, Lu Hong replied respectfully. Last time you left in a hurry, and we didn't properly thank you. We brought a gift to show our gratitude. No need for gifts. Helping you was the right thing to do, Lin Fan waved off. But this is a token of our appreciation for saving a life, Lu Hong insisted, presenting a wooden box. It's a rare ginseng, over 2,000 years old, Lu Hong explained. A 2,000-year-old ginseng? Lin Fan's eyes lit up. Such a rare herb was exactly what he needed. Yes, it's a premium old ginseng, Lu Hong confirmed. I'll take it, but let me pay for it. I can give you 50,000 taels or a great rejuvenation pill, Lin Fan offered. The market value for such a ginseng was indeed high, and a great rejuvenation pill was priceless. Lu Hong was determined to refuse the money, but hearing about the pill made him hesitate. Take it as my return gift, Lin Fan insisted, giving him the pill. Unable to refuse, Lu Hong accepted, grateful. Lin Fan smiled, knowing he had made a good trade. This ginseng would help create a substitute Tianyuan pill, potent enough to push someone to innate level. Thank you, Master Lin, Lu Hong said sincerely. With the matter settled, Lin Fan turned to Lu Hong's wife. If I'm not mistaken, you were once part of the White Lotus sect. Are you from the White Lotus sect? A simple question, yet it stirred great waves in the reception hall. Lu Hong, who had just received a valuable treasure and was feeling quite pleased, turned pale upon hearing these words. He glanced at Lin Fan, instinctively wanting to explain. The woman at the center of the storm, however, merely sighed, her expression calm as if she had anticipated this moment. Master Lin, you must be joking. My wife has been with me for many years, always quietly supporting our family. She couldn't possibly be from the White Lotus sect, Lu Hong said with a forced smile, trying to appear calm but only succeeding in looking even more nervous. It was obvious to anyone paying attention that something was amiss. The sudden question had clearly hit a sensitive nerve. Lin Fan didn't respond, nor did he argue. He simply looked calmly at the woman. She sighed again, then nodded bitterly. Master Lin, you are indeed perceptive. I was once part of the White Lotus sect. Although I have been expelled, my roots are there. Dear Lu Hong began, but stopped, realizing that nothing he could say would change the facts now that his wife had admitted the truth. Rest assured, since I have brought this up instead of taking action, it means I do not intend to make things difficult for you, Lin Fan said calmly. You're not going to capture me, the woman asked, her expression just as calm. Why would I do that? Lin Fan replied with a smile. Aren't we enemies? She continued, her gaze steady. I have a grudge against the White Lotus sect, but it's not a personal vendetta. And you have already left the sect, Lin Fan explained. The woman fell silent, contemplating his words. She had come here intending to reveal the truth. She knew that when Lin Fan had detoxified her, he must have figured out her background. Otherwise, he wouldn't have identified the poison so accurately. I was the previous saintess of the White Lotus sect. I lost favor because I couldn't see through some deceptions, and was then used as a vessel for the sacred poison to serve one last purpose, she explained, lowering her head slightly. Lin Fan wasn't surprised. He had already suspected as much when he detoxified her and noticed that her poison was similar to that of Dao Elder. What made you willingly harbor such deadly poison? Lin Fan asked, puzzled. It's not that complicated. The sect raised me, and I had my own child to protect, she replied bitterly. Dear Lu Hong's eyes filled with tears upon hearing this. I understand, Lin Fan nodded. A mother can give up many things, but never her child. Indeed, protecting one's child can sometimes be more important than one's own life. Regardless, thank you for giving me a new life. I brought my husband here to express my gratitude and to warn you. The White Lotus sect is not as simple as it appears. Its hidden power is immense, the woman said, her tone growing serious for the first time. Lin Fan listened quietly, then smiled. Are you referring to the mysterious master behind the scenes? You already know, she asked, surprised. Lin Fan nodded. Yes, I know about him. He even sent blood guards to kill me recently. I didn't expect you to have faced that, but that's only a small part of it, she continued. A small part. Lin Fan's expression grew serious. He thought he understood the sect's depths, but this was new information. Indeed. Not even half of it, she confirmed, her expression equally serious. I'd like to hear more, Lin Fan said, calming himself. The woman looked at Lin Fan with newfound respect. She had expected her revelation to shock him, but he remained composed, seemingly unshaken. Aren't you surprised? She asked. I am a bit. But no matter how deep their waters are, they can't be deeper than mine, Lin Fan replied with a confident smile. The woman was taken aback. His confidence was overwhelming. Perhaps we have all underestimated you. I feel that the grand schemes of the White Lotus sect and the flawless plans of their mysterious master will ultimately fall apart because of you, she said, her tone a mix of sadness and a strange satisfaction. Clearly, she harbored some resentment towards her former sect. Let me tell you about the true state of the White Lotus sect, she began. The sect has a long history, but its true rise to power came when a masked figure arrived at the main altar one day. Those blood guards you encountered were actually failures, part of the mysterious master's blood god project. The real aim is to create a blood god that surpasses even the greatest masters, the woman said seriously, dropping a bombshell of information. Creating a being that surpasses the greatest masters. Lin Fan's eyes narrowed. A god? What kind of existence is that? Even though this god isn't a deity from myth, surpassing the greatest masters in this world is enough to earn such a title. After all, reaching the level of a master already means transcending the ordinary, becoming nearly invincible. A single individual at that level can rival entire armies. If the Blood God Project succeeds in creating such a being, it would indeed be worthy of being called a god. Yes, a god surpassing all masters, the woman confirmed solemnly. Have they succeeded? Lin Fan asked, exhaling slowly. The woman shook her head slightly. I don't know. I left the White Lotus sect long ago. But I doubt they have. If they had, the mysterious master wouldn't still be so low-key. That makes sense. Lin Fan nodded in agreement. If the project had succeeded, the master would have dealt with him, their main enemy, immediately, instead of letting him live peacefully until now. After all, Lin Fan's actions had repeatedly caused severe losses for the White Lotus sect, and had drawn the ire of other powerful factions. If the blood god hasn't been created yet, there must be numerous blood guards and perhaps some blood god guards, which are failed versions of the blood god. You need to be careful. The woman warned, explaining that these blood god guards, though incomplete, were far superior to the blood guards. with even the weakest being near the level of top masters. Given all this power, why is the mysterious master keeping such a low profile? If what you're saying is true, they're stronger than the top 4 factions combined, Lin Fan pondered aloud. Specific details are unclear, but I believe this master's ambitions go far beyond what we can imagine. I suspect they aim for the throne itself, the woman speculated. Does he want to become the emperor? Lin Fan asked, eyes narrowing further. The woman nodded. It's highly likely. The chaos in the West might be his doing. 2 pieces of information, but each more shocking than the last. The mysterious master's ambition was to overthrow the current order. Lin Fan had thought the White Lotus sect was just a common cult, causing trouble in the shadows. But now, it was revealed to be a hidden beast, plotting to swallow the Great Long Dynasty whole. The unrest in the West was just the first showing of its fangs. This mysterious master isn't just cunning. His true identity must be someone high up in the current regime, or he wouldn't have gotten this far. You have significant enmity with him, so be cautious, the woman warned one last time before leaving. Lin Fan watched the couple depart. They had come to offer their thanks and to reveal the sect's secrets as a repayment of their debt to him. Who would have thought the biggest villain lurked in the shadows? But no matter how formidable he is, if I catch him, he's dead, Lin Fan mused, returning to the inner courtyard. Days passed. But the Imperial army did not come. Clearly, the West was indeed a bigger problem for the court, leaving it too occupied to address Lin Fan's rebellion. The local garrison had been decimated, including their commander. Suppressing this rebellion would require elite troops, but with the West in turmoil and hidden forces at work, the Imperial army was too stretched to send reinforcements. As he was leaving, Dao Beishan advised his son-in-law, the turmoil in the north has alerted neighboring countries. The barbarians to the north are already mobilizing their forces. The court is even more chaotic now. You need to make plans early. Lin Fan nodded. Don't worry, father. I know what to do. I trust you. Just know that our family is behind you all the way, Dao Beishan said, giving Lin Fan a heavy pat on the shoulder before leaving with his wife. You be careful on the road, Dao Miao Miao said, her usual fierceness softened by the sight of her departing parents. Her eyes were red, showing how much she depended on them. Don't worry, we will. Go back inside, it's cold out here, her mother replied, also teary-eyed. As the carriage left, only the tracks remained in the snow. The Lunar New Year had passed, but the weather was still cold, with snowflakes falling from the sky. Lin Fan pulled his tearful wife into an embrace, comforting her. After you give birth, I'll take you home for a while. But for now, let's go inside where it's warm. Promise, Dao Miao Miao asked, looking up at him. Promise, Lin Fan replied with a smile. In the following days, Lin Fan turned Lu Hong's gift into a batch of substandard heavenly essence pills. He was lucky to produce 5 pills. Though not as potent as the real ones, they were still far superior to ordinary elixirs. Here, take these and elevate your skills to the peak of top masters. When you're ready, I'll give you real heavenly essence pills to help you break through to the highest level, Lin Fan said, handing out 3 of the pills to Yi Xiaoru and his other 2 wives. With ample supply of ordinary elixirs, and their training in the 9 transformations of the reverse dragon, all 3 had reached the peak of first-class warriors. These substandard heavenly essence pills would help them reach the pinnacle of their abilities. Thank you, dear, the 3 women said gratefully, determined to improve their skills. You take one too, Lin Fan said, tossing a pill to his maid, Xiao Qing. Me too, Xiao Qing asked, catching the pill, her face flushed with excitement. If you don't want it, give it back, Lin Fan teased. I want it, Xiao Qing quickly clutched the pill to her chest, afraid he might take it back. Lin Fan laughed, ruffling her hair. Of course it's yours. Work hard and reach the peak. You can protect your mistress and me then. I will, Master, Xiao Qing said enthusiastically, running off to train. Dear, Xiao Qing is my personal maid. According to custom, she should also be your concubine. When you have time, you should make her yours, Jianling suggested, watching her maid leave. Taking on another maid, Lin Fan raised an eyebrow. His wife was finding him more women again. But before he could make a decision, the old butler approached hurriedly. Master, Sect Leader Li and Valley Master Lu are here to see you. They seem to have something urgent, the old butler reported. Li Sandao and Lu Sando. Could there be an issue with the task I assigned them? Lin Fan pondered briefly before nodding. Arrange for them to meet in the guest hall. I'll be there shortly. Yes, sir, the butler responded and left. Since his 2 lieutenants had urgent matters to discuss, the previous conversation was cut short. However, the maid was always at home, there was no rush. I have some business to attend to, Lin Fan told Jian Ling before heading to the guest hall. Inside the guest hall, Li Sandao and Lu Sando were visibly uneasy. Their usual commanding presence was replaced by the demeanor of schoolchildren awaiting punishment. Seeing this, Lin Fan knew something had gone wrong with their mission. What happened? Even two top-tier experts like you couldn't bring back his head, Lin Fan asked, taking his seat at the head of the room. The two exchanged nervous glances before Lai Sandao stepped forward. Master, it's not that we couldn't complete the task. The Crown Prince mysteriously disappeared before we could act. We searched everywhere but couldn't find any trace of him. The Crown Prince disappeared. Lin Fan's eyes narrowed. He had planned to kill the prince as a warning, dispatching Li Sandao and Lu Sando, who had both recently advanced to the highest level and controlled significant factions, to handle the job. Now they reported that the prince had vanished. He disappeared right before we could act. We stationed people to search and inquire, but it was as if he vanished into thin air, Lu Sando added. Could he be hiding at home? Lin Fan speculated. Lu Sando shook his head. We sent several spies into the prince's residence, but he wasn't there either. We lost several men in the process. Interesting. Lin Fan tapped his chair's armrest. Given the prince's arrogant nature, it shouldn't have been hard to find him. Even if he was hiding, it wouldn't be in complete silence, especially after Lin Fan had ordered his execution as soon as he decided to defy the court. All right, continue investigating. If he shows up, eliminate him immediately, Lin Fan ordered without reprimanding them. The two men sighed in relief and bowed. Understood. If he appears, we'll cut off his head and bring it to you. No need for that. Just turn his head into dog food, Lin Fan said. Yes, Master, the two responded, shuddering at the cold efficiency in his voice. They quickly left to carry out his orders. So, the Crown Prince vanished. This is getting interesting, Lin Fan murmured with a smile. Can the Crown Prince actually mobilize the White Lotus sect for help? Coincidence, or is there a deeper connection? He didn't have an answer yet, but he felt it wouldn't be long before the truth surfaced. The Great Long Dynasty's court was located in Zhongdu, the central capital, a sprawling and opulent place. But today the grand halls were filled with noisy arguments. Civil and military officials almost came to blows during the morning assembly. A small landlord in Tianfeng County dares to challenge the court's authority by killing our officials. This must be dealt with swiftly and harshly, or what will become of our military's prestige, one military official argued. This is a minor issue. The real priority is the rebellion in the West. It's growing into a widespread blaze due to some hidden hand. Delay any longer, and the situation will become critical, a civil official countered. The Western problem is serious, but allowing rebels to kill our soldiers is unacceptable. Both are problems, but priorities must be set. You son of a... What? Want to fight? The civil and military officials shouted at each other, each side steadfast in their arguments. The military men were outraged over Lin Fan's actions, seeing the death of a regional commander and the destruction of an entire garrison as unforgivable. They demanded immediate retaliation. The civil officials, however, saw the Western rebellion as the real crisis. They believed resources should be focused there. Dealing with a minor rebellion in a small county could wait, especially since the entire court's strength would easily crush it once the bigger problem was handled. Without the support of the civil officials, organizing the necessary military logistics would be impossible, despite the military's urgency. Enough. Do you think this is a marketplace? Show some dignity, an elderly man in a refined outfit, clearly a high-ranking general, bellowed. Despite his age, his voice was powerful, silencing the room instantly. Prime Minister, this argument is pointless. What do you suggest? The old man addressed the top civil official. This middle-aged man, despite appearing frail, had remained unfazed by the general's outburst. He slowly raised his eyelids and spoke, I have no suggestions, but priorities must be set based on the gravity and impact of each issue. He offered no concrete advice, but his words clearly expressed his stance. The old general's expression darkened, but after glancing at the imperial figure in a dragon robe standing at the front, he chose to remain silent. The court finally reached a consensus. The elite forces of the capital were formally dispatched to the turbulent western regions. These were the true elite troops of the Great Long Dynasty, with a long history of countless victories and expansion of territory, intimidating neighboring countries. But upon learning that the elite forces were mobilized, neighboring nations immediately ceased their provocations and settled down along the border, demonstrating the formidable reputation of the capital's troops. Their effectiveness was evident. Upon arriving in the West, they swiftly defeated one of the most rampant rebel factions, killing and capturing numerous insurgents, securing their first major victory. If this were an ordinary rebellion, such a decisive strike would have quashed any resistance, leading to a series of rapid suppressions. However, this uprising was orchestrated by a hidden mastermind, and involved not only numerous martial arts experts but also strategists skilled in warfare. When one rebel faction was suppressed by the elite forces, they quickly regrouped, consolidating their strength and taking defensive positions against the capital's elite troops. Having traveled a great distance, the elite troops faced the rebels' strong defensive positions. Despite their prowess, they could not secure a decisive victory, only gaining a slight upper hand. Given this situation, the court's attention naturally focused more on the West, temporarily neglecting Lin Fan's actions. Lin Fan, aware of the White Lotus sect's hidden strength, decided not to make himself a target but to quietly build his power and observe the unfolding events. Despite the court's chaos, the military strength of the Great Long Dynasty remained intact, especially the elite forces of the capital, which were truly formidable with numerous top-tier experts. No matter how powerful the White Lotus sect's mysterious leader was, swallowing the elite forces of the capital would not be easy. Conversely, the elite forces would face significant challenges dealing with the White Lotus sect. Lin Fan planned to stay out of the fray, allowing both sides to weaken each other. Whoever emerged victorious would have paid a high price, allowing Lin Fan to take advantage. Erhu, bring the fishing gear. Let's go fishing by the river in the back hills. Lin Fan decided to relax, seeing the rare good weather. Alright, Su Erhu responded eagerly, quickly preparing the gear. Having spent nearly a month absorbing the unparalleled medicinal power of the Heavenly Essence Pill, Su Erhu had successfully returned from postnatal to prenatal cultivation, achieving the level of an absolute master. At this level, there were few generals in the entire Great Long Dynasty that he couldn't shoot down. Because of this, he eagerly awaited the arrival of the court's army after his retreat. Unfortunately, his wish had yet to be fulfilled. They soon reached the riverbank behind the estate. The winter snow had melted, and the river was flowing freely under the bright sun, perfect for fishing. Lin Fan performed a little ritual before casting his line into a familiar eddy. Almost immediately, the fish began to bite. Looks like a good catch today, Lin Fan laughed, pulling up a 2 to 3 pound carp, its scales shimmering in the sunlight. Awesome catch, Brother Fan. Su Erhu praised, his flattery skills evident. Erhu, your compliments are good, but let's keep it low-key. Lin Fan smiled, shaking his head. Brother Fan, I wish I could keep it low-key, but you're just too outstanding. Su Erhu laughed, his admiration sincere. Lin Fan chuckled, calling him a silly tiger. He prepared the fish basket, specially woven from tough fibers, large enough to hold plenty of fish. As they fished, a stranger approached from upstream. Dressed in white with a cloak that obscured their features. The person moved swiftly despite a seemingly slow gait, stopping a short distance away. Who are you? Su Erhu demanded, recognizing the stranger's strength and drawing his bow. The stranger paused, glancing briefly at Su Erhu before focusing on Lin Fan. You are Lin Fan? The stranger asked, their voice magnetic and androgynous. Yes, Lin Fan replied calmly. The same Lin Fan defying the court? The stranger continued. Yes, Lin Fan affirmed again. Do you know what you've done? The stranger's tone grew colder. Of course I do, Lin Fan replied, unfazed. I'm no child. And you're not afraid? The stranger pressed. Afraid? Lin Fan laughed. In my world there's no fear, only right and wrong. Is that so? Then you think you're not in the wrong here? The stranger asked, voice steady. Lin Fan scrutinized the stranger before asking, who are you? I don't like speaking in riddles. The stranger didn't hesitate, flipping out a waist token and tossing it to Lin Fan. The casual motion concealed a hidden force that would have seriously injured an ordinary martial artist. How dare you? Su Erhu roared, ready to fire an arrow. But Lin Fan raised a hand to stop him, catching the token effortlessly. People think the master of Lin Manor relies solely on his guards. I see you yourself are quite formidable, the stranger remarked. You're not bad either, Lin Fan replied with a smile, examining the token. The words Jian Wu Sai Imperial Martial Division and Commander were inscribed on it. He was familiar with the structure of the Imperial Martial Division, having dealt with the Divine Catcher. While the 4 great Divine Catchers were famous, the true power lay with the elusive commander. Even the Northern Leg Old Man, one of the 4 greats, was cautious and wary when mentioning the commander, indicating the commander's formidable reputation. Are you here to capture me? Lin Fan asked, setting down the token. The commander replied, initially yes. But seeing you now, I've changed my mind. And why is that? Lin Fan inquired, intrigued. Simple. I can't defeat you, the commander stated matter-of-factly. Lin Fan was momentarily taken aback by the straightforward admission. Since that's the case, what do you plan to do? Lin Fan asked, finding the commander quite interesting. The commander replied, since I can't defeat you, let's talk. Talk about what? Lin Fan asked, putting aside his fishing rod. Talk about you submitting to the court, the commander said directly. Is this an offer of amnesty? Lin Fan laughed. Yes, the commander nodded slightly. That's amusing. Maybe handle the rebellion in the West first. If you can't manage that, it won't be me submitting, but me rising in rebellion, Lin Fan said, amused. Is there no room for discussion? The commander's tone grew colder. Are you planning to fight? Lin Fan's smile widened, eyes gleaming with anticipation. The commander nodded. If negotiations fail, I must fulfill my duty, even if I am no match for you. With that, the commander moved like a ghost. Lin Fan raised a hand, channeling his inner strength, and struck out lightly. As the reputed commander of the Zhenwu division, Lin Fan did not underestimate his opponent, taking the situation more seriously than usual. Of course, how serious he was, only he knew. The immense power of his qi and blood flowed from his hand, forming a glowing blood-colored palm. The commander, utilizing his ghostly footwork, initially believed he was not far behind Lin Fan in strength. This wasn't mere arrogance among the renowned masters of the martial world. There were 5 apart from the 4 greats east, west, south and north. There was also the central great, the commander of the Zhenwu division. However, as his innate energy dissipated upon contact with Lin Fan's blood-colored palm, the commander's confidence was shattered. His innate energy, which enveloped his body, crumbled without resistance, as if facing its nemesis. How is this possible? He muttered, struggling to maintain his composure. Despite his efforts, he could only utilize half of his strength. The mere presence of Lin Fan's energy had halved his combat capability. What kind of monster was he facing? Shocked and realizing a head-on confrontation was futile, the commander quickly resorted to evasive maneuvers, moving to the side with his ghostly footwork. With a thunderous crash, the blood-colored palm struck the ground where the commander had stood, creating a deep crater several meters wide. The impact left clear finger impressions, with the edges crystallized from the intense energy. Had the blow landed on him, the commander didn't want to imagine the outcome. This terrifying attack was delivered casually by Lin Fan. Barely into their encounter, the commander's intention to test Lin Fan's strength had left him trembling, his will to fight significantly diminished. Weren't you here to capture me? Is this how you intend to do it? Lin Fan stood up from his fishing spot, still smiling, unaffected by the sudden attack. The commander's unease grew with Lin Fan's calm demeanor. I must admit, your strength is beyond imagination, the commander said, taking a deep breath to steady himself. Impatient. Of course. You think you can fight our master? Go back and practice for another 100 years, Su Erhu scoffed, looking at the commander with disdain. The commander's eyes turned cold at the insult, but he said nothing, preparing to leave with his ghostly footwork. Seeing this, Lin Fan called out, Did I say you could leave? The commander's steps faltered, but he increased his speed, hoping to escape. Leaving without respect is a bad habit, Lin Fan said, his voice seeming to whisper directly into the commander's ear, despite the distance. The commander glanced back, his heart sinking. Lin Fan was right beside him, keeping pace effortlessly. Realizing he couldn't outrun Lin Fan, the commander decided to fight. I admit you're stronger, but I won't go down without a fight. He drew a golden soft sword from his belt, infusing it with innate energy, making it gleam with a deadly light. Without hesitation, he unleashed a flurry of attacks, his signature move 4 Seasons Lotus, each strike as beautiful as a blooming lotus. Even the 4 greats would have to be cautious facing this attack. But Lin Fan, unbothered, simply exploded his qi and blood, forming a swirling vortex that shattered the commander's sword energy. The commander, realizing the futility of his attacks, felt a profound sense of dread. He was like a desperate ant trying to bite an immovable stone. The difference in their abilities was clear. Seeing his attacks fail, the commander knew he was in deep trouble. Despite his fierce resistance, Lin Fan's strength was overwhelming. Lin Fan, finding his experiment with qi and blood successful, moved in for a decisive blow, using the powerful tiger punch. The commander, unable to evade, was knocked away, and with a final strike, Lin Fan rendered him unconscious. Erhu, tie him up. Let's see if we can get a ransom from the court, Lin Fan said, deciding to exploit the situation for profit. Got it. Su Erhu eagerly ran over, ready to bind the commander and loot his belongings. As he removed the commander's cloak, he gasped in surprise. Boss, this person is a woman, Su Erhu exclaimed in surprise, clearly taken aback by what he saw. A woman. Lin Fan was also a bit surprised. Why did all these mysterious figures turn out to be women? It felt strange. Yes, she's definitely a woman, Su Erhu confirmed. Could this be the work of the system? Lin Fan mused, stroking his chin. These repeated coincidences seemed highly suspicious. Is she pretty? Lin Fan asked, trying to confirm his suspicion. Boss, you really know your stuff. She's indeed very pretty and looks quite young, Su Arhu replied, nodding. Just as I thought. Lin Fan was convinced now that the system had a hand in this. The first time, he met Jian Ling disguised as a man on his way home from the county. The second time, he encountered Dao Miao, who was being attacked by the White Lotus sect while fishing by the river. The third time, the White Lotus saintess came to cause trouble, but ended up losing both her people and resources. And now, this was the fourth time. The pattern was undeniable. It seemed that women kept getting sent his way, even when he stayed close to home. Boss, should we still tie her up? Su Arhu asked, scratching his head. Of course, why not? Lin Fan replied without hesitation. Su Arhu hesitated, then said, Boss, I think you should handle this. I'm not good at tying people up. Is there anything you're not good at? Lin Fan rolled his eyes, but seeing Su Arhu's reluctance, he decided to do it himself. Su Arhu stood to the side, looking honest and simple, but his eyes gleamed with a mischievous light. He worked hard to ensure his boss could marry more beautiful wives. Lin Fan, unaware of Su Arhu's intentions, took the belt and approached the unconscious commander. With the cloak removed, he could now see her clearly. Ding! Detected that the woman is exceptionally beautiful. Marrying her will yield additional rewards. Even before getting a good look, the system's prompt confirmed it. This commander was another stunning beauty. Indeed, she was strikingly beautiful, with flawless features, fair skin, and a rare, noble demeanor. Lin Fan thought she resembled Brigitte Lin in her role as the legendary leader, but with an even more perfect touch. The only flaw was that she was a bit flat-chested. But this only added to her petite charm. Lin Fan stroked his chin, considering the system's uncanny involvement. It didn't just reward him for marrying, it seemed to actively arrange for these women to come his way. Since she's my prisoner now, technically my property, should I go ahead and marry her to claim the reward? Lin Fan pondered. Marrying didn't necessarily mean consummation. Obtaining the marriage certificate was sufficient for the system. With little hesitation, Lin Fan decided to proceed. He hoisted the commander over his shoulder and brought her home, then instructed Wang Er to fetch Madame Yun from the county. Got it, Wang Er replied, hurrying off to complete the task. Lin Fan tied the commander to a post in the woodshed. After some time she regained consciousness and instinctively tried to break free, only to find her inner strength sealed. You sealed my inner strength? She asked coldly. Lin Fan smiled and nodded. Correct, but there's no reward for getting it right. What do you want? She asked, her voice now icy and resolute. It's simple, Lin Fan replied. You will write a letter to the court, requesting ransom for your release. I'll tell you what the ransom is when you write the letter. That's it. The commander was surprised. She had feared for her life, yet he only wanted ransom. That's all, Lin Fan affirmed, but first, you need to do something for me. What is it? She asked, suspicion evident in her eyes. It's a small matter, really, Lin Fan assured her, but she remained skeptical. Seeing her reaction, Lin Fan leaned in closer. You don't seem to understand your current situation. What are you going to do? She asked, her voice wavering as he closed the distance between them. What do you think? He replied with a mischievous smile, their faces almost touching. You. She stammered, her usual composure shattered. Now you understand. Lin Fan's smile widened. Don't do anything rash, or I'll kill myself, and you won't get any ransom, she threatened, turning her face away. Oh, you're threatening me now? Lin Fan moved even closer, their breaths mingling. She froze, overwhelmed by his proximity, unable to maintain her calm. What do you want me to do? She asked, finally breaking. Just put your seal on a document I'll give you, Lin Fan said, pulling back slightly. That's it? She repeated, still in disbelief. Unless you'd rather serve me personally, Lin Fan teased, letting his gaze linger on her. No, I'll do it, she quickly agreed, realizing her helplessness. A bit later, Wang Er returned with Madame Yun, who produced a marriage certificate. The commander, now fully aware of her predicament, could only stare in shock. A marriage certificate? She asked, looking at Lin Fan in disbelief. Yes, just sign it. It's simple, right? Lin Fan replied with a smile, placing his seal first before handing it to her. She was utterly dumbfounded. This matter really is simple. It only requires your seal in one place, Lin Fan said with a smile. However, to the high-ranking female commander, this was far more terrifying than signing any declaration of rebellion. In the Da Long dynasty, signing a marriage certificate meant the two parties were legally married. Unless a severe offense was committed, leading to a divorce, the couple could not separate, and any attempt at remarriage could result in severe punishment. The female commander was dumbfounded. She never expected Lin Fan to make her sign such a document. If she did, they would be legally married, and she'd be bound to him for life. She could not bring herself to comply with such a request. You can't even help me with such a small favor? It seems you were just deceiving me earlier, Lin Fan said, raising an eyebrow as he saw her hesitation. He knew her thoughts but believed that if she dared to trouble him, she should be prepared to face the consequences. Signing a marriage certificate was a minor matter in his view. He was being lenient by not forcing himself on her. Are you sure this is a small matter? The female commander asked, her eyes widening in disbelief. What else could it be? Lin Fan replied with a cheerful smile. I won't sign it. Do what you will, she said defiantly, turning her head away. Both of you, leave us, Lin Fan instructed the two others in the room. Madame Yun, having completed her task, left without delay, knowing that she would be informed when the marriage certificate was signed. Wang Er took her back to the county and gave her the reward for her help. With only Lin Fan and the female commander left in the woodshed, Lin Fan approached her slowly. One last time, are you sure you won't help me with this small favor? Feeling his presence, and the masculine aura again, her resolve crumbled. She wasn't afraid of death, but the thought of being overpowered and helpless terrified her. Why are you doing this? She asked, feeling a deep sense of helplessness. I like you. Just sign it, and you'll be my wife. If anyone dares to bully you, I'll be there to protect you, Lin Fan said, smiling warmly. Untie me. And I'll sign it, she agreed, taking a deep breath, resigned to her fate. That's better, Lin Fan said, untying her. With her inner strength sealed, she couldn't resist even if she wanted to. Freed from her bonds, she silently took the marriage certificate and pressed her handprint onto it. As she did, a wave of realization hit her. She had just married Lin Fan, a man she barely knew, under such humiliating circumstances. Ding. Ding. Congratulations to the host for getting married. You have received the marriage reward, Master Chef skills. Ding. Ding. Congratulations to the host for marrying a highly attractive wife. You have received a special reward, Dragon Blood Pill. Hearing the system notifications, Lin Fan's smile widened. Another mastery skill and a powerful Dragon Blood Pill were excellent rewards. Although this time the mastery skill seemed less glamorous, he knew that anything produced by the system was far from ordinary. While Lin Fan was pleased, the female commander, Dragon Kui, stood silently, holding the marriage certificate in disbelief. What's your name? Lin Fan asked, trying to ease the tension. It's on the certificate. Look for yourself, she replied coldly, tossing the document at him. Lin Fan raised an eyebrow, thinking he'd need to tame this wild horse. But given the gift she had just provided him, he decided not to be too harsh. Her name, Dragon Kui, was written with a bold, commanding hand, fitting for someone of her status. You're from the royal family? Lin Fan asked, surprised. She didn't respond, clearly upset by the situation. You must be a princess. That explains your high position at such a young age, Lin Fan mused. In the Da Long dynasty, only the royal family could bear the surname Dragon. Dragon Kui's silence spoke volumes. When Lin Fan mentioned princess, her eyes flickered, betraying her. No way. Did I accidentally become a prince consort? Lin Fan was stunned by the realization. Though the marriage process was unorthodox, their marriage was legally binding under the Da Long dynasty's laws. Now that you know my identity, release me immediately. My father, the emperor, will not forgive you if you don't, Dragon Kui threatened, hoping to use her status to scare him. Dream on, Lin Fan scoffed. If I feared the emperor, the first wouldn't have done what I did. Write a letter to your father asking for a ransom. I'll tell you what I need. Dragon Kui knew Lin Fan was bold, but she had to try. Realizing further resistance was futile, she sighed, bring me paper and ink. Good girl. Once your father sends the dowry, you can go wherever you like, and I'll be your strongest supporter, Lin Fan said, grinning as Dragon Kui seethed with anger. Dragon Kui, known for her resilience, found herself deeply affected by Lin Fan. Never before had she felt so helpless. If she could, she would have fought him off. Soon the paper and ink arrived. Lin Fan wasn't modest, listing all the valuable herbs and rare metals he needed. Dragon Kui filled several pages with his demands. You're incredibly greedy, Dragon Kui remarked, unable to hide her disdain. Not really. You're a princess, your dowry should reflect that. Otherwise, people will laugh, Lin Fan replied, feigning concern. Dragon Kui wanted to pummel him, but she knew her limits. Any further defiance would only worsen her situation. The letter was sent through the local magistrate, and within days it reached the central court. The head of the royal household, upon reading the letter and recognizing the handwriting, rushed to a secluded palace within the imperial grounds. This nameless palace, heavily guarded, was the residence of the Da Long dynasty's supreme ruler, Emperor Wu. In his youth, Emperor Wu had led countless successful military campaigns, expanding the empire's borders. In middle age, he commanded great respect and fear. Now, though he pursued the elusive path of immortality, his name still struck fear into many. But today, someone had dared to challenge even him. When he appeared once more on the grand golden throne, the ministers and officials were stunned. They had received no prior notice and were carrying out their usual morning court sessions when they saw the unexpected figure on the throne. This figure was evidently aged, with white hair and a frail appearance. Yet, this elderly presence commanded the utmost respect and fear from all the officials. The prime minister, who had been in control, was effortlessly dismissed. The military officials, who had been suppressed, found new vigor. The rebel forces in the west, who were previously gaining momentum, were suddenly struck with fear upon hearing of the emperor's return to power. Even the hidden mastermind behind the rebellion retreated into deeper concealment, full of apprehension. Conversely, the elite forces of the Imperial Guards, upon learning of the emperor's return, saw a significant boost in morale and fighting spirit. However, just as everyone expected the emperor to decisively crush the rebellion, his orders took an unexpected turn. Instead of fully committing to suppressing the rebels, he diverted a portion of the elite forces to monitor the insurgents while directing the most formidable troops towards a small county. Why is His Majesty doing this? Many officials were puzzled. But the emperor, exercising his absolute authority, offered no explanation. It wasn't until the army approached Tianfeng County that the officials understood the situation. His Majesty is confused. The rebels in Tianfeng County are a minor issue, easily dealt with. The true threat is the Western Rebellion. If we don't crush it now, it will become an even greater challenge in the future. Many officials were frustrated, calling the emperor's decision foolish. Particularly vocal were the officials allied with the deposed prime minister, who were eager to see the emperor return to seclusion. But despite their protests, the emperor's commands were backed by the unwavering support of the military, leaving the dissenters with no choice but to voice their objections in vain. Prime Minister, after all these years of planning, are we just going to do nothing? An anxious official visited the ousted prime minister. The prime minister, now retired, responded calmly, "There's no need to rush. We just need to wait. Someone else will act before us. Who could be more urgent than us?" The remaining officials are mostly loyal to His Majesty, the puzzled official asked. "You will find out in due time," the prime minister replied with a cryptic smile. Despite his dismissal, he remained composed, as if everything was under control. Seeing their leader's calm demeanor, the anxious officials felt reassured. Unaware of the court's turmoil, Lin Fan, the center of the brewing storm, was waiting at home for the ransom. Unexpectedly, what arrived was the elite Imperial army. Lin Fan, no longer the inexperienced newcomer, had spies and scouts well placed. Li Sandao and Lu Sandu, whom he had sent out, had exceeded expectations. As soon as the army mobilized towards Tianfeng County, Lin Fan was informed. Smiling, Lin Fan headed to the woodshed. "Your father is quite stingy. I just asked for a bit of your dowry, and instead of giving it, he sends the elite forces here." Lin Fan's cheerful demeanor showed no fear despite the approaching army. "This has nothing to do with me. I've done everything you asked." Dragon Kui replied coldly. Over the past days she had come to terms with her situation, regaining some of her former composure. "You did follow my instructions, but have you heard the saying? The father's debt is the son's to pay." Lin Fan's smile remained, but his words made Dragon Kui's face change. "What's that supposed to mean?" "Exactly what it sounds like," Lin Fan replied, moving closer. "Don't come any closer. My father sent the army out of concern for me. Once I confirm my safety, he won't trouble you," Dragon Kui pleaded, backing away. "I don't want to be unreasonable, but your father isn't giving me much choice," Lin Fan said with a cold smile. "Please, don't." Dragon Kui was cornered, her fear growing. "Dear, stop teasing her. This situation isn't her fault." A female voice interrupted from outside. Sword Spirit entered, looking like a celestial being in her white dress, accompanied by her maid, Xiao Qing. "Princess, do you remember me from our younger days?" Sword Spirit asked Dragon Kui. "Are you Jian Ling'er from the Divine Sword Manor?" Dragon Kui recognized her old friend. "It's an honor to be remembered by you." Sword Spirit smiled warmly. "Are you the mistress here?" Dragon Kui asked, after hearing the earlier address. Sword Spirit glanced lovingly at Lin Fan and nodded. "Thanks to my husband's kindness, I am indeed the mistress here." Hearing this, Dragon Kui felt a sense of relief, believing her old friend's presence would prevent Lin Fan from going too far. However, Sword Spirit's next words caught her off guard. "Not only am I the mistress, but so are you," Sword Spirit said, smiling, leaving Dragon Kui in shock. What do you mean? Dragon Qi began to argue but stopped, remembering the marriage certificate she had been forced to sign. As per the official records, you and Lin Fan are legally married. Therefore you are also a mistress here, Sword Spirit added, seeing Dragon Kui's reaction. Dragon Qi wanted to deny it but couldn't. Legally she was indeed Lin Fan's wife. Princess, as a married woman you should now focus on the family, helping to continue the lineage. Sword Spirit continued, blocking any chance for Dragon Qi to refute. Dragon Qi tried to speak but was interrupted again. Husband, weren't you going to cook for us today? Why not prepare the meal while I have a chat with the princess? Alright, Lin Fan agreed, understanding that Sword Spirit could handle the situation better. Sword Spirit's conversation soon left Dragon Qi flustered, a state Lin Fan didn't witness as he prepared to showcase his culinary skills. Having mastered the art of cooking, thanks to the system's blessing, he knew his dishes could now enhance physical and mental strength. He planned to use this to prepare a meal that would boost the morale and stamina of his guards, making them a formidable force against the Imperial army. A highly motivated and tireless elite guard should make the approaching forces quite satisfied. Without any prior warning, Emperor Wu emerged from his seclusion, abandoning his pursuit of immortality. Haha. Emperor Wu has truly grown old and foolish, diverting his elite troops away. We should immediately strike back and take control of the entire western region. Exactly. If we conquer the west, we can control the entire Long River and establish our own territory apart from the Great Long Kingdom. In the rebel camp in the west, the leaders were ecstatic upon hearing that Emperor Wu had diverted his elite troops. The west was split by the Long River, much like the Jiangdong region controlled by Sun Quan during the Three Kingdoms period. If they could seize the west and utilize the natural defense of the Long River, they could establish a strong foothold. The rebel leaders grew increasingly excited at the thought of seizing such a vast territory. But before they could act, an invisible hand crushed their plans. Master, why don't we seize this opportunity to take control of the West? We've waited so long for this chance. A figure in a silver mask asked another figure in a golden mask. The silver-masked figure was the saintess of the White Lotus, and the golden-masked one was the mysterious leader. The woman's information had been correct. The mastermind behind the Western Rebellion was indeed the mysterious leader of the White Lotus sect. The leader, standing with his hands behind his back and gazing at the flowing Long River, responded calmly, "Do you know where Emperor Wu has sent his troops?" The saintess remained silent. "Judging by your reaction, you already know. Do I need to spell it out for you? Or have you started harboring different thoughts?" The leader's voice turned cold. "Last time I sent blood spirits to Lin Fan's manor, and they failed, revealing the enemy's strength. Now, Emperor Wu has made Lin Fan his primary target. This is the best outcome for us. Given such a favorable situation, why would we stir up trouble and draw the Emperor's attention? Not only will we stay put, but I might even lend some aid to Lin Fan to ensure a balance between the two. If we achieve that balance, we can sit back and watch as they exhaust each other. No matter who wins, it will be advantageous for us. Now, knowing this, why did you come to ask such a question? Are you having second thoughts?" His sharp gaze scrutinized the saintess, who remained silent but uneasy. "You seem well fed recently. It looks like you've gained some weight," he remarked, seemingly casual but with an underlying threat. The saintess's expression changed, though she kept her head lowered, hiding her reaction. "Focus on your duties. When the time comes, you'll coordinate the rebels. Do your job well, and you'll be rewarded." Satisfied, the leader waved her off. "Go and pacify the rebel leaders. Keep the recruited martial artists in check to avoid ruining my plans." "Yes, Master," the saintess replied. Then swiftly left. The leader watched her leave, his eyes as deep and inscrutable as a river, hiding his true thoughts. Back in Tianfeng County, at Lin Fan's manor, Lin Fan was busy cooking. Surrounded by servants assisting with the preparations, he was making an elaborate meal. The rich aroma filled the kitchen, making the servants' mouths water. They had thought their master was just playing around, but now they realized he truly knew how to cook. "Lin Fan, you can really cook? I thought you were joking." Dao Miao Miao, heavily pregnant, arrived excitedly. Her maid followed her closely. Seeing Lin Fan at work, the maid couldn't help but marvel. Proficient in forging, mechanics, medicine, and now cooking, what couldn't he do? The maid wondered at this remarkable man. Lin Fan, hearing his wife, began his usual boasting, making Dao Miao Miao laugh. She tried to help, but after confusing salt and sugar, Lin Fan gently sent her away. "You just wait and enjoy the food. Leave the hard work to me," he said, amused. "Humph. If your cooking isn't good, I'll bite you." Dao Miao Miao pouted playfully. "Alright, but it has to be a proper bite." Lin Fan chuckled, making her blush and stomp in mock anger. The meal was soon ready, and the dishes did not disappoint. The food was not only delicious but had the added benefit of enhancing physical strength and vitality. It was akin to magical food from a game, boosting one's attributes. The kitchen staff marveled at the master's skills as the aroma grew stronger. Wow, it smells amazing. In the dining room, the wives eagerly awaited Lin Fan's cooking. Unexpectedly, Long Qiwai, the princess, was also there. Lin Fan, seeing her, had no intention of driving her away, given that she had helped him significantly. He decided to let her stay and enjoy the meal. Facing Lin Fan's gaze, Long Qi's hands clenched under the table, her inner turmoil evident. Jian Ling, smiling beside her, took the credit for convincing Long Qi to join the dinner, having had a private conversation with her earlier. With everyone gathered, the servants brought in the dishes. Wow! It smells so good! Wang Nanan is the daughter-in-law who loves food the most. When the dishes cooked by the culinary master Lin Fan were served, the rich aroma made her exclaim in delight. It smells really good. The other daughters-in-law also nodded, and even Long Qiwei couldn't help but nod slightly. The dishes indeed smelled wonderful and possessed the three essential qualities: color, aroma and taste. Even a simple vegetable dish was presented in an exquisite manner, resembling a fresh and vibrant green dragon. There was also a braised carp that looked like a soaring swallow, despite being just a fish. Various meat dishes similarly had the qualities of color, aroma, and taste. A piece of beef was chewy without being tough, perfectly cooked in every way. Most importantly, after eating a bit, Long Qiwei noticed an improvement in her vitality. Although it was quite subtle, as a top-tier martial artist, she could clearly sense it. One piece provided a small boost, but if she ate a whole large bowl, the increase would be quite significant. For martial artists, enhancing vitality is crucial, as it not only strengthens the body but also allows for greater internal energy. Increasing vitality has many benefits for martial artists. This is why highly skilled martial artists have bulging temples, a sign of abundant vitality. Simple culinary dishes can significantly enhance a person's vitality. What kind of ability is this? Long Qiwei hadn't planned to eat much, given her bad mood, but now she couldn't help but keep eating, filled with curiosity about Lin Fan's abilities. Her beautiful eyes frequently glanced at him. Powerful enough to easily suppress even top martial artists, she had learned many of his abilities from Jian Ling. Now, even his cooking possessed such extraordinary abilities, making her intensely curious. Jian Ling had been watching and intended to speak, but before she could, Su Erhu, the head guard, urgently requested an audience. Brother Fan, someone just shot an arrow at the gate with a letter attached, addressed specifically to you. Upon receiving permission, Su Erhu handed over the letter and explained his purpose. Someone sent a letter by arrow. Lin Fan was puzzled for a moment but took the letter and opened it. Upon reading its contents, he laughed and looked at Long Qiwei. Guess what this letter says? He smiled and asked her. Long Qiwei frowned. How could she know what the letter said? Even if it was a letter from her father, it wouldn't be delivered this way. In fact, it wasn't from her father, but the information was interesting. Without keeping her in suspense, Lin Fan handed her the letter. Long Qiwei took it with curiosity and quickly read through it. Her expression changed rapidly after reading it. An ordinary letter. It contained detailed information about the elite troops of the capital's garrison, total troop numbers, grain supply routes, and detailed introductions of various officers. For example, their specialties, weaknesses, and vulnerabilities. Such detailed information wasn't known to many in the court. She wouldn't know it either if not for her high status and control over a violent organization. But now, someone had delivered it to Lin Fan this way. The implications were clear. The more she thought about it, the more her face changed. There was an invisible hand, a high-ranking one, trying to pit both sides against each other to mutual destruction. Others might not have this capability, but she knew the man before her did. The Manor guards weren't hiding anything from her, nor was Jian Ling's power. And she had personally experienced Lin Fan's unfathomable strength. She stayed here, and even tried to resolve their misunderstandings under Jian Ling's guidance. They weren't mortal enemies. Now, with this intelligence, they could severely cripple the capital's elite troops and even decapitate loyal officers. If that happened, the Empire's elite forces would be destroyed. Then the hidden conspirators would come out into the open. With neighboring countries ready to move, the Delong dynasty might really be overthrown. If that happened, she would become a princess of a fallen kingdom. Let me contact my father. I will persuade him to withdraw the troops and disregard your offense. The ransom will also be given as you requested. Long Qi could no longer remain calm. Her words were urgent, even slightly pleading. This noble princess was now truly panicking. Having personally experienced Lin Fan's strength and seen the Lin family's foundation, Princess Long Qi had no doubt that Lin Fan possessed the capability to resist the imperial court. He was not someone to be easily manipulated. Now, with high-ranking individuals secretly providing intelligence, she couldn't imagine the consequences if these two forces clashed. Previously, she thought she had everything under control. But now she realized that things were spiraling out of her grasp. If nothing was done, the Delong dynasty, which had stood for over 100 years, could really collapse. Even if it didn't collapse, her family would no longer be in control. Fortunately, she happened to be here, and luckily Lin Fan showed her the letter. Otherwise, if both sides truly joined forces, her royal family would be in serious trouble. Previously you said the same thing, but what I saw was an army pressing at our borders. Faced with the princess's panic, Lin Fan remained unmoved, continuing to eat and drink as usual. This time is different. Long Qi replied anxiously. She had to break this alliance. How is it different? Lin Fan put down his chopsticks and looked at her. Or were you deliberately playing with me before, never intending to persuade your father to pay the ransom? Long Qi was at a loss for words. It seems that's indeed the case. Lin Fan's smile faded. I didn't. Long Qi gritted her teeth. I had no intention of deceiving you. It's just that before, I merely followed your instructions without explaining the stakes, so my father didn't understand the situation. So you didn't put in any effort? Lin Fan glanced at her sideways. Sort of. This time, Long Qi didn't refute. She indeed hadn't put in much effort before, merely following Lin Fan's orders. But things were different now. Having truly witnessed Lin Fan's power and the chaos instigated by high-ranking individuals, if things continued as they were, the Delong dynasty would indeed fall into disaster. Princess, if my husband gives you another chance, can you truly persuade your father? As Long Qi was rendered speechless, Jianling spoke up to help. The person who sent the letter seemed to be helping, but on closer inspection, it was clear that this was someone behind the scenes, wanting to see both sides fight and weaken each other. It seemed like help. But there was no good intention behind it. If this conflict could be avoided, it wouldn't be a bad thing for the Lin family. Even a dying camel is bigger than a horse. The elite troops of the capital garrison were not to be trifled with. If both sides suffered, it would play right into the hands of those with ill intentions. Naturally, Jianling didn't want to see this happen. Lin Fan understood this too. His earlier pressure was just playing the bad cop, while Jianling's interjection was playing the good cop. They were working together as a team. One had to admit, in terms of tacit understanding, Jianling was the most adept among the wives. With their coordination, Long Qi's emotions were smoothly guided into the right rhythm. I can. Without hesitation, Long Qi nodded affirmatively. Husband? What do you think? Having gotten the desired response, Jianling looked at Lin Fan. If they were going to act, they had to go all the way. Lin Fan naturally wouldn't ruin it. After a deliberate pause, he agreed. Thank you. Grateful for the rare opportunity, Long Qi wasted no time. She stepped outside, took out a bone whistle, and blew it. A sharp whistle echoed, followed by a clear cry from the sky. Soon, a pure white falcon swooped down, landing on Long Qi's wrist. This is the white dragon falcon, a messenger bird raised by our royal family. Only core members of the Imperial line can have it. It's only used for significant events and carries great persuasive power. Long Qi petted the white falcon and explained to the others. So you did hold back before. Lin Fan chuckled as he looked at her. Long Qi avoided his gaze. She indeed had held back. If she had used the white dragon falcon to send the ransom note initially, things would have been different. But it wasn't too late now. As long as the conflict could be stopped, and the instigator's plan thwarted, there was still a chance to salvage the situation. Lin Fan's conflict with the court, as she learned from Jianling, was due to instigation by malicious individuals, not because Lin Fan harbored deep hatred for the court. This event might even be part of the instigator's plan. If they could solve the current issue, not only could they peacefully resolve the conflict, but also foil the instigator's scheme. Though it might damage the court's prestige, Lin Fan had proven he had the strength to make the court relent. The letter was quickly written. This time, without needing Lin Fan's guidance, Long Qi herself wrote it, detailing the pros and cons of the entire situation. To add persuasive power, her cheeks blushed as she wrote a few words at the end. As for what she wrote, She intentionally covered it, so no one present saw it. But from her flushed cheeks, it was clear it wasn't anything pleasant. Lin Fan initially wanted to check the letter, but Jian Ling discreetly stopped him. He trusted his wife, so he didn't insist. The letter was attached to the white dragon falcon's leg. With a loud cry, the falcon soared into the sky, speeding away to deliver the message at hundreds of kilometers per hour. In less than 2 hours, the letter reached deep into the palace. The royal caretaker responsible for the falcon saw the bird with the letter and quickly brought it to Emperor Wu. Though aged, Emperor Wu looked vibrant, with the rosy complexion of a person who had achieved great things. His sharp eyes were intimidating. Today he was not wearing his dragon robe, but even in his black robe, his majesty was undeniable, making all living beings bow before him. Even with rebellions in the land, he remained unperturbed, everything under control. But upon seeing the letter delivered by the white dragon falcon, his expression turned serious for the first time. Whose white dragon falcon is this? Emperor Wu's voice was steady and authoritative, leaving no room for doubt. The caretaker respectfully replied, "Your Majesty, it's Princess Wuan's falcon." Each falcon was uniquely marked, each bound to a single owner. Princess Wuan was Long Kui's title. Using the character Wu from Emperor Wu's name for her title showed his favor and indulgence towards her. It's Kiwi heirs. Emperor Wu's eyes narrowed as he opened the letter. Upon reading the first part, he snorted coldly, his eyes turning cold, but his expression remained unchanged. However, as he read the hastily added lines at the end, he fell into silence. The caretaker stood quietly, not daring to breathe loudly. Though he was an esteemed member of the royal family, in front of Emperor Wu, he was merely a relative with some ability, nothing more. Prime Minister Yu had wielded power, forming factions and deceiving the emperor, almost becoming a regent. But when Emperor Wu resumed control, a single decree removed him from power. Though not completely subdued, the caretaker didn't think Prime Minister Yu could make a comeback. But now, a single letter had the mighty Emperor Wu changing expressions repeatedly, finally falling silent. This change shook him to his core. After a long while, the caretaker began to tremble. Emperor Wu finally spoke, "Wu Banban, draft an edict immediately. Order the elite troops of the capital garrison to withdraw from Tianfeng County, redirecting their forces down the Longjiang River to attack the western rebel camp." "Yes, Your Majesty." An elderly eunuch bowed and quickly left to draft the edict. "Your Majesty, why this order?" the caretaker instinctively asked. Constantly shifting troops without achieving results would damage the imperial prestige. Is that for you to question? Emperor Wu's gaze was icy. "I deserve death." The caretaker knelt immediately. "Just this once, make sure you do your job well." Emperor Wu waved his sleeve, not punishing him further. "Thank you, Your Majesty, for your mercy." The caretaker, feeling as if he had been pardoned, retreated on trembling legs. Emperor Wu said nothing more, standing quietly in the pavilion. After making all the arrangements, he picked up the letter again, his eyes lingering on the final lines. The elite troops stationed in Tianfeng County had the world's attention. Everyone expected a great battle between them and the Lin family, who had been making waves recently. But unexpectedly, the rapidly assembled troops, under the cover of night, packed up and boarded pre-prepared ships, sailing down the Longjiang River to attack the rebel camp. In one swift move, the united rebel forces suffered heavy losses. If not for a mysterious force intervening at the last moment, holding back the elite troops, the rebels would have been utterly defeated. Even so, the rebel alliance suffered significant damage, losing their previous momentum. On this day, all rebel leaders were filled with resentment, blaming their lack of initiative, which allowed the enemy to catch them off guard. On this day, the mysterious leader showed anger for the first time. Deploying the troops for a surprise counterattack overnight was unexpected by everyone, including the rebels. The previous day, it seemed both sides were ready for an all-out battle, with the rebels determined to wipe out the Lin family. They had gathered all necessary war supplies and lethal weapons. But overnight, everything changed. The rebels' camp was ambushed and heavily damaged in less than a night. They retreated 100 miles to lick their wounds at another temporary base, completely losing their ability to attack. The hidden instigators were also exposed, suffering significant losses in their hasty rescue attempts. The promising situation collapsed instantly. Who would have thought that Emperor Wu would play such a trick? He deliberately withdrew the elite troops to make the rebels drop their guard, then struck when they were most vulnerable, catching them completely off guard. Brilliant, absolutely brilliant. No wonder he's Emperor Wu. His use of troops is truly unpredictable. The rebels' defeat is deserved. Many who learned of the situation began praising Emperor Wu. However, some had different views. HMPH? Is this really wisdom? The rebels were just foolish. Why didn't they strike decisively when the elite troops were withdrawn? If they had seized the opportunity, they could have controlled the western region, if not half the kingdom, forcing a truce with Emperor Wu. These were the opinions of impetuous young people. These remarks gained some traction. Indeed, Emperor Wu's move seemed brilliant but was risky. If the rebels had been decisive, willing to risk everything, they could have built a solid foundation. But the rebels missed their chance, wasting a golden opportunity. Two narratives spread across the land. One praised Emperor Wu, raising him to new heights, while the other mocked the rebels, trampling them into the mud. Some restless martial heroes or powerful factions had considered joining the rebels, hoping to seize a bright future. But now, they had second thoughts. Reckless rebels were unfit to accomplish great things. These opinions quickly reached the rebels, causing many skilled warriors who had joined to quietly withdraw, seeing no hope for success. Only those desperate, ordinary farmers chose to continue down this dark path. But in a world where might makes right, without powerful masters to support them, ordinary people, no matter how numerous, were just a disorganized mob. They couldn't withstand the onslaught of true martial experts. Only the White Lotus sect's top fighters showed no intention of withdrawing. However, unlike their previous unwavering fanaticism, they began to express discontent. "Holy Maiden, why didn't we act sooner? Look at how the world views us now. They say we're brainless fools. All the skilled fighters we recruited have left." Some high-ranking members of the White Lotus sect approached the Holy Maiden, their emotions running high. Losing was one thing. The White Lotus sect had lost before, even losing their leader. But no matter how many losses, it was just a lack of strength. But the current situation was different. They were being called brainless fools by the entire world. How could they stand that? They also believed that they shouldn't have missed the golden opportunity. The Holy Maiden, facing their complaints, coldly replied, "This was the Master's decision. Are you questioning him, seeking death?" The Master's decision? Upon hearing this, their expressions changed instantly. With the start of the New Heaven plan, the mysterious Master gradually emerged, deploying the blood shadow guards he had cultivated in secret. These high-ranking members were no longer unfamiliar with him. Because of this, they understood the Master's terrifying power. They dared to complain to the Holy Maiden, but not to the Master. Previously, a high-ranking member had resisted, not wanting another ruler above them. But he ended up dead in the most miserable way. His entire family was wiped out. Although they didn't dare question further, they harbored resentment. The Holy Maiden saw this but remained silent, simply observing calmly. The Western Rebellion continued. However, the victorious elite troops of the capital garrison began a relentless pursuit. The army's marshal was personally appointed by Emperor Wu, an expert in military strategy. Under him were two generals. One was a young general wielding a halberd, reaching the level of a top martial artist and skilled in battlefield combat. No one could stand against his halberd. The mysterious master once sent a squad of blood shadow guards to assassinate this invincible general, but they were all smashed to pulp by his heavy halberd. The other general, though not at the top level, was born with immense strength. Wielding a pair of massive golden hammers, he could fight tirelessly, once chasing 10,000 rebels alone and killing several thousand in a single day. These two generals alone could carry the banner, not to mention the many other capable officers under them. It was indeed the elite of the Imperial court, their foundation not just empty talk. The mysterious master had accumulated considerable power, but to overthrow the regime, the displayed strength was far from sufficient, unless he could create a true blood god. But surpassing top martial artists was no easy task. Even Lin Fan, a divine alchemist, could only cultivate slowly without rare herbs. Of course, that didn't include himself. With the dragon blood pill obtained from Long Kiwi, his strength had reached unknown heights. He could easily lift a 10,000-pound boulder. No exaggeration. Even Naibawa couldn't match him now. But Long Kiwi didn't know this. Her understanding of Lin Fan was still based on their previous encounters. With the news of the Western battle returning, she gained confidence, interacting with Lin Fan more assertively. "See, this is the strength of the Imperial court. While you're powerful, you can't be underestimated." The struggle between the two would only benefit others. Lin Fan laughed. Now she was showing off. "Do you think you're capable?" Lin Fan glanced at her. Long Kiwi's expression changed instinctively but quickly calmed down. "It's not about being capable, but our Imperial troops are not to be trifled with. Lin Fan acknowledged this. But just acknowledging wasn't enough. If she wanted to stand up, it would take more than that. It seemed necessary to show her his true strength. Lin Fan thought with a cold smile. What are you doing? What do you think? Don't come near me. Impeach. It's not up to you. Long Kiwi quickly cried out, losing her earlier confidence. But Lin Fan was determined to show his strength, and pleading wouldn't solve it. Today, he had to be firm. Prime Minister, it turns out His Majesty's troop movements were a clever ruse, not a foolish decision. Now the rebels have been severely defeated, and His Majesty's prestige is soaring once again. What should we do? Early in the morning, several ministers rushed to the Prime Minister's residence. These officials, once so confident, were now in a panic. They had all been promoted by the Prime Minister when he was in power, and none of them had clean records. If the Prime Minister couldn't regain his influence, they could all face ruin. Especially now that there were calls to reinstate the faction of the former Prime Minister who had lost the power struggle. This made them even more anxious, prompting them to seek guidance from their leader. The Prime Minister himself frowned slightly, clearly not having anticipated the current developments. Based on his understanding of Emperor Wu, this surprise counterattack shouldn't have been possible. It wasn't that Emperor Wu couldn't use such tactics. It was just that this strategy was too basic, not in line with Emperor Wu's style. After all, if the rebels had really gone all out, they could have disrupted everything. Such risky moves did not match Emperor Wu's style, nor were they necessary. Yet, this was what happened. Where conflict was expected, none occurred, while an unexpected place was ambushed and heavily damaged. Prime Minister. Seeing the Prime Minister remain silent, the ministers grew even more anxious. The Prime Minister held great prestige, with disciples and followers everywhere. Even if he was completely stripped of his position, his influence remained, and no one dared to act rashly against him. But they were different. If they lost power, their families would be in grave danger, especially if their opposing faction was reinstated. For them, it would be a disaster. When the opposition lost power, they had shown no mercy, inflicting as much misery as possible. Many enemies had been imprisoned, their properties confiscated, and their families torn apart. If the tables turned, would the opposition show mercy? I am aware of the situation. Just focus on your own duties. The Prime Minister exhaled softly and addressed the anxious ministers. Some wanted to say more, but were pulled back by calmer colleagues who shook their heads. The Prime Minister never acted without reason. If he had spoken, he had a plan. And he did. After the ministers left, he had a carriage prepared and went to meet someone in secret. At the Lin family estate. Facing Lin Fan's firm stance, Princess Long Kiwi had to behave. You're not trustworthy. Long Kiwi gritted her teeth. How am I not trustworthy? Lin Fan laughed, ignoring her anger. Long Kiwi said nothing more, but her eyes showed how much she wanted to lash out at him. Lin Fan ignored this too. Trying to act tough in front of him would only end badly. Behave yourself at home. Once your father sends the ransom, I'll let you go. Lin Fan laughed as he walked away, leaving Long Kiwi fuming. You bastard! Long Kiwi was furious. But with her internal power sealed, she couldn't resist even if she wanted to. And facing someone like Lin Fan, even with her powers, she stood no chance. Her only option was to avoid provoking him further, or face punishment. In the days that followed, Princess Long Kiwi behaved herself. Not only did she avoid causing trouble, she often stayed close to Jian Ling, helping with various tasks. For example, every time there was a meal, she helped serve the dishes and took the opportunity to eat her fill. With the Imperial troops gone, Lin Fan no longer needed to prepare special dishes to boost power. However, he continued to cook meals that enhanced vitality. He never held back in nurturing his family. Moreover, using his culinary skills was very satisfying, not only creating delicious meals but also strengthening his own mental power during the process. And those enjoying the meals, faced with such delightful and health-boosting dishes, couldn't resist. Long Kiwi, having been through so much, decided to make up for it by eating as much as she could. She always ate more than anyone else. Her flat stomach could hold more than any man's. You really can eat. Aren't you afraid you'll burst? Lin Fan mocked her. But Long Kiwi had learned her lesson and didn't respond, focusing on enjoying her food. She had realized that as long as she didn't cause trouble, Lin Fan wouldn't treat her badly. At least in terms of food and drink. Additionally, Jian Ling and the other women were very kind to her. Especially the eldest, Ye Xiaoru, who often chatted with her during their free time. Though she couldn't leave the estate and her powers were sealed, these days were actually more relaxing for her than before. With all the delicious food every day, she was gradually starting to like it here. Sometimes, she even thought that staying here wasn't so bad. As the commander of the Martial Enforcement Bureau, she had a formidable reputation in the martial world. But only she knew the hardships and sacrifices involved. She was just a bit older than Jian Ling but already possessed the skills of a top martial artist. To achieve this level, no matter how strong her talent or deep her family background, it required an effort beyond imagination. She was a woman. Yet she had accomplished what most men could not. If she could, she would also want a warm harbor, a place where she didn't have to worry about anything and could live the life she wanted. If she could, she would want to be cherished by someone. After all, who wouldn't want to be treated like a princess? Unfortunately, being born into royalty, especially a troubled royal family, made this a distant dream. Thinking about her family's issues, Long Kui, who had been enjoying her meal, suddenly felt a wave of sadness. Lin Fan noticed this change and thought his usual teasing had hurt her feelings. "Alright, I won't tease you anymore. Eat as much as you like. Our family is wealthy, we won't be impoverished by your appetite." He placed a chicken leg in her bowl, trying to comfort her. "Thank you." Tea? Long Kiwi was surprised at first, then smiled sincerely at Lin Fan. This was the first time Lin Fan had seen her truly smile, and he had to admit, she looked beautiful when she smiled. Her smile even surpassed that of the stunning Jian Ling. Like a 1,000-year-old Tianshan snow lotus blooming after enduring countless frosts. No wonder her beauty was recognized by the system. In this aspect she was indeed exceptional. "You're welcome." Lin Fan smiled back. "But your smile is kind of strange." "What's strange about it?" Long Kiwi was taken aback. "Strangely beautiful," Lin Fan said seriously. Blushing instantly, Long Kui, who had been seriously listening to his comments, realized it was just a cheesy compliment. "You rogue! Ki!" she scolded, her face red. "Hey ha!" Lin Fan laughed heartily. And everyone enjoyed the meal. After eating, Lin Fan went to the training ground. He began his daily training to steadily improve the skills of his guards. Although the immediate threat from the Imperial troops had been lifted, the hidden threats remained unresolved. Lin Fan's unpredictable actions would have greatly offended those lurking in the shadows. Relaxing now could lead to disaster in the future. Indeed, Lin Fan's unconventional tactics had caused significant losses for the mysterious mastermind. Not only was his power greatly weakened, but his prestige also took a hit, leading to unrest among his followers. Although many had been killed, such problems couldn't be solved by killing alone. A significant head needed to roll to truly settle the matter. And that person, naturally, would be someone who dared to stand against the Imperial army and remained unharmed. "I had planned to let you live a little longer, but since you won't cooperate, I'll deal with you first," the mysterious leader coldly commanded, sending out a squad of figures in dark red robes. These dark red-robed figures were the Blood God guards, who had never been deployed before. Time quietly passed. Summer was approaching. Early this morning Long Kiwi got up as usual to help prepare breakfast. But before Lin Fan, the master chef, could showcase his skills, the old butler approached. "Master, there's a group of people outside claiming to be from the Martial Enforcement Bureau. They request an audience with you," the butler reported respectfully. "People from the Martial Enforcement Bureau." Lin Fan instinctively glanced at Long Qi, then nodded. "Show them to the reception hall." "Yes, sir." The butler went to make the arrangements. "Your subordinates are here. They must be bringing the ransom," Lin Fan said to Long Qi with a smile. Long Qi nodded slightly, guessing the same. However, she didn't feel as happy as she had imagined. Once the ransom was paid, she could leave. But after spending time here, she felt a bit reluctant. Lin Fan didn't think much of it. He smiled at her and headed to the reception hall. In the reception hall, the leader of the Martial Enforcement Bureau team was none other than the old friend, Divine Constable Zhu Yiming. Thanks to their successful collaboration, he had been promoted to deputy commander. Although it was a deputy position, it was still a high-ranking post. An official of this rank was considered a significant authority, equivalent to a regional governor. However, Zhu Yiming showed no arrogance. He greeted Lin Fan politely. "Master Lin." "Lord Zhu Yiming. It's been a while." "It has indeed." They exchanged pleasantries with smiles. Lin Fan had a good impression of this cooperative partner. Zhu Yiming, now a deputy commander, respected Lin Fan's influence even more. Although he was on a mission, he didn't mind using this opportunity to strengthen their relationship. After several interactions, he was convinced that Lin Fan was his benefactor. As for offending the tax bureau, that was the tax bureau's problem, not the concern of the Martial Enforcement Bureau. Master Lin, we're all old friends here, so I'll get straight to the point. I've been tasked with delivering some items to you. Here's the inventory list for you to check. After some small talk, Zhu Ming handed over a list of items. He didn't know and didn't want to know what was on the list. His job was simply to deliver them safely. After all, the task was assigned by someone of incredibly high status. Thank you. Thank you. Lin Fan took the list without much thought. The items listed were all ones he had requested, so he was familiar with them. But as he looked further, he noticed something odd. It wasn't that anything was missing, but there were many additional items. Confirming he hadn't misread, Lin Fan's eyes flashed with curiosity. These items were the ransom prepared by Emperor Wu, and now there were extras. What did this mean? Moreover, the extra items were all in pairs, like a pair of jade Rui scepters, a pair of golden locks, and so on. What is Emperor Wu up to? Is he really sending a dowry for his daughter? Lin Fan pondered over the list, finding it rather strange. Is there a problem with the list, Master Lin? Seeing Lin Fan frown, Zhu Ming asked nervously. Lin Fan shook his head. The list is fine, just seems like a lot. Haha. Isn't more a good thing? Zhu Ming laughed heartily. Less would be a problem, but more was definitely a blessing. That's true. Lin Fan laughed and nodded. Whatever Emperor Wu's intentions, the extra items were real and valuable. Even if they were not needed, they could be sold for a lot of money. Since the list is fine, please arrange for the items to be received. They are outside the gate, Zhu Ming said. Lin Fan agreed, and instructed Su Erhu to handle the reception. When it came to the ransom, Lin Fan didn't hold back and demanded a lot. Including the additional items, it took several carriages to transport everything. The large wooden boxes couldn't be counted on the spot. Conservatively estimated, the value of these items exceeded 1,000,000 taels, and not just by a little. Some of the high-value herbs and special metals couldn't be bought on the market. They were priceless. Only someone with the extensive reach and absolute authority of Emperor Wu could gather such things. Is everything in order? Zhu Ming asked after all the items were accounted for. Everything's fine. Thank you for your efforts. Don't rush off afterwards, stay and enjoy a meal with an old friend, Lin Fan said warmly. Haha. Thank you for the invitation, Master Lin, but I must return to report. Perhaps another time, Zhu Ming replied cheerfully. He was eager to strengthen his ties with Lin Fan, but had pressing duties. All right, another time then. Lin Fan didn't insist and nodded. After a few more exchanges, Zhu Ming and his men left with their convoy. All right, your ransom has been fully paid. You're free to go. Returning inside, Lin Fan unlocked Long Kiwi's internal power seal. Her internal power surged back, restoring her strength as a top martial artist. Besides regaining her strength, she was now free to leave the estate. This was what she had wanted. Yet she felt a tinge of complexity in her heart. But being young and leading the Martial Enforcement Bureau, she had a strong will. After a brief moment of silence, she took a deep breath and suppressed her emotions. She bid farewell to Jian Ling and the other women and prepared to leave. Wait. Just a few steps away, Lin Fan called out to her. What? Are you going back on your word? Long Kiwi turned around. Who's going back on their word? Lin Fan retorted and tossed a golden sword to her. This is your sword. Catching the golden sword instinctively, Long Qi was surprised. This was a semi-divine weapon. She thought Lin Fan wouldn't return it, as such weapons couldn't be bought even with money, they were truly priceless. But now, as she was about to leave, Lin Fan returned it without hesitation. Thank you. Long Qi looked at Lin Fan for a long moment, then thanked him before swiftly departing. Husband, are you really letting her go just like that? Dao Miao Miao asked, frowning as she approached. Otherwise. Lin Fan smiled and asked in return. Dao Miao Miao replied, she's very strong. Even my grandfather might not be her match. If you let her go now, what if she comes back to cause trouble later? She wouldn't dare. Lin Fan gently tapped his wife's nose, understanding her concern. But no matter how bold Long Qi was, she wouldn't dare trouble him again. Letting her go back would clarify things and prevent the court from bothering them. Someone in the shadows wanted to pit him against the court for their gain, but Lin Fan wouldn't let that happen. He was willing to fight the court, but only if he benefited from it. This was Lin Fan's usual approach. Alright, let's drop this topic. Your husband will handle the rest. Now, let's focus on our meal. Ladies, what would you like to eat today? Lin Fan waved off the discussion and returned to the topic of food. Dao Miao Miao said, I want spicy braised carp and spicy braised ribs. Wang Nanan added, I want fish-flavored shredded pork, with a bit of salt. Su Xiaoxiao said, I want. Jian Ling said, I want. Ye Xiaoru said, I want. The two foodies quickly jumped in with their orders, followed by the other wives. Hearing their enthusiastic requests, Lin Fan couldn't help but chuckle. Want something? He would make sure they got it. The estate returned to its usual peaceful state, enjoying the pleasures of life. With the various supplies from the court, Lin Fan not only began refining pills but also used the special metals to equip his wives with custom-made weapons and soft armor. Ye Xiaoru, who studied swordsmanship with Jian Ling, had a tall and slender build. Lin Fan equipped her with a semi-divine longsword. Su Xiaoxiao also practiced swordsmanship, so she received a similar setup. However, the petite Wang Nanan learned swordsmanship from Dao Miao and preferred a heavy long sword, which seemed a bit much for her small frame. Lin Fan was speechless but still provided her with a semi-divine long sword, respecting her preference. All 5 wives. Each had a semi-divine weapon, the highest quality with some divine attributes. Such an arsenal would shock the entire martial world. Additionally, Lin Fan equipped himself. But instead of the usual swords or knives, he chose an oversized halberd. No fancy moves, just brute force. A 10-foot-long halberd with a sharp blade. With Lin Fan's immense strength, who could withstand it on the battlefield? When he tested it with his 5 wives, none could resist his power. They all ended up submitting, begging for mercy. Beyond weapons, he didn't neglect pills. The 1,000-year-old ginseng sent to him was refined into great restoration pills, distributed among the guard members, significantly boosting their strength. Various hidden weapons were also updated, now capable of threatening top martial artists. No exaggeration. Even without Lin Fan or his wives intervening, the guards alone could give the court a hard time. Even the 2 great generals of the capital garrison would struggle against the current guard. Before Lin Fan could find an opponent to showcase the guard's strength, the village chief of Sujia village arrived with a few young men, looking anxious. Lin Fan and Su Xiaoxiao received them, and the village chief brought news that alarmed Su Xiaoxiao. According to the village chief, a few days ago, a group of bandits raided Sujia village. As the village guard captain, her elder brother led the young men in resistance but was ultimately captured, along with several others. The bandit leader demanded a ransom of 10,000 taels within 3 days, threatening to kill the captives if not paid. Husband. Su Xiaoxiao was visibly shaken after hearing this. Lin Fan's eyes flickered, then he reassured her, Don't worry, Xiaoxiao. I will handle this and ensure no harm comes to anyone. Su Xiaoxiao nodded repeatedly. Despite her high-level skills, her mindset had not yet adapted. Lin Fan didn't correct her, instead asking the village chief for details and then having Su Erhu sound the assembly horn to gather the guards. It was just a group of bandits. Normally, a few guards could easily handle them. But Lin Fan sensed something unusual. This didn't fit the typical bandit behavior. They didn't loot or commit any atrocities, just captured the guards and demanded a ransom the village couldn't afford. 10,000 taels. The village couldn't raise that amount. So what would they do? Naturally, they'd seek help from their protector. Who was the village's protector? Or rather, who was the elder brother's protector? That was Lin Fan, the brother-in-law. The bandits demanding ransom weren't really after money, they were targeting Lin Fan. Who could it be this time? Lin Fan smiled with anticipation. Unlike the foolish attempts before, this time the troublemakers were smart, trying to lure Lin Fan out instead of attacking his stronghold. Given these circumstances, it was worth looking forward to. Sir, we've done as you instructed. Can we go now? On a desolate mountain, more than a dozen fierce-looking men knelt in a row, begging for mercy from a figure clad in a dark red robe, looking completely out of character. If the people from Sujia village were here, they would recognize these men as the bandits who had stormed their village days earlier, defeating the village guards and kidnapping several villagers. But these bandits, instead of waiting for the ransom, were now kneeling and begging before a blood-robed figure. A group of ruthless bandits. Kneeling before a frail-looking person, it was an eerie sight. But the bandits saw it differently, kneeling as thoroughly as they could, fearing that the slightest lapse in respect would cost them their heads. And rightly so. A few days ago, these bandits from Qingfeng's stronghold were still infamous in the region, with their leader, Irhuzi, being a rare first-rate martial artist known far and wide. But one day, a group of blood-robed individuals appeared, demanding they carry out a task. Qingfeng Stronghold was a significant bandit haven, not to be bossed around lightly. Irhuzi, the bandit leader, was incensed and ready to make the intruders pay. But to everyone's shock, the first-rate martial artist was decapitated with a single sword stroke by one of the blood-robed figures. The whole process was so swift that resistance was futile. The blood-robed individuals then unleashed their fury, slaughtering the stronghold's leaders. The remaining bandits, seeing this, were scared out of their wits. Just as they thought they were doomed, the blood-robed figures spared their lives, asking them to carry out a simple task. Terrified, the bandits agreed immediately, seizing the chance to live. After a few days of contact, they realized how ruthless the blood-robed individuals were, killing at the slightest provocation, treating human life as worthless. For a bunch of ruthless bandits to say this might sound funny, but it was their heartfelt truth. Now that the task was done, they just wanted to escape. But the blood-robed figure coldly replied, "When it's time for you to leave, you'll be allowed to go. For now, do what you're supposed to. Delay the mission, and you know the consequences." Yes. Yes. The bandits, wanting to say more, fell silent under the cold, emotionless gaze of the blood-robed figure, nodding in agreement. After the blood-robed figure left, the bandits collapsed to the ground. After a long while, one of the bandits whispered to a middle-aged man, "Third boss, should we really do as they say? This task doesn't seem so simple. Kidnapping a few villagers with such a fuss didn't make sense." The third boss, the last surviving senior member of the stronghold, was not highly skilled but was the brains of the outfit. He had survived the bloodbath by using his wits. In response to the question, he whispered, "Don't ask too many questions. If things go south, scatter and run. Until then, treat the villagers well. Feed them and tend to their wounds." "Third boss, we get the other parts, but why treat the villagers so well? We're bandits. If word gets out, we'll be a laughingstock." One of the more clueless bandits hesitated and asked. The others, though silent, shared his confusion. The third boss coldly replied, "These villagers must have some importance for those butchers to go to such lengths. If you want to die, ignore my advice." The bandits, reminded of the situation, nodded in understanding. "We'll follow your lead, third boss." The bandits exchanged glances and confirmed their decision. In the mountain stronghold, the captured villagers, including the brother-in-law, were held in a stone hut, each bearing some injuries. Faced with the bandits' ferocity and their fearsome reputation, the villagers were terrified, with one of them even breaking down in tears. But soon, they were utterly confused by what happened next. Instead of the expected brutality, the bandits treated them kindly, offering food and drink, and tending to their wounds. Except for not being able to leave the stone hut, their living conditions were better than before. Some of the poorer villagers even started to enjoy it. "Folks, bringing you here was not our choice. Qingfeng Stronghold, though a bandit haven, doesn't oppress common folk. We rob the rich to help the poor, and..." A middle-aged bandit, looking distressed, spoke as if lamenting their plight. This bandit was the third boss. The villagers, hearing this, were initially shocked but then felt a pang of sympathy. The third boss noted this and smiled slightly. Though it was a guess, there was nothing to lose. If it paid off, they could avoid disaster and even gain unexpected rewards. "Boss, these people are up to something. Should we deal with them?" On a hill overlooking the stronghold, a few blood-robed figures watched everything. One of them, seeing the bandits' actions, sought the leader's permission. "No need. A grand play needs skeptics and an audience to be truly grand." The leader, wearing a bronze mask that hid his face, had a teasing glint in his eyes. "Yes, sir." The subordinate respectfully acknowledged. They were the blood god guards, sent by the mysterious master. Though only 5, their strength surpassed that of an entire blood spirit guard squad. Or even more. Ordinary blood god guards were at the peak of first-rate martial artists, and their captain was half a step into the top tier. If he fully unleashed his blood power, he could fight a top-tier master. Such a squad could wreak havoc on a major power, let alone a small family. This hidden force was the mysterious master's trump card, deployed only for significant matters. As 2 blood god guards conversed, another raced up from the mountain base. Kneeling before the captain, he reported, "Captain, the target has arrived, accompanied by only 1 woman." The captain snorted, "How arrogant. Since he's so conceited, we'll bury him here today and take his head back to the master." "Yes, sir." The 4 blood god guards responded in unison, then vanished like shadows. The captain cast a cold glance down the mountain before disappearing as well. A bloody play was about to unfold. At the base of the mountain, a young couple walked side by side, looking like they were out for a leisurely stroll. The man held a stick wrapped in cloth, which resembled a tree branch. As they walked, he occasionally swung it at wildflowers along the path, much like a child playing with a stick. He seemed very relaxed. However, the woman beside him wore a worried expression. As they reached the mountain base, she couldn't help but ask quietly, "Husband, why didn't we let the guards handle this directly? Isn't this too risky?" "There's definitely some risk. But if the kidnappers see too many people, what if they flee or kill the hostages?" the man answered with a smile. This couple was none other than Lin Fan and his second wife, Su Xiao, whose elder brother had been kidnapped. Su Xiao didn't fully understand why her husband chose to keep the guards hidden instead of having them crush the bandits directly, opting for this risky approach instead. Upon hearing his explanation, her expression changed, and she understood. However, this meant Lin Fan was putting himself in danger. But to keep her from worrying, he hadn't mentioned this, clearly to avoid making her feel guilty. Understanding the situation, her eyes reddened slightly. "Husband, you're too good to me." Lin Fan smiled and comforted her. "Silly, if I'm not good to you, then to whom?" "NM?" Su Xiao nodded vigorously, her resolve to give him many children strengthening. Lin Fan chuckled. Without saying more, he glanced up at the modest mountain, and continued swinging his stick as they walked up the path. Both of them were highly skilled martial artists, so climbing the mountain was no challenge. Before long, they reached the top. There were some houses here, the bandits' dwellings. But before Lin Fan and Su Xiao could do anything, a murderous aura suddenly surrounded them. A figure in a blood-red robe leaped out from a dense thicket, wielding a blood-stained sword, and charged at them like a crimson shadow. Even before the figure reached them, blood-red sword energy was already slashing through the air. Again with these pests. Recognizing the attacker's attire and the blood-red aura, Lin Fan instantly knew who they were. Dare to offend the master, die. The attacker, a blood god guard, wasted no time, aiming to kill. Blood-red light flashed on the mountain, trees and shrubs were uprooted, caught in the crossfire. Lin Fan sneered, ready to strike, but Su Xiao gritted her teeth and said, "Husband, leave this one to me. Anyone who dares plot against our family, I will personally cut them down." The usually gentle second wife now showed a fierce determination. Lin Fan was momentarily stunned, but quickly stepped aside. Su Xiao wasted no words, drawing her semi-divine longsword and slashing through the blood-red sword energy before charging at the attacker. Practicing the 9 transformations of the reverse dragon, she was filled with battle spirit, fighting fiercely. Though typically gentle, Su Xiao was ferocious in battle, her sword a blur of deadly arcs. The blood god guard, also at the peak of first-rate martial arts, found himself quickly overwhelmed. Who knew the target had such strong protection? No wonder they dared come with just the 2 of them, thought the blood god guard captain, observing from the shadows. "Captain? Shall I join the fight?" one of the guards asked. "Yes, take her down first. The main target is mine," the captain ordered. "Understood." The guard responded respectfully, then sprang from hiding to assist his comrade against Su Xiao. Seeing another guard join the fray, Lin Fan prepared to intervene, knowing his hidden guards, led by Jian Ling, had likely rescued the hostages by now. But Su Xiao, filled with fighting spirit, took on both attackers without hesitation. Her sword flashed, blood-red energy clashed, and she held her ground. "Amazing, my wife." Lin Fan smiled, impressed by her fierce determination. Her gentle demeanor masked a formidable strength in battle. Instead of being put off by the contrast, Lin Fan found it more intriguing. He even started planning to have her roleplay this fierce persona later that night. As he momentarily daydreamed, the blood god guard captain and 2 others attacked, giving no quarter. They moved to encircle Lin Fan, aiming to kill. Knowing Lin Fan's formidable reputation and the trouble he had caused their master, they took no chances. "Couldn't wait, could you?" Lin Fan, unfazed by the sudden attack, had already sensed their presence thanks to his heightened awareness from his culinary training. Though not as precise as a cultivator's spiritual sense, it was enough to detect hidden enemies. "So you noticed us?" The captain sneered, but quickly regained his composure. "It doesn't matter. Today you die for your insolence." "Kill." The other 2 guards echoed, their intent to kill clear. A half-step grandmaster. 2 peak first-rate experts. United in a lethal strike. But Lin Fan merely smiled, planting his stick firmly into the ground with a heavy thud. Unleashing his vitality, the cloth wrapping exploded, revealing a massive halberd. A semi-divine weapon, weighing 1,000 pounds. Just lifting it could crush a person. The blood god guards paused, but continued their attack, their resolve unshaken. Martial artists didn't rely on size. Skill. Their skill was the true killer. But as they clashed, they realized their mistake. Lin Fan swung the massive halberd effortlessly, its weight and his strength creating a terrifying force. The guard's lethal sword energy shattered against it. With a single sweep, Lin Fan's halberd shattered their swords. The blood god guard's weapons, crafted with immense effort, were reduced to fragments in an instant. But it wasn't over. With a forceful sweep, Lin Fan's halberd struck them, disrupting their inner energy. They tried to dodge, but Lin Fan's overwhelming vitality stalled their movements. Unable to escape, they were struck and thrown back, their defensive energy shattered. Ah! All three spat blood and screamed, their bodies flung like ragdolls. 1 strike. 2 dead, 1 severely injured. The invincible blood god guards, even with their half-step grandmaster captain, were no match. How is this possible? The captain, once confident, was now in shock. The 2 guards had their chests crushed mid-air, dying instantly. Only the captain, using his half-step grandmaster inner strength, managed to survive, though gravely injured. 1 clash. 2 dead, 1 gravely wounded. How could they continue? The captain, though alive, was now lost in despair. It wasn't that they were weak. The target was just too strong. Strong enough to make them despair. You still dare to mess with me? Lin Fan planted his halberd firmly in the ground, sneering at the blood god guard captain who was spitting blood. This time, he had brought his weapon specifically to confront these so-called formidable blood god guards. But he hadn't even broken a sweat a few swings of his halberd and they were all down. The blood god guard captain, initially bewildered, now turned red with fury upon hearing Lin Fan's taunt. They, the elite blood god guards, had been trained to be unmatched, secretly eradicating numerous martial factions and notable masters, their blood used to refine blood pills. Each mission they undertook left no survivors, striking fear into the hearts of many. To be belittled like this was more unbearable than death for the proud captain. Ah! Fueled by rage, the blood god guard captain let out a primal roar. His special internal energy surged, igniting like flames, raising his power to a peerless level. This was their desperate gambit, a technique to temporarily boost their strength significantly. The cost, however, was steep: a severe drop in strength afterward, and the need for a long recovery period. But the captain didn't care about the consequences, he only wanted to make this arrogant enemy pay in blood. A last-ditch effort. Lin Fan watched with interest as the captain's aura soared. Desperation moves like this were something he had read about, but never seen firsthand in this world. Kill. The empowered captain, eyes blazing, leapt at Lin Fan, a blood sword appearing as he slashed his chest. This blood sword, seemingly formed of pure blood, gleamed with a metallic sheen, exuding a surreal aura. Lin Fan, with his invincible physique, felt a slight threat from the sword, a weapon capable of harming him. Though just a slight threat, considering his current body, enhanced by 3 dragon blood pills, had reached an extraordinary level. Even typical semi-divine weapons posed no danger to him. Yet, this eerie blood sword surpassed many ordinary semi-divine weapons. No wonder they can pull off such grand schemes. They do have some remarkable means. Lin Fan acknowledged the ingenuity behind the blood god plan. Indeed, to dare orchestrate such significant plots required exceptional skill. Die. The blood god guard captain didn't waste time pondering, he only wanted to kill Lin Fan. Lin Fan smiled and said, "You think a bit of praise means you can win?" The captain remained silent, his red eyes filled with murderous intent. The blood sword dripped blood as he swung it, filling the air with a suffocating stench. This was the physical manifestation of his killing intent. The blood sword slashed through the air, aiming straight for Lin Fan. Coated in a bloody aura, the sword resembled a giant blade of justice descending upon Lin Fan. Lin Fan smiled faintly and raised his halberd to block. Clang! The halberd met the sword, stopping the giant blood blade in its tracks. The collision sent shockwaves rippling out, scattering debris and shaking the ground, more spectacular than any Hollywood special effects. But Lin Fan stood firm, holding the halberd with one hand, unfazed by the giant blood blade's pressure. Impossible. The captain was stunned. He knew Lin Fan was formidable but hadn't expected him to block the attack so effortlessly. Even against a peerless master, this attack should have posed a challenge. Yet Lin Fan had casually stopped it with one hand. What kind of power was this? You think you can kill me with this? Lin Fan's calm voice carried more weight than 100 taunts. His actions spoke louder than words. I don't believe it. The captain roared, his eyes growing redder, his strength peaking as he swung his bloodsword again, aiming to deliver a more powerful strike. The giant blood blade, infused with lethal energy, cut through the air, tearing up trees and rocks in its path. But despite the grand display, it was ineffective. Lin Fan, holding his halberd, effortlessly shattered each attack, standing his ground. The massive blood blade was repeatedly broken, reduced to dust by the halberd's overwhelming power. Enough playing around. Let's end this. Lin Fan grew bored, realizing the captain wasn't even warming him up. His words carried a magical weight, causing the frantic captain to instinctively pull back. But the massive halberd in Lin Fan's hands moved with the swiftness of a short sword, slashing through the air and striking the captain. The captain tried to block with his bloodsword, adopting a defensive stance. Clang! The halberd struck the bloodsword, bending it at a 90-degree angle and slamming into the captain's chest. Among heavy weapons, the halberd was a top-tier weapon, paired with Lin Fan's immense strength. Even with just a third of his power, it was nearly the mortal limit. The captain's chest exploded under the impact, his internal organs shattered. He looked down at the gaping hole in his chest, disbelief on his face, before collapsing. Even with his short-term boost to peerless strength, he couldn't withstand a serious attack from Lin Fan. Captain. The two blood god guards fighting Su Xiaoxiao noticed the captain's fate, shouting in horror. Su Xiaoxiao seized the moment, decapitating one guard with her semi-divine longsword. The remaining guard, realizing the hopelessness, tried to flee. But a massive halberd, thrown like a rocket, impaled him mid-air, pinning him to a tree. The guard struggled futilely, unable to dislodge the halberd, as Su Xiaoxiao finished him off. In the end, all 5 blood god guards lay dead. Well done. Lin Fan pulled his halberd from the tree and praised his wife with a smile. Su Xiaoxiao, out of her bloodthirsty state, trembled slightly, but seeing Lin Fan, she felt at ease. Hearing his praise, she smiled sweetly. Husband, we've rescued everyone. All the hostages are safe and in good condition. Jian Ling, having completed the rescue, reported to Lin Fan. Well done. Lin Fan praised again. Su Xiaoxiao nervously asked, Ling Xia, is my brother all right? Jian Ling smiled. Don't worry. He's fine, just some minor injuries. That's good. Su Xiaoxiao sighed in relief, finally able to relax. The group headed to the bandits' quarters. The entire area was under guard control. Not a fly could get in or out. All the villagers, including Lin Fan's brother-in-law, were rescued. The bandits, meanwhile, were locked up, waiting for their fate. Jian Ling explained the situation and asked, Husband, what should we do with these bandits? Lin Fan rubbed his chin, ready to kill them all, seeing them as no good. But before he could speak, the bandit leader, the third boss, knelt and begged, Great sir, we were forced into this. We're victims too. We didn't harm the villagers, we treated them well. You can ask them. Yeah, we were forced. These blood-robed people killed our leader. We had no choice but to follow. Please, spare us. The other bandits echoed his plea. They had initially resisted the intruders, but the strongest among them was quickly subdued. Realizing the futility, they had surrendered. They had seen the blood-robed demons easily crushed by Lin Fan. Now was the time to beg for mercy. Lin Fan's brother-in-law also spoke up. Brother-in-law, they didn't mistreat us. They took us, but they treated us well, never shorting us on food or drink. Thank you for your righteous words. The bandits were tearfully grateful. Brother-in-law. The third boss's eyes lit up. He had gambled right. He still didn't know the full story. But if this man could effortlessly crush the blood-robed demons, he was no ordinary figure. Now this extraordinary figure was his captive's brother-in-law. If he could gain his favor, his future was bright. What seemed like a disaster was actually a blessing in disguise. At this moment, he had a bold idea. Despite his lack of strength, the third boss had always been bold and had a keen sense of judgment. This attribute had helped him rise to his current position. Earlier, his decision to treat the villagers kindly was a testament to this. Now, faced with Lin Fan accepting his brother-in-law's suggestion not to hold them accountable, the third boss immediately knelt before Lin Fan. Sir? I'd like to work for you. Would you give me the opportunity? The third boss gritted his teeth, determination clear in his eyes. Lin Fan had been ready to leave, having wrapped up the situation. But this sudden development piqued his interest, so he stopped. You want to work for me? Lin Fan looked him over, neither rejecting nor accepting outright. Yes, sir. I'm hoping for the chance. The third boss was resolute, knowing this could be a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. What can you do for me? Lin Fan asked. Curious. Whatever you need, sir. I'll do it. The third boss bit his lip, fully committed to seizing this chance. Such confidence. Lin Fan chuckled. Though the man's strength was lacking, his confidence was commendable. If I don't have confidence, how can I ever hope to serve you? The third boss replied seriously. Good. I appreciate confidence. Lin Fan nodded approvingly. Since you're so eager to work for me, I'll give you a chance. If you can unify all the bandits in Haiyan County within 3 months and make them yours, then you'll be my man. This. The third boss instinctively wanted to agree, but the enormity of the task left him speechless. Haiyan County was vast, with countless bandit groups. Even at its peak, King Feng's stronghold couldn't have achieved this, let alone now with just a handful of men. How about it? Not confident? Lin Fan asked with a smile. Despite his lack of confidence, the third boss decided to take the gamble. I am confident. He nodded vigorously, willing to risk everything. Banditry wasn't just about fighting, it involved relationships and interests. If he could strategize well, there might be a chance. Good. You've got some guts. I'm starting to like you. Lin Fan acknowledged his courage with a nod. He had the strength but needed people who were bold and capable. Through his interrogation of other bandits, he had learned that the third boss had decided to treat the villagers well, showing he could make insightful decisions. There were many talented people, but those who could deliver results were rare. If the third boss could prove his capability, Lin Fan wouldn't mind giving him a chance. While he already had formidable strength, he lacked an efficient intelligence network. Though Li Sandao and others provided useful information, they mainly covered the obvious. For more clandestine details, he needed someone who could handle both overt and covert tasks. If the third boss could unify the bandits, it would greatly enhance his intelligence network. In any era, intelligence was crucial. Lin Fan didn't want to be blindsided by his enemies. However, all this depended on the third boss's ability to handle the responsibility. Unifying one county was a prerequisite to managing a nationwide network. I won't let you down, sir. The third boss kowtowed again, feeling both excited and determined. He needed this chance. Xiao Tong. Lin Fan called out, looking toward a shadowy corner of the room. Here. A small figure emerged from the shadows. It was Lin Xia Tong, whom Lin Fan trusted highly. You'll stay with him for the next few days. Protect his life if necessary, but don't interfere otherwise. Lin Fan instructed, valuing potential talent enough to ensure their safety. Yes. Lin Xia Tong accepted the task without hesitation. This. The third boss was taken aback. He was pleased with the attention but doubted whether a young child could protect him. He didn't dare question Lin Fan's decision, however, and resolved to try even harder. I look forward to good news, Lin Fan said, leaving with the rescued villagers. To prevent further threats against his family, Lin Fan decided to have his brother-in-law move into the county town to work for him, ensuring their safety. Living closer would also make visits easier for his wife. As compensation for their troubles, Lin Fan provided the villagers with generous rewards to improve their lives. Sujia village, having prospered since Lin Fan became their son-in-law, now had many men working as guards with good pay. Their homes were well maintained, making it one of the wealthiest villages in the region. The villagers were deeply grateful to Lin Fan, often reminding their sons to serve him well and remain loyal. Anyone who betrayed this trust would be disowned and removed from the family register. This severe punishment meant such a person would become a rootless rogue. This loyalty reassured Lin Fan, knowing that his trusted aides would keep each other in check. Of course, strength was essential, and Lin Fan's true core was his female militia. Back home, he continued training his wives diligently. For example, he had Su Xiaoxiao role-play to hone her skills. The nuances of such practice. Those who know, know. Damn it. Even the blood god guards couldn't defeat him, and we lost the blood sword. This man is infuriating. The mysterious leader was once again infuriated. It had been several days since the blood god guards were completely annihilated, and he had received the news that the entire squad he sent was wiped out, including the vital blood sword, which was also lost in the encounter. By now he had lost count of how many times he had suffered defeats at Lin Fan's hands. Things that seemed foolproof ended in heavy losses for him every time, as if Lin Fan were his nemesis. He originally planned to sever Lin Fan's head to boost morale, but now, not only did he fail, he suffered a significant loss. The Blood God guards were not easily replaced. Their training required immense resources and compatible candidates, which were rare. The loss of even one guard was painful, let alone an entire squad, including their captain, and the loss of the prized blood sword that took years to create. It felt like his heart was bleeding. This string of failures made him feel like a foolish puppet, consistently outwitted. He had always been the one manipulating others, even powerful opponents, with ease. But now, the tables had turned. Every time he thought he had understood his opponent, the reality proved otherwise, revealing just the tip of the iceberg. These continuous setbacks would shake even the most steadfast resolve. Just wait. The Blood God will be born soon, and you will pay for what you've done. No longer foolishly sending men to their deaths, the mysterious leader decided to bide his time. He recognized that Lin Fan's strength was beyond his expectations and chose to endure the humiliation for now. Once he created a true god, he would seek revenge. No more tricks, just pure overwhelming strength. The Blood God would surpass even the greatest masters, and Lin Fan, no matter how strong, could not possibly compete with a godlike being. After all, no matter how powerful a mortal is, how could they rival a god? With such power, he was confident that he would not lose again. Just wait. The day is coming. The mysterious leader took a deep breath, suppressing his fury. Meanwhile, at the Lin family estate, Lin Fan, the cause of the mysterious leader's rage, was unaware of this anger. But even if he knew, he wouldn't care. Gods or not, his great halberd was ready and waiting. Anyone foolish enough to come would meet their end. Even if he couldn't handle them, he would simply marry more beautiful wives. There was no opponent he couldn't overcome. Confident in his strength, Lin Fan spent his days either training his wives in role-playing scenarios or studying his latest spoils in the blacksmith workshop. This thing is quite fascinating. It's neither metal nor non-metal, neither blood nor non-blood. There's no sign of forging, more like it grew this way. Lin Fan marveled at the blood sword he had taken from the Blood God guard captain. It looked like metal but wasn't, and while it seemed forged from blood, it wasn't that either. The fresh blood on it seemed to have been absorbed, much like a tree absorbing water. Its unique structure appeared to have grown rather than been made. As a master blacksmith, Lin Fan's eye for detail was sharp. Although he had no experience with this type of material, he could still gauge its quality. Despite its oddities, one thing was clear: the blood sword was incredibly powerful. Despite taking a heavy blow from him, it hadn't broken. The initial damage it sustained had healed over the past few days, almost as if it were alive, regenerating. A living sword. This was a trait of a true divine weapon, an incredibly powerful artifact. But true divine weapons required not only a master blacksmith but also rare metals and powerful blessings. Even Lin Fan, with his mastery, hadn't found suitable materials to forge one. Yet here was a seemingly odd blood sword with such capabilities. Though it lacked the overwhelming power and dominance of a true divine weapon, its self-repair ability alone was impressive. Weapon damage was a common issue for fighters. If one's weapon could repair itself while the others couldn't, the outcome was obvious. This mysterious leader's resources are quite extraordinary. I must capture him someday for interrogation. Repeated encounters had piqued Lin Fan's interest in the mysterious leader. The various strange abilities were worth investigating. Lin Fan's strength came from his system, his ultimate cheat as a transmigrator. But what did the mysterious leader have to grant him such power? The leader remained elusive. Even with Lin Fan's determination, capturing him would be difficult without a fully developed intelligence network. Unless his intelligence network could pinpoint the leader's location, or if he could fully control the escaped wife, who might backstab the leader. With his current strength, once located, he could easily subdue the leader. Thinking of the runaway wife, Lin Fan concentrated, initiating a special connection. The 1,000 Poison Insect Queen. An item given by the system, it remained bound to Lin Fan as the primary owner, even if given away. Normally, it obeyed the secondary owner, the wife. However, through special sensing, Lin Fan could link with the Insect Queen, and, indirectly, with his wife. It wasn't like real-time surveillance but more like an old-fashioned telephone line. He could sense her general activities, emotions, and thoughts. This was why he never worried about her escaping his control. In a desperate move, he could even pinpoint her location. Using this connection for the first time, Lin Fan quickly linked with the Insect Queen, and through it, with his wife. Initially intrigued, his expression soon darkened as he realized that 9 out of 10 of her thoughts were curses aimed at him, filled with intense resentment. Even across great distances, he could almost see her gnashing her teeth in hatred, ready to flay him if she could. Chafe, such resentment. She'll need some serious discipline. Lin Fan smirked. He'd have to deal with her later for daring to harbor such hatred. Knowing he was always on her mind, albeit negatively, he decided to sever the link, tired of sensing her curses. But suddenly, he caught a different piece of information from the connection. The link between their minds was successful without any disturbances, and Lin Fan clearly sensed her emotions. But just as Lin Fan was about to sever the connection, he suddenly detected an unfamiliar emotional wave through the link. The 1,000 poison insect queen was a system reward. Apart from Lin Fan, only his runaway wife could control it. Yet now, it seemed a third party had appeared, transmitting a clear emotional wave back to Lin Fan. However, as Lin Fan tried to connect with this strange wave, it vanished, as if it were an illusion. Was it really an illusion, Lin Fan wondered. Despite his efforts, he couldn't sense it again. Just then, the maid serving Dao Meow 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 rushed in. Master, something's wrong. Mistress suddenly has severe stomach pain, the maid said, panic evident on her face. Severe stomach pain. Lin Fan's heart sank. He set aside his research and hurried out. The maid quickly added, yes, she was fine this morning, but while walking in the garden with the other ladies, she suddenly had intense pain and couldn't stand up. Take me to her, Lin Fan urgently commanded, leaving the blood sword behind as he hurried out. Severe stomach pain during pregnancy was never a good sign. She was only 7 to 8 months along. If she went into labor now, it would be a premature birth. In this era, without modern medical equipment, the chances of survival for a premature baby were slim, even with advanced medical skills. Oh, it hurts so much. As he approached the newly built garden, Lin Fan could hear Dao Meow Meow Meow's cries of pain. This was serious. Dao Meow Meow was a tough woman who could withstand being cut without a sound. For her to be in such pain meant it was severe. Lin Fan quickened his pace. Soon he reached the garden pavilion. All his wives were there, trying to comfort Dao Meow Meow Meow, but they were at a loss for what to do. Dao Meow Meow was lying on a thick woolen blanket, writhing in pain. Seeing Lin Fan, she cried out, Lin Fan, it hurts so much. Don't cry. I'm here, Lin Fan said, quickly taking her into his arms. Feeling his warmth, Dao Meow Meow calmed down a bit, but the pain still made her tear up, her hands clutching his clothes tightly. Lin Fan gently placed a hand on her belly. With his advanced medical skills, he could detect the baby's condition even without equipment. After a careful examination, he sighed in relief. It's nothing serious. The baby moved suddenly and vigorously, causing the pain, he explained, pressing lightly on her belly to alleviate the pain. Dao Meow Meow's tense face relaxed. Why did this happen? Everything was fine before, asked Ye Xiaoru, worried about the only heir of the Lin family. The other wives shared her concern. Why did the baby suddenly act up? It was always so well behaved before, Dao Meow Meow added, puzzled. Lin Fan explained, I'm not entirely sure, but from my examination it seems the baby is malnourished or hungry, which caused the vigorous movement. Hungry. The wives were bewildered. Dao Meow Meow was even more confused. She had been eating well and drinking nourishing soups prepared by Lin Fan daily. Even for twins, there shouldn't be a nutritional deficiency. It is strange. It shouldn't be the case, but it seems so, Lin Fan said, still puzzled. What should we do now? Jian Ling asked, now concerned. It's simple, Lin Fan said, trying to lighten the mood. We just need to provide more nutrition. Since the baby is so hungry, we'll make sure it's well fed. He then instructed the maid, fetch her Xiao. I need to procure some new herbs. Understood. The maid hurried away. You naughty baby, if you're hungry, tell mommy. Don't torment her like this. I'll spank your bottom later, Dao Meow Meow said, gently patting her belly. Yes, spank the bottom, Lin Fan chuckled, eyes filled with affection. See if you dare do that again, Dao Meow Meow giggled, the pain seemingly forgotten. With his wife and child safe, Lin Fan relaxed. Why did this happen suddenly? Could it be that our baby has a special constitution? Lin Fan pondered, thinking of his own physique and Dao Meow Meow Meow's martial talent. It was possible that their child had a special constitution. If so, with Lin Fan's resources as a master herbalist, the child's potential would be immense. Considering this, Lin Fan decided to create a special prenatal tonic. With a plan in mind, Lin Fan shared his thoughts. Our baby might have a special constitution. Dao Meow Meow's eyes widened as she touched her belly. Yes, it's very possible, Lin Fan confirmed. From his detailed examination, he sensed unusual energy from the fetus, stronger than a normal baby's. Even in its current state, the fetus's energy was already significantly higher, and with proper nutrition, it would only increase. Wow! Our baby is amazing, Dao Meow Meow exclaimed, praising the child in her belly. You're an amazing mom, Lin Fan said, gently stroking her head. He Dao Meow Meow beamed with joy. The other wives, while happy, couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy. Without realizing it, they all turned their gaze to their husband. Seeing their looks, Lin Fan raised an eyebrow. What? Do you all want to have babies now? While Lin Fan was busy managing his household affairs, Princess Long Qi, having regained her freedom, was equally occupied. Upon returning to the palace, she immediately sought an audience with her father, the Emperor of Da Long. All the palace servants were dismissed, and no one knew what transpired between father and daughter. It was only after half a day that she emerged from the emperor's quarters. Following this, the emperor issued several edicts. First, he ordered the military commanders to swiftly quell the rebellion. Next, he commanded the Martial Affairs Department to coordinate with major martial sects and form a united force to eradicate the hidden White Lotus sect. Anyone who killed the mysterious leader would be granted a marquisate. A marquisate. Such an unimaginable honor, even if not hereditary, was enough to drive those with humble beginnings to madness. With just one decree, numerous powerful factions and independent experts responded, flocking to the Martial Affairs Department to register. Those who previously looked down on the department, deeming them mere lapdogs of the court, were now more eager than anyone to serve. Hypocrisy exists everywhere. Even reclusive masters were stirred from their tranquility. Following this bold move, the emperor issued a third decree. He reinstated the disgraced chancellor of the left and ordered a re-evaluation of the officials previously linked to him, nullifying all previous judgments. The person in charge of this re-evaluation was the reinstated chancellor himself. The chancellor of the left was a renowned scholar who founded the Heavenly Heart Academy, a sanctuary for scholars. To countless students, he was a saint of the literary world, and even many martial artists held him in high regard. Previously, he was brought down by the machinations of the right chancellor, despite widespread support for his innocence. However, with the right chancellor's overwhelming influence, and the emperor preoccupied with his quest for immortality, the young crown prince could do little to change the outcome. Many of his associates faced tragic ends, imprisoned or executed. Now, with the right chancellor deposed and the reinstatement of the chancellor of the left, the emperor's prestige soared, celebrated by countless scholars. The emperor was praised as a Renaissance figure, rejuvenating the empire with decisive reforms, consolidating military and civilian support. As long as the Western rebellion was suppressed and the corrupt right chancellor's faction purged, the seemingly unstable Da Long Empire would be solid once more. Your Highness, shall we proceed? In a dark, secret chamber, two indistinct figures sat facing each other. One. A slender figure, asked the other. The taller figure was silent for a moment before speaking. I'd prefer to wait, but given the current situation, any further delay will disrupt our plans. Your Highness speaks candidly. Let's proceed as planned, then the slender figure replied with a smile. Ensure your men cooperate. Rest assured, they will. After a brief exchange, they nodded at each other and left the dark chamber. Though the court was in turmoil, the Lin family estate remained unaffected. Lin Fan was informed of the emperor's 3 decrees, noting that they no longer posed a threat to him. In this regard, Princess Long Qi proved her worth, being the beloved daughter of the emperor. Husband, is it true that my father has been exonerated? Yi Xiaoru asked Lin Fan, her eyes brimming with tears. Moments ago, her maid Xiao Qing informed her that her father had been cleared of all charges. Lin Fan smiled and nodded. Yes, the emperor has resumed his duties, and your father's case was reviewed. He was wrongfully accused of corruption. Not only has he been exonerated, but he will also be reinstated to his former position. That's wonderful, Yi Xiaoru exclaimed, hugging Lin Fan tightly, tears of joy streaming down her face. Thank you, husband. Without your help, my father might not have lived to see this day. There's no need to thank me. Your father is my father too. Don't say such things anymore, Lin Fan gently chided. Okay, Yi Xiaoru nodded obediently. With her father's ordeal over, it was the best news she could have hoped for. Pack your things. Since father has been cleared and released, we should visit him and let him know about your current situation, Lin Fan suggested, comforting her by stroking her hair. Okay, I'll do as you say, Yi Xiaoru agreed, nestling closely into his embrace. Soon, the other wives heard the news and congratulated their sister. Sister Xiaoru, Congratulations on reuniting with your father soon, they said sincerely. Thank you, sisters, Yi Xiaoru replied gratefully, her relationships with them very harmonious. Lin Fan watched with a smile. Marrying these women was truly a blessing, a perk of his transmigration. In the modern world, just marrying one wife could lead to countless troubles and disputes. Buying milk tea without asking about flavors would be seen as not understanding her. Asking about flavors could also lead to trouble. Even small disagreements could lead to breakups or divorces, turning the household into chaos. Men could never do anything right and often lived worse than dogs. Lin Fan hadn't experienced this himself but had seen it among his friends. It was disheartening. Whether it was a moral decline or a shift in human nature, modern society was becoming increasingly problematic. Now, with several wives who were all so sensible and understanding, how could he not be happy? The next morning, Lin Fan led a team of guards and set off with his wife to visit her father. Her father, the chief official of Black Cloud County, had been reinstated and naturally returned to the county city. This made things easier, eliminating the need for long journeys. However, in ancient times, even a journey of a few hundred miles could take considerable time, especially with the poor state of roads. Particularly in early summer, with frequent rains turning many roads into muddy, uneven paths. Fortunately, their horses were strong and the carriage was specially crafted by Lin Fan, capable of traversing difficult terrain, though it was slow. After about 6 or 7 days, they arrived at the bustling county city. Compared to the small Tianfeng County, the county city was a provincial-level metropolis. As they entered through the city gates, the noise and bustle hit them immediately, with crowds everywhere. Lin Fan's grand convoy was hardly noticeable in such a place. Passers-by barely glanced at them before continuing on their way. Martial artists carrying broad swords or long swords, and even some with strange weapons, mingled with the common folk, drawing little attention. "Wife, where is your family's residence?" Lin Fan asked, peering out of the carriage window. Her father's reinstatement meant their old residence would be returned to them. No one would dare seize the property of a county's chief official. Just ahead, on a street with a large willow tree at the entrance, Ye Xiaoru replied, nervous about returning home. "All right, let's go," Lin Fan instructed, holding her hand to comfort her. "I received reports from Li Sandao that our father is doing well, so there's no need to worry." "Okay," Ye Xiaoru nodded, clutching his hand tightly. With Su Erhu leading the way, they reached their destination smoothly. As they arrived, the main gate opened, and her father, dressed in official attire, stepped out, accompanied by a middle-aged woman, their gestures intimate. Ye Xiaoru's initial joy turned to shock at this sight, her smile freezing. Lin Fan narrowed his eyes. Her father had just been released, with his wife and daughter missing, yet he seemed to have found a new companion already? Could her father be a scoundrel? "Let's go home," Ye Xiaoru said, looking at her father for a moment before turning back to the carriage. She had come with such high hopes, only to see this. It wasn't that she objected to him having a new love, but with his wife and daughter still missing and their fates uncertain, he should be looking for them, not finding a new companion. How could she not feel heartbroken? Especially Ye Xiaoru. If she hadn't met Lin Fan, who knows how tragic her fate might have been. Even so, she had always thought about her father, her only relative in this world. But now? Her father had found a new love and seemed to be living well. As for her and her mother? It seemed they had already been forgotten. "Don't be hasty, it might not be what it seems," Lin Fan said, trying to comfort her. There was no mention of this in Li Sandao's report, but Ye Xiaoru stubbornly shook her head, insisting on going back immediately. Seeing her determination, Lin Fan had no choice but to agree. "Xiaoru." Just as she was about to get into the carriage, a familiar voice called out. It was her father, the one who had just stepped out of the mansion, his face full of excitement and disbelief. Hearing his call, Ye Xiaoru froze. That voice was so familiar. But remembering how she and her mother had suffered, she pretended not to hear and continued to climb into the carriage. Seeing this, her father was certain he hadn't mistaken her. He hurried towards her. "Stop!" The guards quickly raised their spears as he approached the carriage. Without permission from the master or mistress, no one was allowed to approach, regardless of who they were. The guards, all elite warriors, raised their spears, their killing intent stopping her father in his tracks. "Xiaoru, it's me, your father," he called out anxiously, all his authority as an official forgotten. "You remember you're my father. Did you ever think about my mother and me?" Ye Xiaoru stopped again, but did not turn around. "Of course I did," he replied without hesitation. "Really?" Ye Xiaoru turned back with a cold smile. "Did you think of us while we were out there, not knowing if we were dead or alive, while you found a new love and laughed every day. I. Her accusations left him speechless. Nothing to say, her smile grew colder. Do you know how much my mother and I suffered? My mother died from sorrow, and as for me, if not for a stroke of luck, my fate would have been too tragic to describe. He wanted to say something, but the weight of her words left him mute. Fortunately, at that moment, the woman who had been with him stepped forward, smiling gently. Perhaps there's a misunderstanding. Can we talk it over slowly? Yes, let's go home and talk, her father said, regaining his composure. He realized there must be some misunderstanding. Ye Xiaoru remained silent, but looked towards her husband. Her father also looked at Lin Fan, instinctively sizing him up. This gaze was much like the scrutiny of a protective father meeting his daughter's boyfriend for the first time. Lin Fan met his gaze calmly. After all, meeting the in-laws was not a first for him. Seeing her questioning look, Lin Fan thought for a moment and then nodded. Since we're already here, let's talk it through and clear up any misunderstandings. Hearing her husband's words, Ye Xiaoru agreed, and decided not to leave immediately. Looking at her father, whose hair was already turning white, and the beautiful woman with a gentle face beside him, she finally nodded slowly. Let's go inside first. Her father-in-law glanced at Lin Fan again, but didn't say anything right away. Instead, he invited everyone into the house. You all stay outside, Lin Fan instructed Su Erhu and the others, then entered the house with his wife. Inside, it wasn't as luxurious as one might expect. Although he was the chief official of a county, his residence was quite modest. The front and back yards together didn't cover 2 acres of land. This might sound like a lot, but for the chief official of a county, it was quite modest. Ye Xiaoru didn't think much of it. After all, this had been her home for many years. However, stepping inside now, her eyes were filled with complex emotions. From now on, this would no longer be her home. Her mother had passed away. Her father had found someone new, and as a married daughter, she felt completely uprooted. Thinking of this, her mood sank again. Lin Fan, understanding his wife's feelings, gently squeezed her hand and gave her a reassuring look. Facing her husband's concern, Ye Xiaoru's mood improved a bit, and she smiled and nodded. How have you all been these years? And your mother? As soon as they entered, her father-in-law couldn't wait to ask. It would have been better if he hadn't asked. The question made Ye Xiaoru's expression turn cold again. You still remember my mother? Ye Xiaoru asked coldly. Of course I do. Not a moment goes by that I don't miss you all. Her father-in-law's voice was emotional. Really? Ye Xiaoru glanced at the beautiful woman beside her. He had just managed to get out of a predicament and already found someone new, yet he claimed to always think of his wife and daughter. Who would believe that? Of course it's true, her father-in-law replied earnestly. Then who is she? Ye Xiaoru, seeing her father's expression, decided to stop pretending and pointed directly at the beautiful woman. The two had come out of the house together, laughing and chatting familiarly. To say there was nothing between them was something Ye Xiaoru couldn't believe. Her father-in-law was stunned for a moment, then shook his head with a bitter smile. The beautiful woman also smiled and explained, Niece, you've misunderstood. I'm your father's classmate. Your father studied at my father's academy for several years. I came to congratulate him on overcoming his difficulties. We don't have the relationship you think we do. Ye Xiaoru was taken aback. In Delong, women could attend school. The government did not prohibit it. However, education had always been an expensive endeavor, beyond the means of ordinary families. Even male heirs rarely had the opportunity, let alone daughters. But wealthy families often sent their daughters to school. Ye Xiaoru had attended school herself, so she was literate, understood principles, and was proficient in arithmetic. Now, learning that they were just classmates who had come to congratulate her father, she realized she had misunderstood and been quite rude. Her face turned bright red. What a huge mistake. I'm sorry, Ye Xiaoru apologized, feeling flustered. No need to apologize. You are King K's child, which makes you my niece too, the beautiful woman said with a gentle smile, not blaming Ye Xiaoru for the misunderstanding. At this moment, her father-in-law spoke again. All right, now that the misunderstanding is cleared up, can you tell me how you and your mother have been? And this man beside you. He glanced at Lin Fan again. For a father-in-law, a new son-in-law was always a bit of an adversary. But his mood changed completely with Ye Xiaoru's next words. Mother passed away last year, Ye Xiaoru said sadly. What? Her father-in-law's eyes widened, and he staggered, almost fainting. What? Her father-in-law almost fainted upon hearing the terrible news. Fortunately, Lin Fan, being a highly skilled physician, quickly stepped forward and pressed a few points on his body to help him recover. Your mother is really gone? Her father-in-law, still unable to believe it, asked again after regaining his composure. Yes, Ye Xiaoru nodded tearfully. She didn't want to accept it either, but it was the truth. It's all my fault, it's all my fault. Her father-in-law wept bitterly, lamenting, if only I had protected you better, you could have lived without worries. How did it come to such a disaster? Ye Xiaoru couldn't hold back her tears any longer and began to cry, letting out all her pent-up grievances. Lin Fan, not wanting to see his wife suffer, gently comforted her. The past couldn't be changed. They could remember, but there was no need for excessive sorrow. The deceased wouldn't want to see them in such pain. Her father-in-law, having gone through such upheavals, had perhaps already mentally prepared himself for bad news while he was in his predicament. Learning about his wife's death was still a shock, but he managed to compose himself. His wife was gone, but now his daughter was his only remaining family. With Lin Fan's comforting presence, Ye Xiaoru also regained her composure. Unlike her father, she had known about this for a while and had even witnessed it. If there was despair, she had felt it more acutely back then. Now she was determined to live well, so her mother could rest peacefully in the afterlife. This is my husband, Lin Fan, Ye Xiaoru introduced, calming herself down. Her father nodded slightly, having already anticipated this. Where are you from? He asked, showing his fatherly authority. Lin Fan smiled and replied, I am from Tianfeng County, within this district. From this district? Her father nodded again and then asked, are your parents still alive? What do you do for a living? Lin Fan answered, my parents passed away many years ago, so it's just me now. As for my work, I do some small business to support my family. Hearing this, her father's expression darkened. But thinking of his daughter's past circumstances, he sighed and didn't press further. Since you are fated to be together, treat Ru-R well. If you have any difficulties, you can come to the county capital to find me. I can still help with some things, he said, showing acceptance of Lin Fan as his son-in-law. Lin Fan raised his eyebrows, surprised that his father-in-law didn't make things difficult. Compared to his other in-laws, this one had the highest status, being a high-ranking official. Marrying the daughter of such a figure wasn't usually easy. Her father fell silent, but Ye Xiaoru spoke up. Father, Lin Fan treats me very well, you can rest assured. Besides, Lin Fan is actually very capable. When you were in prison, he used his connections and spent a lot of money to ensure you were taken care of, she said with a hint of pride. Seeing that her father wasn't very satisfied, she knew he had taken Lin Fan's modest words at face value. Lin Fan didn't mind, but as a loyal wife she couldn't let it slide. Was it you who helped me back then? Her father asked, reassessing Lin Fan. Yes, but it wasn't as exaggerated as Xiaoru says. I just did what I could, Lin Fan replied with a smile. You did what you could, her father said thoughtfully. It seems your small business is quite substantial. Just a bit lucky, Lin Fan replied humbly. The beautiful woman, who had been silent until now, suddenly widened her eyes and exclaimed, Tianfeng County's Lin Fan? Are you the head of the Lin family? Yes, do you know me? Auntie Lin Fan looked at her curiously. It really is you, she said in surprise. I thought it was just a coincidence of names. I didn't expect it to be you. Her father-in-law, puzzled, asked, shuiking, you know my son-in-law? And is this Lin family famous? Famous is an understatement. She took a deep breath and explained, your son-in-law is quite renowned. You might not know yet since you've just come out, but soon you'll hear all about him. She then recounted Lin Fan's defiance against the court, and how he made the emperor yield. Even the emperor yielded. Her father-in-law was astounded. He thought Lin Fan was just a small fry, someone his daughter had to rely on in desperation. But now, he realized he was dealing with a giant, a formidable figure. Lin Fan, didn't you say you just do some small business? Is this what you call small? He asked, looking at Lin Fan. Lin Fan scratched his head and smiled. It really is small, just grew a bit over time. Her father-in-law took a deep breath, unable to calm down. His daughter had married such a powerful man. Was it a blessing or a curse for their family? Defying the emperor was no small matter. I need to reconsider my mentor's proposal, he thought. With this son-in-law, if I still can't secure our family's future, it will be unpredictable. I've already lost my wife, I won't let my only daughter be hurt again. He clenched his fist, making up his mind. Lin Fan, unaware of his father-in-law's thoughts, continued chatting with the beautiful aunt. When he learned that his father-in-law's classmate was the daughter of the current left minister, he was shocked. Especially when he found out that she was a widow, having lost her fiancé in battle. His gaze subtly shifted to his father-in-law. It might be unintentional on his father-in-law's part. But this beautiful aunt's concern seemed more deliberate. If there wasn't something between them, why would she travel such a distance to congratulate him right after his release? They were all adults, there was no need to pretend. With the misunderstanding cleared up, everyone became more familiar with each other. Lin Fan and his wife decided to stay at her father's house for a while to spend time with the elders. The guards they brought along stayed in the guest rooms, rotating shifts to patrol and keep watch. At night, Su Erhu personally led the patrols, ensuring not even a malicious fly could get in. "What's that?" Su Erhu suddenly shouted, noticing something by the corner of the wall. Swish. The other guards quickly raised their spears in alert. "It's me!" Just as things were about to escalate, a cool voice replied. Then, a figure dressed in white jumped down from the corner wall. The person in white, with a hood covering their face and a golden sword in hand, made the guards tense up. But upon hearing the voice, Su Erhu and the guards immediately relaxed and bowed respectfully. "Greetings, 7th Madam." "Who is your 7th Madam?" "Stop calling me that." The white-clad figure was none other than Princess Long Kui. Being addressed as the 7th Madam made her voice cold and stern. Though her face, hidden under the hood, flushed red, no one could see it. He Su Erhu scratched his head and chuckled. "The 7th Madam is right. I'll be more careful next time." "You?" Long Kui was infuriated. "Are you here to see the master?" Su Erhu dared not further irritate his mistress, and quickly changed the topic. Hearing his question, Long Kui pushed aside her concerns about titles. She did indeed have important matters to discuss. "Is he here?" she asked, suppressing her anger. Su Erhu replied, "Yes, the master is inside. Please call him out for me. Tell him I have something urgent to discuss." Long Kui glanced towards the house. "All right, I'll inform him right away." Su Erhu nodded and hurried to relay the message. If anyone else had demanded to see Lin Fan in such a manner, Su Erhu would have shot them with an arrow. But this was his sister-in-law, so he dared not obstruct her. Besides, it might be a case of deep night loneliness, seeking intimate conversation with her husband. Who was he to interfere? Lin Fan was just returning from relieving himself when Su Erhu delivered the message. He was momentarily surprised. He knew Princess Long Kui well, given their peculiar marriage arrangement. However, her late-night visit was unexpected. "Where is she now?" Lin Fan asked after regaining his composure. "She's at the gate," Su Erhu replied. "All right, let's go." Lin Fan nodded, curious about what she wanted this time. At the gate, Princess Long Kui stood in her white attire, looking like a spirit under the moonlight. Since her identity was recognized, she had removed her hood, revealing her stunning beauty. However, the guards dared not look directly at her and kept their heads down until Lin Fan arrived to appreciate her beauty. "You can all leave now," Lin Fan said after admiring her for a moment. "Yes, sir." The guards, including Su Erhu, quickly obeyed and left. "It's been a while, and you look even more beautiful," Lin Fan complimented with a smile. Scoundrel Long Kui's face turned red as she glared at him. Lin Fan remained unfazed, his thick-skinned nature evident. Su Erhu's toughness was clearly inherited from his master. Seeing that arguing with Lin Fan was futile, Long Kui decided to get straight to the point. "Why are you here so late? Don't tell me you're lonely and missing your husband," Lin Fan teased. "Who would miss you?" Long Kui couldn't suppress her anger, despite her attempts to remain calm. Lin Fan's teasing always got to her. "Then why are you here?" Lin Fan pressed, enjoying her reaction. Scoundrel Long Kui's chest heaved with anger, making her appear even more agitated. "Are you here for something important?" Lin Fan finally asked, smiling. "Yes, I am. So stop your nonsense," Long Kui snapped, trying to maintain her composure. "All right, tell me what it is," Lin Fan said, still holding her close. "My father, the Emperor, has decreed that the top martial artists must unite to eradicate the White Lotus sect. The leader of the White Lotus is elusive and protected by powerful blood guards. Many skilled martial artists have fallen prey to them. Only someone with extraordinary abilities can defeat them," Long Kui explained. "You want me to help?" Lin Fan quickly understood her request. Long Kui nodded. "Yes, you already have a vendetta against the White Lotus. If you defeat them, you will not only eliminate a threat, but also earn great merit and possibly a title." She was well aware of Lin Fan's strength, which far surpassed ordinary levels. If he agreed to help, the White Lotus leader wouldn't stand a chance. It was a win-win situation, eliminating a great enemy and gaining significant rewards. But to her surprise, Lin Fan declined without hesitation. "Sounds tempting, but I'm not interested," he said. "Why not?" Long Kui was taken aback. She couldn't understand why he would refuse such an advantageous opportunity. "Because I'm lazy," Lin Fan replied with a smile. In reality, it wasn't laziness. The White Lotus leader was secretive and never showed their true face. Chasing them blindly would be a waste of time. He preferred staying home with his wife rather than embarking on a futile quest, unless there was a real benefit. You. Long Kui was once again exasperated by Lin Fan's attitude. You really want me to go? Lin Fan asked, seeing her reaction. Would I come here at night if I didn't want you to go? Do you think I'm a fool to come here and be bullied by you? Long Kiwi said through gritted teeth. Ha ha. We're married. Showing affection isn't bullying. Lin Fan laughed. Peach. You know what I mean? Long Kiwi huffed, turning her head away. Lin Fan laughed again and said, if you want my help you need to show your sincerity. I can't help you for free. What kind of sincerity? Long Kui asked, suspicious. You should know. Think about what kind of sincerity is fitting between a husband and wife. Lin Fan whispered in her ear. Long Kui was initially stunned, then her eyes widened in anger. Scoundrel, don't even think about it. You scoundrel, don't even think about it. Long Kui's face turned red as she shouted, looking like she would rather die than comply. Then I can't help you, Lin Fan said, releasing her and spreading his hands with a smile. You. Long Kui gritted her teeth. She wanted to turn and leave, but the danger posed by the White Lotus sect's leader was too great. If not dealt with promptly, it would not only grow more threatening but also severely damage the court's authority. The continuous rebellion stirred by this leader needed to be quashed. If left unchecked, it would send a message that anyone with some power could challenge the court, suggesting that the dynasty was in decline. Moreover, the creation of blood elixirs had been confirmed. If not decisively dealt with, more martial artists sent to eliminate the sect would only become nourishment for the enemy, strengthening the mysterious leader with each confrontation. Long Kui understood these stakes, which was why she sought Lin Fan's help despite the uncomfortable terms he proposed. What do you mean, what? If you have nothing else you should leave. I'm tired and need to sleep, Lin Fan said, waving his hand and turning to leave. Wait, Long Kui called out, gritting her teeth. If I show you the sincerity you asked for, will you really help me take down the White Lotus leader? Of course I, Lin Fan, never lie, he replied, turning back to her. You'd better not be lying, Long Kui said, biting her lip. Then, in a swift motion, she threw herself into his arms and kissed him. The warm, soft sensation was intoxicating, with a hint of sweetness. Just as she tried to pull away, a strong hand gripped her waist, pulling her back, and Lin Fan took control of the kiss. Long Kui's mind went blank under his domineering touch. You, she stammered, pointing at him in anger and embarrassment. What about me? Lin Fan asked with a playful smile, still savoring the taste. You're a rogue, Long Kui shouted, hurriedly adjusting her slightly disheveled clothes, her face flushed. You said a kiss would show my sincerity. Was that just a kiss? I kissed you back, didn't I? Lin Fan replied, still smiling. Faced with his shamelessness, Long Kui was at a loss for words. She had never met anyone so audacious. If she could beat him, she would have taught him a lesson. But she couldn't. Moreover, she'd already lost something significant. Turning hostile now would make her previous concession meaningless. Suppressing her anger, she said, Fine, I've shown my sincerity. Now will you keep your promise? By rights, yes, Lin Fan nodded. What do you mean? By rights, Long Kui sensed something was off. Exactly what I said. By rights I should keep my promise. But if not by rights, Lin Fan's words trailed off, but the implication was clear. You're trying to back out. Long Kui's anger flared again. She had put up with his demands and now he was reneging? Tears of frustration welled up in her eyes. Seeing this, Lin Fan softened. I'm not backing out. But you know the White Lotus leader is elusive. Even if I agree to help, I need to find him first. Long Kui calmed down a bit upon hearing this. So, what do you suggest? She asked, frowning. Simple, Lin Fan said. Go back and figure out how to draw the White Lotus leader out. Preferably in a way we can track. If you can do that, I promise to crush him for you. Long Kui frowned again. She understood the plan but didn't know how to lure the leader out. He never acted personally and never stayed in one place. White Lotus needs martial artists to make blood elixirs. Use that to bait him. Even if you can't draw him out directly, you might attract his blood guards and weaken his forces. Once he's sufficiently weakened, he'll slip up, and we can track him down, Lin Fan suggested. And if he doesn't take the bait? Long Kui asked. That's your problem. I only promise to help you defeat him, not to handle the rest, Lin Fan said, spreading his hands. Can't you help with this too? Long Kui grumbled, her tone softening unexpectedly after their intimate contact. Lin Fan smiled. Sure, but are you ready to show more sincerity? Go to hell, Long Kui shot back, turning to leave. At that moment, a surprised voice rang out. Princess Wu An. The speaker was her father-in-law, who had come out for a walk and was shocked to see her in the garden. Recognizing the distinguished princess, his face was full of disbelief. As Lin Fan and Long Kui turned to look, he rubbed his eyes, thinking he was dreaming. Why else would the imperial princess be in his home at night? Are you Minister Yi Qinghe? The left minister's prize student Long Kui asked after a moment, recognizing him. Yes, your highness. But what brings you here? He responded, still in shock. I came to discuss some matters with him, she said, pointing to Lin Fan. You came to see Lin Fan? Her father-in-law asked, glancing at Lin Fan with renewed awe. Initially he thought Lin Fan was just a small merchant who helped his daughter when she was in trouble. But the more he learned, the more astonished he became. And now, the esteemed princess was seeking Lin Fan at night. Although she said it was for a discussion, their demeanor suggested otherwise. The princess's blush hadn't even faded yet. Yes, Long Kui nodded, adopting a regal tone. Minister Yi, why are you here? This is my home, he replied, still dazed. Your home? Long Kui looked at Lin Fan. Lin Fan nodded. Yes, the esteemed Minister Yi is the father of your sister-in-law. We're here visiting family. Hearing this, Long Kui connected the dots, realizing the familial relationship. Minister Yi, I have urgent matters to attend to. I'll take my leave now and visit again later, she said, glancing at Lin Fan before politely taking her leave. With a graceful leap, she disappeared into the night, though Lin Fan knew she hadn't gone far, still expecting him to fulfill his promise. Watching her leave, Lin Fan nodded at his father-in-law and returned to the house to sleep. However, his father-in-law stood in the garden, deep in thought, unable to calm down. Inside the room, Ye Xiaoru had already woken up and was waiting by the door. As a top-level martial artist, she naturally sensed Princess Long Kui's arrival, especially since their house wasn't very large. When she saw Lin Fan return, she asked, Husband, why did Princess Long Kui come so late? She asked for my help, Lin Fan replied, explaining why Long Kui had come. Ye Xiaoru, understanding the situation, didn't say much. She had always supported Lin Fan's decisions. Moreover, the leader of the White Lotus sect was indeed a threat to their family, and if there was an opportunity to eliminate him, it was worth taking. 1,000 days of being a thief is nothing compared to 1,000 days of guarding against one. She understood this well. While she had no objections to this decision, she did have something else on her mind. Husband, Princess Long Kui is your legitimate wife, and the Emperor has agreed to it. Don't you plan to officially bring her into our home? And what about Sister Minyang? She's out there, facing countless dangers from martial artists. Are you really going to leave her unprotected? Ye Xiaoru said, feeling it necessary to address these issues as the eldest wife. The ransom money included many items typically used as dowries by wealthy families. This implied consent to the marriage. And Hu Minyang, the White Lotus saintess, was being hunted down by many. That's a good question. What do you think I should do? Lin Fan asked, smiling. Naturally, bring them both home. They are part of our Lin family. They deserve recognition, especially Sister Minyang. Despite her flaws, she is a properly married wife of the Lin family. How can we leave her exposed to danger? Ye Xiaoru replied without hesitation. Dear wife, aren't you afraid that once I have new wives, I'll forget about the old ones? Lin Fan teased, tapping her nose. Ye Xiaoru shook her head and pushed his hand away, saying seriously, of course I worry, but I trust you. As the eldest wife, I can't let my fears prevent the Lin family from growing. Seeing her serious expression, Lin Fan felt deeply touched. Such a considerate wife was truly rare. You are a wonderful wife, he said, hugging her tightly. Leaning into his embrace, Ye Xiaoru replied, being your wife is my blessing. Moved by her affection, Lin Fan lifted her into his arms and carried her to their newly made bed. This was her old room, but now it was their love nest. The next day they slept in until the sun was high in the sky. Her father had already instructed the kitchen to prepare a lavish meal, though he himself had gone to the office. Recently reinstated, he was very busy. Ye Xiaoru and Lin Fan understood this and spent their time exploring the county city, enjoying the local sights and customs. After a few days of sightseeing and spending time with her father, they prepared to return home. They had many matters to attend to. Just as they were about to leave, a clean-shaven man with a few armed guards arrived at the house. After some conversation, they learned he was a eunuch from the capital, bringing an imperial edict. Lin Fan, not one to kneel, stayed away from the commotion, especially since the edict wasn't for him but for his father-in-law. As a court official, her father-in-law respected the emperor deeply. Upon learning of the edict, he went to receive it with his attendants. The edict was simple. It conveyed the emperor's regards and promoted him to a higher position. From a local official, he was promoted to the central court, becoming the deputy minister of personnel. In the Great Long Dynasty, the 6 ministries were prestigious. The position of deputy minister was a top-tier official role, higher than regional governors, with more room for advancement. Given the dynasty's respect for the left-hand side, the deputy minister of personnel was essentially a successor to the minister of personnel. Once in that position, he would become a high-ranking official in the court, overseeing all civil servants in the empire. This department was crucial, as it handled the evaluation, promotion, and demotion of all officials, often held by those also serving as chancellors. The court had 2 chancellors, left and right, ranking just below the emperor. Being promoted to deputy minister meant her father-in-law had a chance to reach the pinnacle of officialdom. Receiving the edict, her father-in-law was stunned. He hadn't expected such a significant promotion so soon after being reinstated. "Congratulations, Lord Yi," the eunuch said obsequiously, understanding the significance of the promotion and already beginning to ingratiate himself. "Thank you, Your Excellency," her father-in-law replied, slipping a silver note into the eunuch's sleeve. Though the eunuch had no power, he could cause trouble, and it was wise to stay on his good side. The eunuch's smile broadened, pleased with the bribe, and after more pleasantries he left happily. "Congratulations," Father Lin Fan said, stepping forward to offer his congratulations. "Thank you. It's the Emperor's trust, but now I must move to the capital. If you visit, you'll have to find me there," her father-in-law said, not as pleased as expected, sensing something unusual about the promotion. While his mentor, the left minister, had influence, this rapid promotion was surprising. "The capital isn't far, and it's the court's center. We'd love to visit. I hope we won't be too much trouble," Lin Fan replied, maintaining his respect. Ye Xiaoru congratulated her father too, expressing her happiness for his success. "It's no trouble. You visiting means you care for me," her father-in-law said, smiling. Knowing Lin Fan's capabilities, he was careful to remain on good terms. Lin Fan didn't know his thoughts. To him, as long as his father-in-law was reasonable, he would treat him with respect. "Father, you must prepare for your new position. We won't disturb you. We have matters to handle at home," Lin Fan said, formally taking his leave. "Take care. Important matters first," her father-in-law replied, understanding. They parted at the gate, and Lin Fan and Ye Xiaoru left under the protection of their guards, heading home. Her father-in-law watched them leave, realizing just how formidable his son-in-law's guards were. They were far superior to regular soldiers and martial artists. "My son-in-law is a hidden dragon," he thought, marveling at Lin Fan's potential. Suddenly, he remembered the late-night visit from Princess Longqi and her reaction to recognizing him. Reflecting on this, he opened the Imperial edict again, beginning to understand his sudden promotion. "You dragged me out here without any warning. I'm really busy, you know," Lin Fan said helplessly, looking at the person beside him. It had only been a few days since he returned from his father-in-law's house, and he had already been dragged out again. The one who dragged him out was none other than Princess Longqi. After promising to help her last time, she clung to him, insisting he fulfill his promise. Even his own wife supported this, which he found quite surprising. "Are you trying to back out?" Longqi asked calmly, staring at him. "That's not fair. We didn't agree to this kind of arrangement," Lin Fan retorted, unwilling to back down. "Can't you just help me out?" Longqi softened her approach, unlike her usual self. Lin Fan studied her for a moment and said, "Why do you seem like a different person? Where's your usual proud and aloof demeanor?" Longqi didn't respond, but her behavior had indeed changed. When they first met, she was very cold and distant, full of disdain for everything. As a princess and a young supreme martial artist, she commanded great respect. Even the 4 great forces had to bow to her. But now she was even acting coquettish. "Did my kiss break some sort of seal on you?" Lin Fan teased, rubbing his chin. "What are you talking about?" Longqui's face flushed, and she lost her composure. She had changed her behavior to get Lin Fan's help. After the rebel forces were crushed, the mysterious leader had gone underground again, making it impossible to find him. Meanwhile, martial artists drawn by temptation were being hunted, increasing his power. The emperor's decree to suppress the rebels had failed, and this failure damaged the court's prestige. If they didn't break the stalemate soon, the restless rebels and ambitious individuals would rise again. Longqi didn't want to see this happen, but she couldn't solve it alone. She needed Lin Fan's help, knowing he had bested the mysterious leader multiple times. His strength and strategic prowess were unmatched. Of course, besides seeking help, she also felt a personal connection to him. A softening of her previously cold exterior. But she would never admit that. Lin Fan, noticing her change, said, "If you want me to go beyond my promise, show some sincerity." You scoundrel! Long Kui stomped her foot at the mention of sincerity. Lin Fan remained unmoved, simply watching her. There was no way he would do this for free. Seeing his firm stance, Long Kui had no choice. After making sure no one was around, she quickly leaned in and kissed him on the cheek, like a dragonfly skimming the water, before stepping back. Is that enough? She asked, blushing. That was nothing. You're taking advantage of me, Lin Fan said, shaking his head, looking as if he had suffered a loss. Long Kui was frustrated. What do you want to consider it sincere? Come closer, Lin Fan said, beckoning her with his finger. What do you want to do? Long Kui asked, wary. It's up to you, Lin Fan shrugged, indicating it was her choice. Reluctantly, Long Kui approached cautiously. As she got close, a strong hand suddenly pulled her into a warm embrace. What followed was something not suitable for public recounting. After a while, Long Kui, regaining her senses, pushed him away, angrily wiping her lips. You're a scoundrel, she said, blushing deeply. Every encounter with him left her feeling taken advantage of. You brought it upon yourself, Lin Fan laughed, unfazed. You can't expect me to do nothing when you come to me like this. Long Kui knew arguing with him was pointless and swallowed her frustration. She couldn't defeat him, and turning hostile now would be futile. Now that I've done what you asked, will you help me? She said through gritted teeth. Instead of answering, Lin Fan picked up a pebble and threw it at a black dot in the sky, hitting a mechanical bird that emitted a series of beeps. Shortly after, two black-clad guards emerged from the forest. Greetings, master and mistress, they said, bowing respectfully. Rise, Lin Fan said, waving his hand. Gather all the shadow guards. We have work to do. Yes, master. The guards nodded and quickly retreated to carry out his orders. These are your shadow guards? Long Kui asked, surprised. The two boys looked under 10 years old, but had reached the peak of superior martial arts, nearly reaching the innate level. Indeed, Lin Fan replied with a smile. Impressed. Long Kui was stunned. Such talent at such a young age was beyond extraordinary. How did you do it? She asked, unable to hide her curiosity. It's simple. They were trained by a divine alchemist, Lin Fan said. A divine alchemist? Long Kui's eyes widened. Are you a divine alchemist? Lin Fan smiled and nodded. As a princess and a supreme martial artist, she understood the weight of that title. The rumored pill pavilion, with a divine alchemist behind it. Is that you? She asked, staring at him. Lin Fan didn't hide it. Yes, that's me. Long Kui was speechless. Are you some kind of monster? She exclaimed. This revelation was almost too much to believe. The more she learned about him, the more mysterious he became. To know for sure, you'd have to try, Lin Fan replied with a mischievous smile when faced with the princess's remark. What do you mean? Long Kui didn't understand at first, but seeing the sly grin on Lin Fan's face, she realized it wasn't anything good. She ground her teeth in frustration, ready to bite him. Lin Fan remained unfazed, fully aware that he had the upper hand. This only made Long Kui angrier. Luckily, the shadow guards summoned by Lin Fan began to assemble. Their numbers weren't large, but their quality was extraordinary. Particularly notable were their ages. When Long Kui saw some of the shadow guards were merely 5 or 6 years old, her eyes widened in disbelief. If Lin Xia Tong, the youngest, had been present, her shock would have been even greater. Even as it was, she was thoroughly astonished. Yet, seeing the strength of Lin Fan's guards filled her with confidence for the upcoming mission. The mysterious leader's blood guards were formidable, but Lin Fan's shadow guards were no less impressive. Each one, despite their youth, exuded a palpable sense of threat, capable of challenging even top martial artists. But with Lin Fan leading them, how could she not feel confident? My convoy is at the base of the mountain. Let's depart now, Long Kui said eagerly. All right, Lin Fan agreed, nodding. His wife was already aware and supportive, so no farewells were needed. The sooner they finished, the sooner he could return home. We'll see how my runaway wife reacts when she meets her husband. Lin Fan chuckled to himself, looking forward to the journey ahead. At the base of the mountain, the princess's convoy wasn't as luxurious as expected, but the guards were elite warriors from the Imperial Martial Division. Among them was an old friend, Chasing Life, serving as the princess's deputy. Also present were 3 top martial artists, the other 3 divine constables, Heartless, Iron Hand and Cold Blood. Each wore a stern expression, known as some of the deadliest figures in the martial world. Along with Chasing Life, they formed the famed 4 divine constables, feared by many. Long Kui donned her distinctive white cloak, her face concealed. As she approached, all the elite warriors knelt on one knee, eyes filled with admiration. Rise, Long Kui said coolly, then pointed to Lin Fan. This is our special guest, assisting with our mission. Show him the same respect you show me. Understood. Yes, ma'am, they replied, bowing deeply. Curiosity and respect filled their gazes as they glanced at Lin Fan. Chasing Life, recognizing Lin Fan, was taken aback but smiled in greeting. Lin Fan returned the nod. Hidden in the shadows, Lin Fan's guards didn't follow him openly, making him appear like an ordinary scholar. Only those familiar with him, like Chasing Life, understood the true extent of his power. Everyone's here. Let's set out and rid ourselves of the White Lotus leader, Long Kui commanded, her eyes scanning her subordinates. The elite warriors of the Imperial Martial Division had no objections and mounted their horses. What happened next left them all stunned. The special guest climbed into the sole carriage with the princess. Their commander had never allowed anyone to share her carriage, not even high-ranking officials. But now, this special guest had broken that tradition, and the princess didn't seem to mind. The subordinates were left speechless, wondering about the special guest's identity. Don't overthink it. Let's move out. We can't delay this mission, Chasing Life urged, keeping the troops focused. As the convoy started moving, 3 divine constables approached Chasing Life. Do you know this special guest? Can you tell us about him? They whispered, eager to avoid any missteps with someone so significant. Chasing Life, glancing at the carriage, lowered his voice. I do know him. He's the one who stood against the tax collectors and defeated an entire army in Haiyan County. That's him, they gasped quietly. Defying the court and defeating a county's troops without consequences had made this figure legendary, despite the court's silence on the matter. No wonder the commander invited him. Such a person is worth the effort, they said, their curiosity now satisfied. Make sure your subordinates know who he is, and act accordingly, Chasing Life advised. Of course. We'll ensure no one makes a foolish mistake, they assured him. The convoy proceeded smoothly, without any interruptions. It took about 10 days to reach the troubled western region. The western lands were sparsely populated and struggling economically. Villages were largely organized by clans, with many residents in each. However, many villages were now deserted, the aftermath of conflict evident in the abandoned streets. Even previously bustling towns were now in decline. As they approached a small village for a rest, they heard the sounds of battle nearby. Villagers were fighting each other, leaving a trail of bloody bodies behind. Seeing this, Lin Fan couldn't help but sigh. In chaotic times, human life is worth less than grass. The fighting villagers, dressed in rags, were now fiercer than bandits, driven by the need for survival. They had reverted to their primal instincts. Long Kui, stepping out of the carriage, was silent for a long time, her heart heavy with sorrow. These were her people, and seeing them suffer was deeply painful. Now you understand why I begged for your help. We must end this chaos, she said, her eyes filled with sadness. Lin Fan, silent for a moment, then smiled and said, Don't worry. I'll help you solve this. Not long after arriving in the West, they witnessed 2 groups fighting desperately over food. It was quite moving. Last year, the West had suffered a severe drought, and with uprisings breaking out early this year, there was no spring planting, so naturally, there was no harvest in the summer. In such circumstances, the scarcity of food was unimaginable. Long Kui stared at Lin Fan for a moment. Though he had spoken lightly, his words strangely comforted her. This feeling had been absent since she took on the heavy burden of the royal family. Her heart rippled with a strong emotion she had not felt for a long time, so strong that she dared not continue looking at him. Unable to respond, she quickly turned her head and ordered, Send a team to separate them. Yes. Heartless, one of the divine constables, immediately led a team forward. The villagers, though fighting fiercely, were just ordinary people relying on brute force. They were no match for the elite warriors of the Imperial Martial Division, and were quickly separated. Some, blinded by rage, continued to resist, but a few heavy blows soon made them surrender, squatting on the ground with their heads covered. Long Kui approached with the others, sighing at the sight of the emaciated villagers. Distribute some food to them, and tend to the injured, she ordered. Yes. Quickly, some soldiers handed out flatbreads to the villagers and treated their wounds with medicinal powder. The villagers, seeing the food, devoured it ravenously, even those whose blood soaked into the bread. One man, who had lost an arm, still used his remaining hand to stuff his mouth. Don't rush, there's enough for everyone, Long Kui reassured them, her tone warmer than usual. These people, who had been fighting to the death moments before, were ordinary citizens, honest folk driven to desperation. If they hadn't been starving, they would never have acted this way. Who are you people? One young man, who seemed a bit sharper than the rest, asked after filling his stomach. He was skinny and looked about 15 or 16, but his eyes still sparkled with life. unlike the others who seemed numb. Chasing Life, acting as deputy commander, responded, "We are from the Imperial Court." The Imperial Court. The young man wanted to say more but fell silent upon hearing this. "What do you mean by that?" Chasing Life was displeased, thinking the young man was disrespecting them by staying silent. But the young man didn't answer, continuing to eat his bread. This scene annoyed not only Chasing Life but the other Imperial Martial Division warriors as well. However, a cold glance from Long Qi made them all hold their tongues. Lin Fan stepped forward and asked, "Young man, do you have a grudge against the Imperial Court?" "No grudge," the young man mumbled through a mouthful of bread, though it was clear he wasn't being honest. "Young man, if you don't speak the truth, we'll take back the food we gave you," Lin Fan said, raising an eyebrow. As expected, the threat worked. The young man and the others immediately clutched their bread tightly. "You can't take it back. You already gave it to us," the young man protested. Lin Fan smiled. "If you don't answer our questions, why should we give you our food?" The young man fell silent, realizing the logic. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke up, "Why wouldn't we have a grudge? Last year's drought made life unbearable, and instead of reducing taxes, the court increased them. How are we supposed to survive? Do you expect us to be grateful?" Though the others remained silent, their eyes revealed their resentment. "It's no surprise many of us considered joining the rebels if we weren't so far away," the young man added, his frustration evident. The Imperial Martial Division warriors were outraged at this declaration, but Long Kui's silence kept them in check. Lin Fan, however, remained calm and even nodded in agreement. "Your frustration is justified. If the court fails to support you, why should you endure?" he said. The young man was stunned, not expecting such a response. Lin Fan turned to Long Kui and said, "This should help you understand the root of the rebellion. While the White Lotus sect has fueled the uprising, the real cause is the court's negligence. If these people had enough to eat, would they be swayed by the White Lotus?" Having read histories of dynastic changes, Lin Fan knew the true issue lay with the court's inaction. The head tax was already a burden, but raising taxes during a famine? That was a recipe for rebellion. Suppressing the White Lotus leader alone wouldn't solve the problem. Unless the underlying issues were addressed, unrest would continue. Long Kui remained silent, processing Lin Fan's words. "The root of this chaos isn't just the White Lotus sect," Lin Fan continued, "but also some of the court officials who are complicit." Long Kui, a smart woman, quickly understood. As a princess, she had been disconnected from the people's struggles, but Lin Fan's insights opened her eyes. "You mean we should address the root causes, and not just focus on the White Lotus leader?" she asked, humbly seeking his advice. Lin Fan replied, "We must deal with the White Lotus leader decisively to expose the real masterminds behind the scenes. Only by addressing both the symptom and the cause can we achieve lasting peace." "All right, from now on, I'll follow your lead," Long Kui said, nodding firmly. "Are you serious?" Lin Fan rolled his eyes. "I'm just here to help a bit, not to take charge." "You're impossible." Long Kui gritted her teeth. "Fine, I'll show you my sincerity later. Make sure it's enough. If not, I won't have the strength to help," Lin Fan teased, causing Long Kui to clench her teeth in frustration. Ignoring his teasing, she asked, "What should we do next?" "Write to your father, the emperor. The rebellion here can't be solved by force alone. Send a competent official with resources for disaster relief," Lin Fan suggested. "Is relief enough?" Long Kui frowned, skeptical. "Relief alone won't suffice. Continue military action to deter the emboldened rebels. They need to be shown the consequences of their actions. But the most crucial step is to take down the White Lotus leader, which will force the hidden traitors within the court to reveal themselves," Lin Fan explained. Long Kui nodded, understanding the multifaceted approach needed. "I'll write to my father immediately and implement your plan." She summoned her white falcon, her thoughts clearer than ever. Looking at Lin Fan, she felt a renewed sense of admiration and a flutter in her heart. Thinking of the sincerity she promised, her face reddened, but unlike before, she no longer felt any resistance. Instead, there was a hint of anticipation. Since the villagers did not welcome people from the court, the group decided not to stay in the village. They found a relatively flat piece of wasteland and set up camp for the night. The tents were quickly erected, and firewood for the night was also prepared. With others doing the work, Lin Fan didn't need to lift a finger, enjoying the luxury of being served. As evening fell, the group began to light fires and prepare food. At that moment, a group of people arrived, specifically seeking Lin Fan's help. "Who are they?" Long Kui asked the reporting guard. "They are Li Sandao, the new master of the Iron Knife sect, and Lu Sandu, the new master of the Five Poison Valley," the guard replied. These elite warriors from the Imperial Martial Division were familiar with the major forces in the martial world, and so was Long Kui. She was curious why these two new leaders were here to see Lin Fan. No need to guess. They're my people. They must be here to report that they have completed the tasks I assigned them, Lin Fan said calmly as he stepped out of his tent. They're your people. Long Kui was shocked, not because of their strength but because these two were leaders of established martial arts sects. It seemed unlikely that they would be associated with someone like Lin Fan. Is there a problem? Lin Fan asked with a smile. There was no need to hide these surface-level informants, especially since he needed their cooperation for the upcoming operation. No. Long Kui shook her head, though she began reassessing Lin Fan. Controlling two major martial arts sects quietly meant he likely had influence over even more. The extent of his network was both impressive and daunting. Let them come over, Lin Fan instructed the guard. The guard, already briefed by his superior, saw that Long Kui did not object and promptly left to carry out the order. Soon, Li Sandao, carrying a large knife, and the skinny Lu Sandu arrived, led by the guard. Both men, now top-tier martial artists and leaders of their sects, exuded a powerful presence. However, upon seeing Lin Fan, they immediately bowed respectfully. Greetings, Master, they said in unison. Good. Lin Fan nodded. Have you completed the tasks I assigned? Yes, Master. Everything is in place. We can proceed whenever you command, Li Sandao replied. Well done. If this mission succeeds, there will be plenty of rewards for you, Lin Fan said, satisfied. Thank you, Master. The two men were overjoyed. They had worked hard for the chance to earn more benefits, like the opportunity to exchange for the Grand Elixir, which would greatly enhance their martial arts journey. The two leaders left to make final preparations, motivated by the prospect of rewards. After dismissing everyone else, Long Kui couldn't contain her curiosity. What tasks did you assign them? She asked. What do you think? Lin Fan replied with a smile, avoiding a direct answer. Is it related to the White Lotus sect leader? Long Kui guessed. Smart guess, Lin Fan said, smiling. Long Kui rolled her eyes, thinking the connection was obvious. However, she knew it was better to remain compliant with Lin Fan, as defiance usually led to being teased or worse. Are you using martial artists as bait to lure the White Lotus leader out? She asked after pondering for a while. Looks like you're catching on, Lin Fan replied with a hint of surprise. Long Kui pouted, feeling mocked. She knew that her lack of exposure to certain realities was due to her privileged upbringing, not lack of intelligence. This method is good, but will the White Lotus leader really take the bait? Long Kui asked, knowing the leader was cunning. Normally no. But with the right bait, it's possible, Lin Fan answered, smiling. Long Kui frowned, unable to think of what the bait could be. After a moment of contemplation, her eyes brightened. Are you using martial artists to draw out the White Lotus leader? In recent times, many martial artists had been lured to the area by promises of rewards but ended up being hunted by the White Lotus leader for blood elixirs. Using them as bait made sense. Smart, Lin Fan said, his tone playful. Long Kui knew he was teasing her but didn't retort, understanding it was better to play along to avoid his teasing. What if the White Lotus leader doesn't take the bait? She asked, genuinely concerned. That's where I come in. I have bait that the leader can't resist, Lin Fan said, his smile widening. Long Kui's curiosity grew, but she couldn't guess what the irresistible bait was. Lin Fan didn't elaborate, simply saying, blood elixirs aren't easy to make, especially those creating invincible warriors. Leaving her with those words, Lin Fan went to prepare dinner, taking a fish and getting it ready for roasting over the fire. Blood elixirs aren't easy to make, Long Kui pondered aloud, trying to grasp the significance of his statement. Night quickly fell. Aside from the sentries, everyone retired to their tents for rest. Long Kui, however, did not rest. Once she sensed everyone else was asleep, she silently left her tent. Nearby was another luxurious tent prepared for Lin Fan, who appeared to be asleep. But Long Kui knew he wasn't. He was waiting for her sincerity. Steeling herself, she silently justified her actions, saying, keeping promises is something my father taught me, there's nothing more to it. With her face slightly flushed, she lifted the flap of Lin Fan's tent. As she entered, a strong hand pulled her in. She instinctively wanted to cry out, but was quickly silenced by a kiss. Knowing how much effort Lin Fan had put into helping her, even preparing everything without her knowledge, she was deeply moved. That night her sincerity was bound to be more than enough. The next day, Lin Fan woke up feeling refreshed. Princess Long Kui had been up early, busily directing her subordinates to make various preparations. Her commands were as efficient and decisive as ever, but when Lin Fan appeared, she avoided looking his way. Lin Fan smiled knowingly. He wasn't surprised by her reaction. Last night, Although he hadn't crossed any final boundaries, he had certainly taken full advantage of the situation. Lin Fan had always believed in getting a good return on his investments, and this time was no different. Long Qi, surrounded by her subordinates, had no choice but to endure silently, fearing that any noise would draw attention. Resistance was futile, as it would only make matters worse, and she couldn't afford to lose face in front of her subordinates. Seeing Lin Fan now, she found herself unable to meet his gaze, afraid that the memories of the previous night would betray her emotions. Lin Fan, not one to let things slide, greeted her. "Commander Long, did you sleep well last night?" Long Kui was in the middle of assigning tasks to her key officers. Though Lin Fan hadn't explained in detail, everyone knew a tough battle awaited them. Luring out the White Lotus leader was just the first step. The real challenge lay ahead. Lin Fan's seemingly innocent question caused Long Kui to freeze momentarily. To the others, it was just a casual greeting, but beneath her cloak, her face turned a deep shade of red. She was annoyed. He knew perfectly well how her night had been, yet he was still asking. The look she gave him was filled with reproach, even though she said nothing. Lin Fan, with his thick skin, was unfazed by her look. He continued with a playful tone, "It seems Commander Long didn't sleep too well. I can understand the wilderness at night is full of biting insects." The comment sounded innocent enough. Indeed, the wilderness was teeming with insects. But Long Kui knew all too well that the biting last night had not come from insects. It had been from a certain mischievous wolf. "Thank you for your concern, Lin. I slept very well," Long Kui replied through gritted teeth. If her subordinates weren't present, she would have certainly taken a bite out of him to show him what real biting was. It seems Lin Fan started, but Long Kui cut him off, giving orders to her subordinates to disperse. She couldn't afford to let this conversation continue. The members of the Imperial Martial Division started to sense something odd between their commander and Lin Fan. Iron Hand, one of the divine constables, whispered to Heartless, "Is it just me, or does the commander seem a bit strange today, like she wants to punch Lin Fan?" Heartless nodded subtly, "You're not wrong. Something is definitely off." Chasing Life, having noticed the tension long ago, kept his head down, trying to stay unnoticed. What should have been a straightforward briefing ended on a strange note, thanks to Lin Fan's teasing. Long Kui's glare remained on Lin Fan as they continued their journey. Fortunately, the tension eased when they reached the location prepared by Li Sandao and Lu Sandu. It was an abandoned village, now occupied by martial artists, seemingly drawn by the promise of rewards. These martial artists, in fact, were members of the sects controlled by Li Sandao and Liu Sandu, acting under Lin Fan's orders. Lin Fan and his group, led discreetly by Li Sandao, were brought to a secluded farmhouse. "Master, we administered the blood-boosting elixir to our disciples as instructed. Their blood vitality is now twice as strong as that of ordinary martial artists. They've been wandering in the conflict zones, attracting attention. We've confirmed they've been noticed," Li Sandao reported. Lu Sandu added, "With your command, we can gather them in one place, providing an opportunity for our targets to strike." "Good. Proceed with the plan," Lin Fan nodded, authorizing the first step. To lure out the White Lotus leader or weaken his forces, a gradual, strategic approach was necessary. One decisive move wasn't enough. "Yes, Master," Li Sandao and Lu Sandu replied, ready to execute their orders. Their loyalty was driven by the hope of rewards from Lin Fan, a renowned divine alchemist. Even lesser elixirs from him were highly valuable. After they left, Long Kui couldn't contain her curiosity. "What is this blood-boosting elixir?" she asked, her previous resentment temporarily forgotten. "It's an elixir that temporarily enhances a person's blood vitality. For martial artists with already strong blood vitality, it can boost their strength 2 or 3-fold for a short period," Lin Fan explained. Long Kui quickly grasped the concept. "You intend to use these enhanced martial artists as bait to draw out the White Lotus leader's blood guards?" "Exactly. Although I can't make blood elixirs, I know they require high-quality blood vitality. Such valuable materials wandering around will be irresistible to them," Lin Fan confirmed. Long Kui's eyes lit up at the brilliance of the plan, but then darkened with doubt. "But won't they see through such an obvious trap?" "They might. But it's something they desperately need. Even if they know it's a trap, they'll still go for it," Lin Fan assured her. Understanding the plan's depth, Long Kui saw its effectiveness. But she worried about the obviousness of the bait. However, Lin Fan's confidence reassured her. As Li Sandao and Lu Sandu set the bait, hidden figures in the shadows began to move. The trap was set, and now they waited for their prey. In the dense forest outside the abandoned village, a group of blood guards, clad in blood-red robes, watched the bustling scene within the village. "Commander, these prey are behaving strangely, almost as if they are waiting for us." Could this be a trap? One of the taller, leaner blood guards asked worriedly. The leader of the blood guards, responsible for hunting down martial artists, smirked. Do you think I can't see that? I want it to be a trap. Only then can we catch truly high-quality prey. Isn't that too risky? The concerned blood guard, a captain, asked, still uneasy. With so many martial artists flooding in, even top-tier experts could be seen. The blood guards were strong, with the ordinary members being first-rate martial artists and the captains reaching the top tier. Their leader was at the peak of top-tier strength, comparable to the best in any martial arts sect. Despite their numbers and strength, the overwhelming influx of martial artists, including supreme experts, made it risky. Risky, the blood guard commander chuckled. If it were just us, maybe. But who said we are alone in this hunt? The captain was puzzled, as were the others who overheard. The commander didn't answer immediately but glanced towards a shadowy part of the forest. Esteemed blood gods, my subordinates are insufficient. Would you show yourselves to put their minds at ease? The commander respectfully called out. Blood gods, the other blood guards gasped, their eyes widening in disbelief. Despite being part of the same hierarchy, the blood gods and blood guards were worlds apart. While blood guards were considered failed products in the blood god project, blood gods were superior, albeit imperfect, creations. The leader of the blood guards, despite his strength, was essentially a reject from the blood gods, yet he still commanded respect and fear among his peers. A seductive voice responded from the shadows, and a group of figures clad in dark red robes emerged. Leading them was a bewitching woman, swaying her hips provocatively, captivating the younger blood guards. The once proud commander of the blood guards bowed deeply, clearly intimidated by her presence. This woman, known as the Blood Widow, was a fearsome figure at the pinnacle of half-step supreme level, capable of contending with supreme experts. Her 4 subordinates, all top-tier experts, followed closely behind. This elite group could stand against any top martial arts sect. Oh, sweet little blood guards, you're still as adorable as ever. And you, Blood Feng, still leading such a ragtag group, the Blood Widow teased, her tone dripping with mockery. The blood guards' morale plummeted, understanding the hierarchy more than ever. The Blood Widow was someone even their powerful leader feared. Relax, boys, the Blood Widow cooed. As long as you don't mess up my plans, I'll be nice. Fail, and you'll be feeding my little pets. The Blood Widow's words sent chills down their spines. Her face, now crawling with sinister blood-red spiders, was a terrifying sight. Don't worry, Blood Widow. We won't let you down, the Blood Guard commander assured, masking his fear with a forced smile. You better not, she replied, the spiders retreating under her robes, restoring her bewitching appearance. The blood guards, however, were too petrified to be enticed. Go now, and show me what you can do. Don't disappoint me, the Blood Widow commanded, her tone both seductive and menacing. In the village, Lin Fan, who had been teasing Long Kui, suddenly grew serious. They're here, he announced, his tone calm but urgent. Long Kui, sensing the gravity of the situation, put aside her irritation. The air grew tense as they prepared for the inevitable confrontation. Everyone, prepare for battle. With Lin Fan's warning, Long Kui swiftly took charge, her voice steady as she gave the order. Yes. The elite warriors of the Zhenwu division, hidden within the courtyard, responded quietly and efficiently, immediately readying themselves for a fierce confrontation. This level of discipline was what set them apart as the elite. Meanwhile, the Blood Guards, led by their commander, charged forward with high spirits. Though the Blood Widow's spiders were terrifying, their power was undeniable. With such a formidable presence backing them, any ambush set in the village would merely provide additional prey. In attack. Upon entering the abandoned village, the Blood Guards made no attempt to conceal their approach. They launched a full-scale assault on the martial artists who had been enjoying a bonfire, eating and drinking. They're here. The martial artists, serving as bait, had been prepped by Li Sandao and Lu Sandu. As soon as the Blood Guards attacked, they drew their weapons, ready to defend themselves. Fools. One of the Blood Guard captains sneered, quickening his pace. Feeling humiliated earlier, he now sought to redeem himself in battle. Despite the martial artists' formidable QI and blood, their skill level was generally only first-rate. But he, a captain of the Blood Guards, had reached top-tier strength. Even without his subordinates' help, he could single-handedly decimate these foes. In theory, this was true. Normally the opponents would flee at the sight of his overwhelming QI. But today, though they retreated, they did so with calculated precision, creating a battlefield for the real fight. White Lotus scum, you won't get away with this. A thunderous shout confirmed that the elite of the Zhenwu division had arrived. Leading the charge was Zhuiming, radiating top-tier energy, with the other elite captains close behind, all top-tier fighters themselves. A trap. So what? Today you'll all die. The Blood Guard captain laughed coldly, charging at Zhou Yiming. HMP. An artificial top tier, thinking he's invincible. Zhou Yiming scoffed. Though both were top tier, the gap between them was vast. Recently promoted to vice commander, Zhou Yiming's strength had surged to the peak of top tier. The Blood Guard captain, a recent top tier inductee, was no match. With a single slash, Zhou Yiming sent him flying, narrowly avoiding death thanks to his quick reflexes. A peak top tier. The captain's face paled in shock. You're resilient, Zhou Yiming sneered, advancing for the kill. Commander, help! The captain cried out, prompting their leader to intervene, his face dark with anger. He'd been disgraced, but the ambushers were indeed formidable. Hold on. The Blood Guard leader slashed the air, sending a shockwave to interrupt Zhou Yiming's attack. Zhenwu Division. Recognizing Zhou Yiming, the leader sneered. Think you can capture us with just this lot? Oh? And what about your men who can't even handle us lowly fighters? Zhou Yiming mocked, glancing at the struggling Blood Guards. The leader's face twisted with rage. Enough talk. Let's see how you fare against us. The Blood Guard leader lunged at Zhou Yiming, and the battle intensified. Master, should we assist? The martial artists, acting as bait, asked anxiously. Assist? Do you think you're that strong? Li Sandao barked. Lu Sandu scowled at his eager disciples. Blood Guards, though struggling, were not to be underestimated, and Lin Fan had warned them of the complex nature of this hunt. Understanding the gravity, both masters had considered fleeing to avoid jeopardizing their mission. Long Kui watched without concern. Their role was complete now, it was up to the Zhenwu division. Should we join the fight? Long Kui asked, seeing her men in battle. Not yet. Our true enemies haven't shown up, Lin Fan replied calmly. Are there stronger foes? Long Kui's face grew tense. They're here, Lin Fan said, eyes on the courtyard entrance. Long Kui followed his gaze but saw only a few blood-red spiders on the door, staring at them. A sultry voice echoed through the courtyard. 5 figures appeared, led by a seductive woman, the Blood Widow, with spiders crawling into her partially open robes, disappearing into her cleavage. Disgusting, Long Kui spat, drawing her sword. So fierce. How did you spot me, handsome? The Blood Widow cooed. Enough. Long Kui's rage boiled over, launching an attack with her divine sword, its glow lighting up the night. An ambush by a supreme expert? Interesting, the Blood Widow mused, deflecting Long Kui's strike with her spider-covered hands. You're strong, Long Kui admitted, seeing her foe unscathed. Kill! Recognizing her opponent's strength, Long Kui unleashed her full power. The Blood Widow, realizing the threat, prepared herself. More spiders crawled from her body, forming a protective armor, enhancing her bloodthirsty aura. Spiders or no, you won't escape, Long Kui vowed, her sword flashing faster. Lin Fan watched with interest as the two women clashed. Nearby, the blood gods approached him. Impatient to die, Lin Fan smirked. Capture him alive, the Blood Widow ordered. Long Kui, hearing this, grinned. Delivering yourself to death's door, are you?
Hi guys, your opinion means a lot to me. I'm working on improving the stories to make them more interesting for you. Please leave a comment and let me know what you liked about this story. Your feedback helps me get better and create content that you'll enjoy. Your feedback is very important to me. Thank you for your support and attention. If you enjoyed this story, I can't wait to share its continuation with you.